All right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the broadcast here today. Let's go ahead and get this intro ran here, and we can honestly just keep jamming to this song because this song is just too good. Let's go ahead and yeah. Oh, I just need a little bit more of this jam. All right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the broadcast here on a lovely Wednesday. All right, now before we get wide, let's go ahead and settle in here. No April Fool's jokes coming from your boy today. Yo, happy birthday, Abby. Abby likes nachos. Hey, dude. Whimzu coming in with the first sub of the day. Thank you for 26. I appreciate that, Whimzu. Thank you. Thank you very much for supporting my journey. I really do appreciate that. Thank you. Love in the chat for Whimzu. And good morning. We got some birthday love in the chat here for Abby. Happy birthday, Abby. Thanks for popping in here today. And I hope that you have a wonderful day. Make sure you celebrate yourself. I see Classy Saya tuning in here this morning. I see Alicia. Oh, it's Liz. Hey, Liz. Nice. Thanks for jamming with us today. All right. Enjoy your lurk. Enjoy your work lurk. Thanks for being here. Welcome in here, everybody. Let me get a quick beard check. Oh, you know what? The beards fly today. Pretty fly for a bearded guy. Highly in Descent isn't the best streamer. I'm sorry. He's the absolute best. Happy April Fool's, Link Dong. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate y'all. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the show. Birthday love in the chat for Abby. If you're sticking around today, Abby, we'll try to get you some birthday song later. And if you're not sticking around, I hope you have a good day. I hope you celebrate yourself. Good to see you. Everybody, welcome to the broadcast here this morning. Real quick, let's get our roll check going today. Let's get a quick roll check going today. We got Anana's Bliss first in the chat. Sound off, baby. Prof Unknown in the building. Kel's in the building. Pine Crossing 56, baby.
7 years. It has been wonderful to watch you grow during my time here. Cheers to the journey, H. Deshub.
Cheers. Cheers to the journey. H Des hugs. Cheers to the journeys, baby. H Des cheers in the chat. Thank you, man. Thank you, Pine Crossing, for sticking with me all these years. You absolute legend. Good morning, Enchanted Ascari. Good morning, Burger Smalls as well. Welcome in here, Honey Violence, Zane, Chaos, Mau Mau, Monochroma. Welcome in here, Dragon Martinez, Mahogany Chica, Fat Cat Plush, Let's Get It, baby. Ms. Amanda, Irene Saunders. Welcome to the show. Young Citrus Official, Cozy Stabby, Toads in the house, Majinx in the building, Emmy Love, Kit Kat, Calzone, you ain't alone, cause we're vibing here on a Wednesday and we're ready to play some Animal Crossing today. Anyways, Pokemon fan, welcome to the show. Classy Saya, Midge, Spank 'em Nasty, what up? Formerly known as, I love that. I can't get over that, dude. It took me so long to realize the FKA. Altanor, Quince 3, Oodle Doodle, Leia. Welcome to the show, Rain 5150. Get your HDES waves in the chat. Make sure you welcome them all in, because that's been the foundation of this channel for 7 years. Welcome them on in. That's been the foundation of this channel for 7 years.
Hello, Hylian.
Providing a space, people welcoming each other into the broadcast, a true sense of community. I couldn't have done that alone, chat room.
7 years, Dong H Day cheers.
I couldn't have done that alone. You have to understand. This was an experience that we cultivated together over these 7 years. I couldn't have did it alone. And those little interactions, those welcomes, those hellos, you know, that's really where it all started. And I mean, that's literally where it all started. My original mod team, shout out to Gigi. Those that, if you know, you know. Shout out to Gigi out there. You know, she was my first moderator. She was here every day, welcoming people in here, to the point to where at one point people thought that she was my wife. One day people were like, oh yeah, that's not your wife. And I'm like, no, that's just somebody who believes in my journey. She took on the mod sword and she was here for the show. She was here to help create an experience. And she believed in what I was doing. I was blessed. I had people believing in me, dude. Like, I can't express, like, it was insane, but it was those interactions that built this community. That's the foundation. A classic, a casual, hey, welcome in here. How you doing today? Because it's one thing to get it from the streamer. It's another thing to get it directly from the chat room. It's different. It hits different. Good morning. Welcome in here today. Good to see you, Titus. What up, Rain 5150, Ash 370, Jimmy 07, and Bubbles. Welcome to the show, Wizard Impaler. Dual Master D with a 145 streaker. Yo, Wimzu, you know I still got some art from you, Wimzu. Yo, I still have art from you, Wimzu. Can I share your art real quick this morning? Can I do that? Hold on. It won't take me long to find it all. I say that, but it shouldn't take me long to find it all. Hold on. Media, fan art. Wimzu has been here since 2020. They said, I believe this was you. If I remember correctly, you drew this art right here. Was this you? Did you draw me art? Are you sure? No, it might not have been you. You know, the person has one letter different from your name. She said, are you, you know, if the person says, are you sure? You know, you're wrong, right? You know, are you sure that's me? They have one letter different from your name. They have one letter different. It's Wimza instead of you. So, you know, close enough. The only reason I was even thinking about that is because I was going through my fan art this morning for a project for the community that I'd like to do this year for 7 years. So like, it was fresh on my brain. I'm going through all my old fan art. I still have almost all the fan art everyone's ever done for me. And I'm thinking about trying to get it all together in some form of, like, I don't know, I guess you could call it like a scrapbook of like some sort, like a scrapbook or something. But I think it would be really cool to be able to put it all into one place, maybe create like a PDF file. Right? I don't know. It would be cool. It'd be really cool. Whoa. Cozy coming in hot with a 5-pack this morning. Yo, also, thank you, Legless, for the 27-month Prime. Thank you, Chicken Tendos, for 30, and thank you, G-Ski, for 38. How you doing today, G-Ski? How you doing today, Chicken Tendos and Legless? Thank you so much for your continued support and patronage. I really appreciate you. Yeah, here, I'll still show you the art that I was talking about. Yo, why tease? I can still show you the art that I was talking about, but as soon as Wimzu said, are you sure? My face started getting flushed. I'm like, oh, wait a second. This was Weema, not Weemzoo. But here, I'll still show you guys one sec. Super cute art. Super cute art. What up, Majinx? Welcome to the show, baby. What up, Karen Keisha? Thank you so much, Keisha. Good morning. This was 2020. This was 2020. This is cute. Yeah. Yeah, dude. I love this one. That's a favorite of mine for sure. Yo, thank you for the 5-bomb conger. I like that we changed that emote. The 5-bomb conger. Thank you, Cozy. I appreciate the support this morning. 7 years of content. So my dates are actually March 25th is technically my first stream. My first stream week was March 25th. And then from there, I got my affiliate exactly 7 days after that. So it would have been March 25th was a Monday night, and it was a test stream, 2 hours of Breath of the Wild live test. And then I came back the 28th so 3 days later, and then I streamed from the 28th all the way to the 2nd or the 1st, and I got my affiliate.
Happy 7 years.
And then from there, the reason we celebrate April, the first week of April, is because that's really when everything settled in. That's when I first started streaming Animal Crossing. That's when everything just like locked in and settled in, you know. But that first week we got affiliate, and then April 1st or 2nd, that would have been the actual affiliate date. So we're technically celebrating 7 years of affiliate, 7 years of streaming, 7 years and a week of streaming here. I've been doing this since 2019. Yo, thank you for the 100 biddies, Cozy Chicky. I appreciate that. And salutes to the hype train, by the way. Oh, we're still hype training this morning. Good morning, Moxie Poxy. Thanks for 22. Yeah, we got affiliated in exactly the minimum requirement, which was streaming 7 unique days out of 30. So we as soon as we streamed the 7th day, we got affiliate. Yo, Logan Brook, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Thank you, Armazale, for the 2 gifted. Holy heck. Happy new day. Yo, good morning, Grimbies. Thanks for the kind words over on YouTube as well. And yo, loving the chat, Whimzu. Thank you, Whimzu, for being so kind. Not teasing me too hard about mistaking your name. I was so confident too. I'm like, oh, Weem. I didn't even finish the word. Whimzu. I'm like, close enough. I swear I just saw some art from them last night. I was so confident. You know, I just got some art done over in the fan art channel by April. If you all want to check it out, it's pretty cute. We'll be going through our fan art channel this week. Or sorry, we'll be going through our fan mail channel this week live, and we'll catch up on some of the fan mail that we've gotten that we haven't checked out live. I've checked it out off stream, but not live. So we'll check out the fan mail channel this week as well, and we'll get emotional. Glad to have been here for 5 of the 7 years. What up, Ron, baby? What up, Ron, baby? What up? Yo, what up, Abby? Happy Abby, good morning. Yo, and thank you so much, Anana's Bliss, for the biddies. Thank you, Armazale, for the 2 gifted, baby. Good morning, everybody. You know, we got a lot of fun stuff planned this week, but it's going to be a very humble week as well, because the theme of this year, and I thought it would be the most fitting, a Moxie Poxy, thank you again for 22 months. I thought it would be the most fitting that this year is my year of letting go. So our theme for this week, our theme for 7 years of streaming is letting go. And, you know, that's a little bit of a weird interpretive type comment, and I'm going to show you with actions what that means over the week, and we're going to talk about it and chat a little bit more about what it means for this year for me and how I'm really looking at content going forward from here, really acknowledging my stride and that I've, you know, in a lot of ways I've made it, so that I have a foundation to stand on, and now it's time to start stressing that foundation, to start doing some jumping jacks and really start building on top of this foundation that I've been stressing to lay out for these 7 years. Well, that foundation's pretty strong. It's pretty laid out. And now I think it's time we start to build more and more on top of what we've accomplished over these 7 years. And I think that it's going to be a fun marathon week. We're taking it easy. We're chilling. My year of letting go to me was just my way to say I'm going to let go of like the stresses of streaming and overthinking, but it doesn't mean I'm going to become complacent. In fact, it's the opposite of that. I want to let go of complacency. I want to let go of perfectionism. I want to let go of worrying about trying to build that foundation, and more so I want to focus on adhering to the foundation that I've built, which is different. I want to adhere to all of you that are here, that call my stream home every day over these 7 years, the people that have settled in, that call this place their stream, their community. Instead of working on expanding our base as much, it's time that we really start to nourish that base more and more, while continuing to push the things that should be pushed, that will help me grow, the outside of my live broadcast stuff, the really pushing what I'm creating here to more people. So it's about me letting go of certain pre-established rules that I gave myself over these years, rules that I felt like I needed to follow, and following them helped me find success. And now it's time to start really leaning more into the creative side of this. And well, again, I can't stress it enough, while simultaneously still managing to not fall complacent and to continue to do the things I feel that will help me find more success, but in a way that feels good, that doesn't feel rat racy, that doesn't feel like I'm clawing to the top. Because that's not fun, dude. And that's not anything that I want to engage with. I'm chilling. So, between maybe we're finally getting an OnlyFans. Yes, correct. This week I am announcing my official OnlyFans. It's pictures of my beard only and my cat. I'm gonna be a billionaire. Yo, Spicy Sinbun, thank you for the 5 community gifted subs. Thank you so much for supporting my journey. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Salutes. I say salutes, but I think this hype train's still going. I think it's still going. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate the support coming in here. Thank you sincerely. A whole new meaning into letting go. Kitty pictures. Yes, I'm definitely subscribing. Good morning, everyone. Now, I don't want to get too far into the weeds with my plans and stuff like that, because that's not what this is about.
This is epic.
That's for me, to know, and for you to be shown through actions, through content. But what I am here to do is just to kind of set the pace for the week. The funny part about this is this week's not going to be terribly different than the past 3 weeks of Pokopia. Casual 7-day marathon, anywhere between, 6 to 12 hours a day of us just playing games and hanging out. And I do have kind of a structure for how we're going to be approaching this week. And we're going to talk about that over the next couple hours, the next couple days. Thank you, Mossy Paws, for the 5 gifted subs. They said happy Twitch anniversary. And thank you, Pine Crossing, for the gifted over to Ginger King. Yo, cheers, Ginger. That just 2 months ago, we celebrated 6 years of partner. And I want people to understand, we got affiliate in 7 days, which is the minimum, literally, the very minimum. Oh, thank you. Don't miss my pseudo whittle. Thank you very much for the heads up. Yeah, we'll try to squeeze some Pokopia in. If not on stream, off stream. I didn't play yesterday for the first time since the game came out. I did not play Pokopia yesterday. For the first day since the game came out, I did not load it up. I decided to just like focus on other things in my life for the day. It wasn't anything specific. It was just, I was doing chores. I was taking care of my cat, setting appointments, making sure that this week was successful, meal prepping, walking, grocery storing, touching grassing, building cat towers, building cat beds that hang off of windows, hanging out with my cat and bonding. So yeah, I then before I knew it, it was already bedtime. And I was like, you know what? I'm just not going to play today. Whatever. I felt weird about it, but I was like, whatever. Instead of grabbing my Switch, I just went to bed. Yo, thank you, Armazel, for the 100 biddies. Thank you, Emmy Love, for the 500 biddies. Thank you for the love. H-Des Clap is in the chat. Yeah, dude, and I didn't think I would take a day away from Pocopia. It just kind of happened because I was just so busy. I just wanted to get out of the office, and it worked. I was out of the office for most of the day. Aw, your wife got ducklings. So yeah, so I think that the structure and the theme for this year is going to be it's going to take a little bit of splaining, but the best way to describe it is games. That's it. Every year since we started celebrating marathons, I've decided to start trying to create themes. And one year we did a full blown out Animal Crossing marathon. We've done that twice, where we did 5 weeks and we played every Animal Crossing mainline game for 7 days, showcasing everything we could within a week of the game, teaching, exploring, and just having conversations around it, learning lore. The second Animal Crossing marathon, I even went as far as doing research on specific topics, and we shared even more thoughts and more lore about the universe of AC and trivia and things that, and we checked out the Japanese version of the games and the Nintendo 64 version. And another year we did a massive Hylian marathon similar to this one, but more marathon-esque, where I streamed every waking hour possible for a week. For 4 years celebration, we dressed up as Shrek. We freaking did a full-on Shrek cosplay. We played Shrek Stardew Valley. We cooked Shreky waffles. We spent streaming every waking hour. I remember I did the math, right? So a whole week worth of hours, there was only 10 hours that I was not accounted for out of a week. And those unaccounted hours were like showers and stuff like that. Showers, feeding myself before and after streams. It was this beautiful experience. So I'm just kind of explaining all of my different marathons that we've done over these years, all of my different celebrations for streaming. Last year, I did a different day representing different eras of my stream. Day one was the 2019 era, Stardew era. Then there was the Animal Crossing era. There was the KK Slider concerts. All right, so last year was cool. It was a lot of fun. I just moved into my new apartment, and we tried to accomplish a goal of what can we do a stream 6 days out of 6 days, 6 years, and every stream represented a different year in my journey. And this year I came up with games. That's it. I wanted to go back to basics. I think 7 years feels really odd to me. It feels more impactful than the past couple years, and it feels like it's going to be more impactful than the next couple, probably until 10, right? And I don't know why I feel this way. Good morning to those of you rolling in. But this number for me feels strangely important, and I think it has to do with my 7-year dungeon beard, but for some reason I built up in my brain that, you know, I do have some goals I'm not saying, but you know, I had a 5-year plan, and then I have a 7-year plan, and then now I have a 10-year plan I've been writing. Goals to strive for. And I wrote down some goals at the end of my 5-year, and I didn't share them with the community, and I'm going to be sharing them this week. If you guys remember, I didn't share them with the community. I told y'all I wasn't going to share what my next goals were after 5, because I felt like it was time that I kind of kept some of that stuff to myself. But I'm going to share now what those goals were as we go to our next set of goals, which will be our 10 years. But, you know, I didn't reach all my goals for 5 years, to be clear. You know, I wanted to have 1,000 viewers every day by 5 years. Little did I know when I set those goals at the end of year one that that was a little bit of an outlandish goal, but it doesn't mean it wasn't one worth striving for. So I've learned, I've tempered my goals, I've tempered my expectations, and I understand what I'm capable of doing, but I also understand the scene and the journey and really what all this is, and you know, what's likely to happen versus what could happen versus what I can make and manifest happen, yada yada yada. So I did change my goals up for 7, and then I wanted to see where I got after 7 years, and then I wanted to set more. And I want to keep doing 2 or 3 year goals from here on out, maybe even yearly, right? Because it's just a little bit more attainable. It's a little bit more reachable. It makes more sense. It's easier to work towards something that's just this year versus 5 years, right? So that all being said, the theme this year is games. And I started thinking how I could make something really fun for y'all. Welcome in here, Kyle. And I decided that I was gonna do games by years, essentially. Now, I'm not gonna give you guys my full system, but I essentially went through all of my history of streaming. This took me a couple hours to set up over the past couple weeks and months. And I broke down every single game I've ever played, and I started ranking them. And I have a list of 5 games that each and every one of y'all are going to be voting on every day, because I believe that this year's theme is not just games, but this year's theme is all of you. I realized that in all of my anniversaries, I never did something fun like this. This year's theme is the viewers. This year's theme is viewer control, viewer agency. You are all going to decide what we do this week, and it's all going to be based around games. Every day we will have 5 games for you all to vote between. We'll be doing the voting the day before, except for today, obviously, because I wasn't here yesterday. And so we will be doing 2 votings today, and you will be setting the pace for the next day for tomorrow. And we might even be doing some inner day voting where if I have time, maybe we'll play more than one game from the list. Maybe we'll do multiple votes. Either way, we're going loose with it this week. We're taking our time. We're going loose. There's not a ton of structure. I have a goal with it, what I want to accomplish, and we're just going to let it happen. We're prepared to pivot if we need to pivot. We're prepared to just have fun. I'm just here to spend time with the best community on Twitch. Forever indebted to this community. I am forever indebted to this community. And I thought that what cooler way for us to celebrate 7 years of streaming than truly giving you all the power to decide what we do this week. However, I will be picking the morning game every day. Streamer's choice. I have yet to reveal these games, and I don't think I will be revealing them because I think that's fun for me. It's fun for me to be able to decide what I want to play when I wake up. So today's game is Animal Crossing GameCube. Streamer's choice. Here in a little bit, we're going to run our first poll of the day, and you're all going to be voting between 5 choices. And then whatever wins after a series of polls will be the game that we play into the afternoon. And then tomorrow we'll start off playing a game in the morning, and then you will all be choosing the game we play tomorrow afternoon. And we're going to repeat this process from today until next Wednesday. This is going to be 7 days of Hylian, a 7-day marathon where all of you are going to get to choose. But the fun part for this is that I got to curate the list of games you're voting from. And again, these games are all representations of things over the years that we have played. So I'm not going to go into the weeds, and I'm not going to sit here and explain how I came to any conclusions about games. Some games are going to be hard. are going to be skipped. I obviously cannot fit every game we've played. We've played hundreds of games. I'm not going to be able to fit them all. So you're going to have to just respect my list for what it is. And it's going to be a blast. It's going to be an absolute blast. So we'll get to our first voting here in a little bit. If you want to make sure you're here for the voting, we will be doing the voting every day at 12 noon for the next day. So again, I repeat, and I will be putting this in writing somewhere, every day at 12 p.m. Eastern time, around that time, let's say 15 minutes on either side, we will do the voting for the next day's game. So if you want to make sure you're here and you're a part of it, try to figure out how to wiggle your schedule into that time slot. Today is the only exception because we're going to do a poll this morning in about 2 hours for the later today game. Again, a little confusing. We'll get there. Don't worry. Don't overthink it. We'll figure it all out together. So today we have to do 2. We have to double up. So just so you know, 3 hours from now, we will be voting for tomorrow. And so if you want to have some viewer agency, if you want to see if your vote counts, you want to be here in a couple hours for the vote for tomorrow. Now, there's something I haven't said, and I don't know if I should say it because I don't know if I want to commit to it or not, because I don't know if this is a good idea. So don't hold me to this, but I'm going to say it just for funsies. Some of the polls might be corrupted polls. And we might have a little bit of fun this week. And I'm just going to leave it at that. This might not be as simple as a couple hundred people voting and choosing what games we're playing. We might have a little bit of fun with some corrupted polls this week and really see who wants to put some channel points on the line for games that they want to see me play. Now, I don't know if this is the best idea because it might make one person's voice way louder than anybody else's voice. So we're going to see how I feel about this as the week goes on. But there could be some corrupted polls. So for those of you that have been racking up those channel points, you might have earned your way a ticket to watching me play the game of your choice over this next week. And if that's not a way to give viewers power, I don't know what is. So welcome to the show, everyone. We are celebrating 7 years of streaming here this week. We got a 7-day marathon. It's going to be pretty similar to the Pocopia gameplay. It's going to be pretty chill. It's going to be 6, 7, 8 hours a day of just gaming. All right. I'm not going to go too insane. I didn't want this to be anything more than just a casual celebration this year. While I do have some fun stuff planned, and while I do want to make this feel special, it's about the games this year. It's about the games. It's about viewer agency. For example, we're going to do a round of marbles later this week, and the marbles winner is going to get to choose. That's right. Later this week, we're going to do a game of marbles at noon. And whoever wins the game of marbles is going to be the one to choose the game off the list. Oh yeah, this is about to get a little goofy. We're about to have a little goofy fun this week. And we're going to let some viewer agency happen here and let y'all decide what this show looks like for the next 7 days. And there's only one guarantee I can give you all over these next 7 days. If there's anything I can guarantee, it's that I will be choosing one game a day, and I already have them pre-chosen, but I could adjust over the week, which is why I'm not telling you. And second, Pokemon Pocopia is likely going to be fit into the schedule somewhere. Those are the only 2 guarantees I have. Is that Pokemon Pocopia is going to be fit into the schedule somewhere casually because I just want to play the game and I'm going to figure out how to play it. I have lots of figuring out over here, apparently. We're going to fit that into the schedule that has nothing to do with anything I said for the past 10 minutes. So that's the only two guarantees. You will get some Pokopia this week. And, you know, chaos. Pokopia is all of our obsessions. It really is, dude. It really is. Good morning. If you're over on YouTube today, hope you're feeling good. Thank you, Leia, for popping in and hitting that like button over on YouTube. Thank you, Thrasher, for the biddies. Thank you, Random, for 60 months.
I guess I should unfollow and unsubscribe from this guy. April Fools. Congrats on 7 years, my dude.
Dude, oh my gosh. The April Fool's joke. Somebody came into the chat earlier. They said, is it really your stream anniversary? I don't know. Is it April Fool's? Yo, if I missed anybody rolling into the stream, good morning. Nandez, good to see you today. Ginger King, I did catch up on your message there, which is interesting. Everybody's journey's different, you know? What's up, Berserker, by the way? Berserker. And then welcome to the broadcast, y'all. Yeah, is that beard even real? Yo, what up, Salky Twitch? Good morning. All right. We're going to jump over to some ACGC this morning. And before we get started with that, I do think I owe y'all a little bit of something here. It's that time again. And if this is your first time here on a Wednesday, I don't want you to worry too much now. All you need to do is stretch out and get wide. Tell them, chat. I want to see those wide emotes in the chat. WIDE. Stretch them out. I want to see those smug ones and twos in the chat. Yeah. Come on, where you at? My favorite emote in the universe is Wide Peepo Happy. Smug 1 and Smug 2 as well. Holler at your boy if you feel me. I wanna see those wide stretched out emotes. Won't you put them in the chat for me? I wanna see those emotes stretched out all over my chat room. If you're on YouTube, I'm sorry if this is getting weird. That's right, tell him, Kels. All right, y'all. Good morning. Happy Wednesday. Thank you so much for the support coming in here, by the way. I'm going to go ahead and do a quick speed run through the support if y'all are down over this song, all right? All right, here we go. Thank you, Random 18 for the 60 months. Thrasher for 100 biddies. Thank you for the hype train. Armazale for 100 biddies. Emmy Love for 500. Pine Crossing for the gifted sub. Thank you, Mossy Gifting. Pause for 5. That was confusing. Dyslexia. Spicy Sinbun for a 5-pack as well. And Nana's Bananas with 100 biddies. Armazale with 2 gifted subs. Logan Brook with 1 gifted sub. And Moxie Poxy with 22 months. And Cozy Chicky with 100 bits, as well as Cozy with the 5-pack. Thank you, Legless 99 for 27-month Prime, and Chicken Tendos for 30 months. G-Ski for 38, Pine Crossing for 56 as well. And the first sub of the day today, Whimzu. Thank you. All right, we're done. We're done getting goofy for now. All right, we're gonna wait for the intro to reset because I love the music, and then we're gonna start. Good morning, everybody. 7 weeks of streaming. At some point this week, we're going to go over stats. Probably next Monday. We'll have our Monday morning show. And we're going to go over stats, and we're going to just talk about some of our growth. And we might even go over some clips over the past couple years and that kind of stuff. It'll be pretty fun. We got a whole week to spend time together. And we'll figure out a way to make it fun every day. But it's all focused on games and all of y'all beautiful human beings out there this week. That's what it's all about. Should be a blast. There is an April Fool's event in Pokopia. You can get like a inflatable pseudo widow, which is a reference to Generation 2, which is pretty cool that they would do that. Yo, good morning, Big Doggo TV. Nintendo. I love the drum start there. The game that started it all. You know, I was going through my first year of streaming, and I'm going to pull it up with y'all real quick. Shrooby! Shrooby with the tier 2. Thank you, Princess Shroob. Thank you for the love coming in here. What's up? You got credits last night? So I was looking at some stats, right, of old streams and stuff, and I was having fun and poking around and seeing, like, you know, what's been going on, you know what I mean? And I've told some stories about my show and like what happened in the past. And you know, my story actually was a little bit different than I remembered. Just a little bit. And I want to get the story right. So I'm going to tell the story now really quick in the form of graphs. Everyone's favorite thing at 7 in the morning. Or 9 in my case. Thank you for the 100 biddies, Cozy. Wait, what happened to my alerts? Did we not hear? That alert didn't go through for some reason. Oh, it was a Gigantify. That's why. Thank you. Thank you for the Gigantify. I appreciate that. So look at this. So I told y'all the story about how my stream started. Everyone always asks, you know, how'd your stream start? Well, the first stream I ever did, look at this, March 25th, 2019. The stream title was Master of the Wild. 2-hour long live test stream. So I did 2 hours of Breath of the Wild, Master of the Wild, no clips. All right, my first ever stream, I had 16 total viewers. You want to know how I pulled this off? I know people, and I don't say this gloatingly, who have streamed for years and who can't crack 5. Because I built a community on Discord first, and I've talked about this. I built a community on Discord first. I spent 2 years building on other platforms before I started streaming. So when I first did my test stream, I had a community of about 300 gamers that had been hanging out playing games with me for 2 years that were willing to come and hang out and watch my stream. And I've said this to people who've come to me for advice. You need to be building somewhere else. You cannot just go on Twitch and start. You can, but it's the long road. Like, that's the hard road. You want to try to find a way to bring people to the beginning of your Twitch journey. All right. So then a couple days go by and my first ever morning stream. So I told y'all the first stream ever was Breath of the Wild, and the second stream ever was Positive Morning Vibes. And here it is. Look, Sonic Adventure. I'm hanging out with my chows at 6 in the morning, and look at one of my first ever clips, dude.
Dude, my boy might win it. My boy might win it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
So this right here was my whisper era because my roommate above me who owned the house hated that I was always so loud. This is my whisper era. This is why I'm whispering.
Oh my goodness. Wait, don't fall asleep.
The sweater. I almost wore that today, yeah. Look at that. My Chow won on stream.
Your boy Link takes a victory.
My Chow's name was Link.
Where Kira failed, where darkness couldn't prevail, light prevails.
So Kira was the name of my Chow. So I'm going through a monologue about how darkness. What am I going on about? Hold on. I'm so quiet. Hold on.
Where Kira failed, where darkness couldn't prevail, light prevails. You guys all witnessed it here. Link the champion. Let me get a clip. We gotta get a clip. We still got time. Hook up the clip a dip.
Yeah, hook up the clip a dip. We were on some ish back then, dude. So yeah, look at this. These are my first streams, dude. So then from there, that night, same thing, March 28th night, I came back and I did a master run, divine beast run, master mode, divine beast run, all 4 divine beasts back to back. I called these night streams my main event streams, where I'm showcasing my big bill games, and I staged content. So I set up a save file in front of a divine beast, and I was doing all 4 divine beasts back to back. And I was like, I had all this, like this whole plan. I had content like staged, right? So then I did 3 streams in a row, night streams in a row of Breath of the Wild. And that was my first week of streaming. And then if we go back and we go to my second week, this is where I start to cook. What happens right here on April 1st, Animal Crossing. There it is. At 6 in the morning, Animal Crossing, and my title is Animal Crossing / Minecraft crossover announced. Let's get hype, because somebody had released a Minecraft Animal Crossing like resource pack. And then I did some War Groove, and I had a segment called Beard Brothers where I streamed with my roommate. And then I had a follower donator game night, which is something I want to bring back. And I played Sonic Adventure 2. And then Animal Crossing GameCube comes back April 2nd. And at this point, I was an affiliate. I got affiliate this morning. I woke up on April 2nd. April 3rd, Hyrule Hustle is when the Hyrule Hustle was born. When the Hyrule Hustle was born, and if you guys know what that is, it was what I called my Zelda content. I called it the Hyrule Hustle. And that was when the Hyrule Hustle was born, just about a day into my content. Positive Morning Vibes, Animal Crossing, then my featured game of the week, Katamari, and then my Adult Swim emerged. And I started playing around with like Adult Swim. So I just wanted to show a little bit of what 2019 looked like, because some of the games that I'm going to be having you vote for are from my 2019 journey today. Today is kind of 2019 day in a way. More ACGC, more Tears of the Kingdom, Mega Man 11, more Animal Crossing GameCube, and that pretty much is when I locked in. I told y'all, I found Animal Crossing GameCube early and I locked in. It quickly became my main game, even if I was doing multiple streams a day, morning streams and night streams. Multiple streams a day, trying to like still diversify my audience, because I knew at that time that just because I found something I liked doesn't mean I found something that worked. So I had to keep testing the waters around me, even while still continuing to pursue the thing I felt was going to find me success. And Animal Crossing has been that way in my heart ever since. I've always felt like this was how I was going to find my success. And it all worked out. This was well before we even knew about New Horizons. So my hunch about Animal Crossing being the answer for me as a streamer was nothing but purely me following my heart. And that is why today's streamer choice game is Animal Crossing GameCube. Because this game was the first and the only game truly that I stood up and I said, like, I want to be an Animal Crossing creator. I was doing it for years beforehand on Tumblr, and I realized this is something I want to do. This is where I want my heart. This is who I am. This is a game that I never got to share with people, my passion for it, my whole life. And I finally had an opportunity. 5 people would come and watch me play in the mornings. 10 people would come and watch me play in the mornings. And all of a sudden, I slowly stumbled into all the other versions of the game. And then I stumbled into New Horizons. And here we are, 7 years later. Let's jam this morning. Let's jam. Yeah, I used to stream at 6 in the morning, Ananas. I used to stream at 6 in the morning, dude. And then I moved it to 7 in like 2020, 2021. And then I moved it to 8 in like 2022. Because I realized it was just too early. Hey, what took you so long, Slurp? Are you ready to have some fun or what? It's April 1st, 2026 at 9:16 a.m. and slot A's high rule. Wow, that's all very accurate. Ready to get rolling? Actually, there's a new setting to play with. There's a new setting to play with here from the update from good old Kyler. We can change the clock to the Animal Crossing 64 version. Let's do wooden. I think we can switch to the Animal Crossing 64 clock here. All right, let's go. Who are you? I'm Hylian. I'm just joshing you. How do they know? 6 o'clock was nice during my early work from home days, but 8 is so much more reasonable. So the reason I chose 6 in the morning was because of my job. So Wizard Impaler, everything you just saw that I was showing you, I was working full time during. All right.
You chat.
So like, to be clear, the reason I was streaming at 6 in the morning, because this was my schedule, everybody. Here was my schedule every day. It was, I'd wake up at like basically 6 o'clock. I'd go live. Like 5:15, 5:45. I'd go live on Twitch. I'd stream until 10. I worked 10 minutes away from my job, so I'd end my stream at 10. I'd walk to work. My job started at 10:30. I would work from 10:30 to 6:30 most days, sometimes until 8:30. Then I would get back home and I would go back live again from around 7 or so until about 11 at night. And this really started around week 2 or 3. Up until then, everything was I didn't have a schedule figured out. But once I figured my schedule out about around week 2 or 3 of streaming, I was doing this every day. I would do double streams on Thursday. I would do night streams on Friday and Saturday. And I would do morning streams Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And I took off Sundays. It was something like that. Either way, there was like 4 morning streams a day, 3 night streams a week, 4 morning streams a week. And there was 1 layover a day. And I also was working 40, 50 hours a week at the time. I was hustling. So yeah, like I had to stream at 6 in the morning. But once I got the freedom and I became a full-time creator, I was able to break away from that. And I was able to like start choosing my schedule a little bit more pointedly, right? All right, we got our Almanite here. Oh, there's a new update where now the letters aren't empty when you sell them or something like that. There was a bunch of updates to Animal Crossing Deluxe that I haven't checked out for the past couple months. The last one was on the 5th of this past month. Nice. Yo, thank you so much, Samantha, for 4. How you doing today? I appreciate you. You know, one of my goals for this week here. One of my goals for this week is to also help further introduce some of you that are maybe newer around here to some of the stuff that we've gotten into over the past couple years. You know, it's always fun to celebrate the longevity of some of you visiting, but I also really enjoy celebrating newer viewers as well, and viewers that are brand new to the community. Maybe you've only been here for a couple weeks, a couple months, maybe only a couple years. And this is an opportunity for you to kind of get hip to some of the memes and some of the games and some of the vibes of the past.
H-day hype, H-day hype, H-to shug.
My brain despises mornings. Yeah, you're not alone there, I'm sure. Yo, what up, Epic Mimikyu? Thank you for 62 months, dude. Thank you, Runic Dave, for 3 months as well. I appreciate you, Runic. Thank you again, Princess Shrew, for tier 2. Miss Shrubington, if you're still out there, talk about one of my OGs out there. You know, we said it this morning. This community's foundation was built on the idea of waking up in the morning and jumping into a Twitch chat and getting a good morning from somebody, getting a hello from somebody, and really building that sense of community, man. And it's pretty special, dude. So Princess Shrew, I wouldn't be here without you, homie. Thank you so much. Guess what? I have great news. We've decided to give you your inheritance early. You're rich. Ha! April Fool's Day, dear. No bells for you. Wow, thanks, Mom. Is there somebody that's been following you since the first streams? Yeah. There's Boaterham, aka Molded Sandwich, aka Slippy Slope, is still around. I put my all into weaving this snowman carpet for you. Thanks for making me so handsome. You're the icest person I know. And that's no joke. Oh man. Nice. We got a snowman furniture before the season change. Snowman carpet. And Margie moved. I know this is sudden, but I had to leave the village. I don't know where I'm headed, but don't worry. I'll get by somehow. Thanks for all you've done for me, Margie. All right, we gotta save some letters. So let's go to the post office. My cat's meowing. Oh, speaking of, Midna's doing really well. Oh, I should have said her name. She might. Oh, there she is. What's up, baby? It's her first ever stream interruption. How about that? She's never came in here during stream yet. Oh, now she's gonna keep meowing for me for pets, and I'm not gonna be able to give them to her. Now that I've opened up the can of Pringles here, and she ain't gonna want to stop. What I'll try to do is, in my free time this week, I'll try to set up a second camera to have it handy for y'all, so that we can show her on the ground here. All right, I'll do that for y'all. It wouldn't be too hard to do that. Just like to have one like staged just in case. I can't do anything for y'all right now. I'm sorry. I don't have anything. I don't have anything set up. But I just...
Thanks to it, Didymus Maximus, for my sub gift.
Aw, thank you, Starling. What's up? Didymus is a legend. Thank you, Starling, dude. What's up? Aw, she wants all the pets. She wants all the pets. You're such a sweetie. Why aren't you in bed? You doing okay? She's been staying up a little later because my schedule's been a little bit messy, so I kind of messed up her schedule a little bit, and I think I can tell she's been awake a little bit more. She's also just not as exhausted, right? She's not sleeping all day because she's not as stressed out and exhausted. She's finally recovering, and I think that's a big part of it. I really do. I don't think she's just not as tired. It is chilly, yes. Yes, it is cold. Yeah, I know. And I don't, man, I should probably go turn the heat on for her. I'm going to go do that really quick. I'll be right back, chat. Well, you know what? I'll wait until she leaves the room and then I'll do it so I don't scare her. Because when I get up, she's still afraid of feet. Yeah, I should probably go turn the heat on for her. I had it off because I didn't need it, but it has gotten a lot colder since yesterday. It was 78 degrees yesterday. Yeah, 78 degrees yesterday. Yeah, so I probably should turn the heat back on for her. Did you pick a name yet? No, I've been kind of just using the name Midna for her. And I call her B a little bit because I just think it's cute, for short for Beatrice. I got her one of these and I tested it out for the first time yesterday. and it's a cat brush, and she loves it. So we've been bonding with this. We've been bonding a little bit with this brush, and she loves it because she unfortunately has real dry skin. She has bad dander. Her coat is like pretty dandered out. So there's solutions you can do for that though. Like we can get her some proper diet to help her coat out a little bit. So I can tell she's been loving this because I think her skin's like a little drier than she would like. Oh, she did the flop on her side. I can't stop petting her now, dude. Oh my gosh. Maybe a little olive oil, coconut oil. So you can do like fish oil apparently. You can mix in like a little bit of fish oil and it helps with their coat. Something like that, salmon oil or something. Okay, babies. All right, let's save some letters. Boom, boom. Wait, what? What did I just miss? Can somebody clip this? Can somebody just clip what she said? What did she say about April Fools? Wait, can we get that clip real quick? What did she say? Oh, I wasn't paying attention. It was like a special dialogue. Oh, there's a letter in here. I skipped through the text really fast, so we might not even be able to read it on... We have to go through on slow-mo. All right, let's save some letters real quick. What is this? Wait till she jumps on your desk. I know. Eventually she's gonna likely do that. She is starting to get comfortable with jumping around and stuff. Right now, she just really likes to be near me. So like, generally, if she hears me like doing my thing in like a room on a phone or something like that, she likes to just like sit in the room and just like hang out near me. She's not always trying to get pets. She is like completely content just hanging out like near me as well. Yeah, there is an April Fool's event in Pokopia. Thank you so much for the clip, random dude. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you doing that. Let's see what the heck she said. Thank you, Nerdy Nurse. Okay, she said something about her and Pete. What the heck? Tonight, Pete and I finally get to go out on our first date. I wonder what I should wear. You don't suppose he's going to wear his postal uniform, do you? If only we were going on a date. If only we were really going on a date. I guess I'm just an April Fool. Oh no! Pete, dude, you need to step your game up, you idiot. Why are you going after Phyllis? So if you guys don't know, there's a love triangle. So Pete loves Phyllis, but Pelly loves Pete. For some reason, Pete loves Phyllis, but Pelly loves Pete. So Pete keeps ignoring Pelly, even though Phyllis is like the B word. So he's like, so everyone's confused why he likes her. It's like a whole thing. It's a love triangle. Thank you for helping out. I appreciate you, Abby. Were you given any details about her past? She was a surrender, and oh my gosh, it's the first week of April. We have cherry blossoms. Oh, so she was a surrender, and I did have one of the volunteers tell me that they're pretty sure that her original owner might have passed away, which explains why she had such sad eyes when we first met her. But there's not a ton of confirmation on that. I don't know for sure, but that's all we know about her history. CD player. Okay. Yeah, she's doing really well though. I'm just still working through trying to get her to eat regularly. And I got a hold of the pound and I got more information about their feeding cycle. Plus my buddy works there. So I got a bunch of information and advice from the APL, and then, or from like the kennel, and then they told me that she's doing well from the sounds of it, and that she's just eating when she's hungry, which is perfect. The fact that she's eating when she's hungry, like that's all that matters. Like she doesn't necessarily need to eat a strict diet. It's like if she's eating when she's hungry, then it's good. So I learned a bunch about like what I'm going to be doing, you know, with her. And then my buddy Ray is also like a cat dad, and he knows a lot, and he's also adopted 2 cats. So I sent a message to him and corroborated information with him and the pound, and their information was almost 100% exact to each other. It was crazy. And then he gave me some advice on like types of food and stuff, and so we're doing well. And I'm going to slowly transition her away from one type of wet food to another, I think, if she'll take to it. Otherwise, I built her cat tree and we're incorporating that. I got to pick up some dry catnip. I keep forgetting. What other quick updates do I have for y'all? Yeah, that's about it. That's about it. She's doing really well. She's not quite a fan of the wet food that I have in the house right now, which is why I have some more coming. So, because I do want her to eat a little wet every day if I can, just a little. But yeah, everything's good. Everything's going really well. She's a loudmouth this morning. She was walking around my room all morning, just all morning. I'm trying to get ready for work, and she's just walking around. It was funny. She's a little loudmouth for sure. Oh, she heard me. Now she's meowing. Yeah, I'm talking about you, Midna. That's right. Does she have her own bed? Yeah, she has a cat bed. She hasn't taken to it yet, which the dry catnip will really help. And then will help with that, I'm sure. She has her cat tower now that has a little bed in it as well. And then she has a couple of hiding spots and comfy spots. I try to create like a couple little habitats for her, you know? Yeah, exactly, Officer Jennifer. The edit that Raina did of Midna killed me. Wait, which one? Which one? I'm not sure. I'm sure. I think I've seen it.
Good morning. H-Day Cozy super huge lurker, but always love the vibes.
Pet pics? Okay, I'm going. I might not have seen it if it was yesterday, because I did avoid computer stuff yesterday. Oh, nice. This is perfect. This is great. This is great, dude. This is great. Hold on. Look. 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 This is absolutely amazing. This is the most amazing thing ever, dude. Oh my gosh, that is amazing. This is so good. I'm going to send this to my homies. They're going to love it. That is too good. That is too good. Don't I have a light in here I could turn on? There we go. I couldn't figure out what button it was for a second. Yeah, Z is up on the D-pad for me, I guess. I don't know. I don't know why I have it on that, but it works. Oh, I see. I see what I did. Okay. Okay, I see why I did that. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, weird. I don't remember setting up the controller this way, but it's fine for now. Congrats on the 7 years. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, so we have like beautiful storage now, so I don't have to. Yeah, we have a beautiful storage, so we could just throw stuff in here. Bum, 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 bum. Do, 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 do. What is this here? Massage bed? Dab? All right, we're gonna sell this stuff. All right, we haven't played our deluxe save for about a week or two. Oh, you know, let me go ahead and go and turn the heat on real quick for her.
Happy wide nest day fam H day wiggle.
Yo, what up, Allie Mac? Coming in for 57. Let's get some H-Des wiggles in the chat. Thank you again, Mandy Bear. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to quickly just go turn the heat on real quick for her. Give me just a second, chat. You're okay. Yeah, she's still a little skittish baby around feet. So she is like not running away from me as much, which is awesome when I get up, but I'm also learning how to step with like a little bit more patience for her. Like when I get up or something, I don't like move too erratically. I'm trying to learn how to not move too erratically so she can be more comfortable. What's up, Derwin? Are you pissing somebody off? Who'd you piss off? Tad?
Wait a minute. Are you Hylian? Oh, I was just thinking about how I haven't seen you all that lately. Do you have trouble waking up too? What's up, Dirt?
What's up, man? Can I help? Since you insist, could you possibly get my organizer back? Tabby ought to have it, but I don't know that I could trust someone like that to return it to me, you know? Can you go ask about it and maybe get it back for me? Yeah, leave it to me. All right, we'll go do that job real quick. Let's chat with him and see how he's doing today. Oh, Hylian, your rooftop was getting dirty, so I painted it for you. Let's see, I'm trying to remember what color I used. Oh, that's right, I painted it snow white, so now it's like winter all the time. At least on your roof, that's your favorite color, right? Oh, it's not your favorite? Oh well, I'm sure you're gonna grow to love it. So funny enough, because I'm still in the acre, it's not changed yet. So what happens if I walk in and out? Like that's weird. I've never had them say that when I was so close to my house. Okay, white roof now. Cool. Wow, Tad just is going through it this morning. Aquarius horoscope. No such thing as lazy. This week, you cool cat. April Fool's is coming. Get your pranks ready. Don't make it too mean, okay? My sis and I are gullible. Just kidding. I'm actually looking forward to it. Spring Sports Fair. Cherry Blossom Festival. Join us April 5th to 7th for the annual Cherry Blossom Festival. Later this week. Sports Fair. All right, and then we might have a new villager here as well. Yay or nay on the Mario movie? I'm gonna go see the Mario movie myself, or I won't go see it. I'll watch it when it hits streaming. Just because I'm a fan of Mario, and like I watched the first on streaming, and we'll probably watch it together. We said we'll do a movie night. I heard that it's not reviewing too well or something like that, but I don't really care. We'll watch it anyways. We'll do a movie night once it hits streaming services after a couple weeks. Bum, bum. Today it premieres. I think it premieres Thursday, or I don't know. I think it comes out officially tomorrow. So today, I guess the reviewers are the ones seeing it early. I don't know how that works. It's out now. Okay, it came out today. All right, what are we doing with this? Okay, fossils that need to be sold. Perfect. We'll find one more fossil. We got some stuff to sell to Tom Nook. All right, let's go say good morning to Tangy. And let's go see if somebody new moved in. Ooh, Chevra's new. Chevra's new. We have a new goat. Yeah, Chevra just moved in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yep. Oh, she said hi to me. Hey, good morning. Oops, sorry. I just felt like shouting your name. Good morning. Hey, did you want something or what? Reor. Need anything? Actually, Camofrog still hasn't returned my sweet Pokemon Pikachu, and I totally need it back. Don't you hate it when someone borrows something of yours but never returns it? It really steams my broccoli. If you know how I feel, then please help me out. Consider it done. Yo, good morning, gamer lady. Hope you're feeling good today, Kerbu. Welcome to the show. It's very important to recycle. You can't throw something away just because you don't need it anymore. I see that you're not using your massage bed. So why don't I just take that off your hands? I'll even give you a gold screen wall. Sure. Nice trade. I know, I love her Angie face. I always like trading so much more than going shopping. Yeah, me too. I'm a barterer and a trader for sure. My boyfriend's a Mario fanatic. He wants to see it, but the closest theater is over 2 hours away. That sucks. Yeah, it'll hit streaming within a month or so. That's what they did last time. It hit Peacock after about a month, and then we watched it on stream. So if they can wait. They have guts to release it on April Fools. Apparently it's not reviewing well. I don't know why. I wonder why people are picking it apart. You know, it's probably just... like, I'm sure the kids are gonna love it type vibes. Like, I think that Minecraft movie got reviewed badly, but the kids loved it, you know what I mean? So it's probably just one of those situations where the kids are having a blast, but the reviewers are like, this stinks. All right, where's my trash? Where's the trash place at? Let's go look for some loot. Ooh, treasures. Polka parasol and fine painting. Whoa! A painting from the trash? What? That's insane. That's mega insane. That gives me an idea for ACHD. A daily, like, dump command, and you can find random loot from the trash. That gives me an idea for ACHD, actually. Oh, you like my shop? Yeah, look at it's Nookington's. It's the full place. Let's go in. You can see Tom Nook in a suit. Welcome. Do come in. Have a look around. Feel free to browse, but try not to carouse. Oh. Okay, buddy. I didn't know we were fancy living. Oh, we're fancy living. Yo, thank you again, Allie Mac. I hope you've been well, man. And thank you, Mandy Bear, again as well. Hope y'all are feeling all right today. Timmy and Tommy's out here vibing. Look at him. The Nook Clock, the Nook Clock. Yes, dude, the original Nook Clock. Just a different color. It is like the Kit Kat clock. Yeah, I guess maybe he's saying don't loiter, but in his own way. You know, he's just being a weirdo, saying don't loiter, but like in his own weird way. Yeah, no partying in the store. Too late, Tom Nook. I brought a kegger in. We're doing keg stands. Got him. Let me tell you, the first graders absolutely live for la 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 lava chicken. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, whatever the reviewers say doesn't matter. Good morning. Hey, Hylian, it's been a long time, huh, Nutmeg? So you must have had some reason for coming to see me. Yeah, entertain me. Hylian, would you like to play a game? I've got some cards in my pocket with prices for some things I own. I'll pull out one of the cards, and then you'll buy the item written on the card for that price. There's no item over 3,000 bells. All right, let's go. You like living on the edge. Let's go. First item. It's a Caladium. I'll hand this over. All right. Nice. All right, let's see what the price is. Oh, we got waxed. Oh, take that down by 1,000 and that would have been a deal. Wasn't that exciting? We should do this again sometime. Dump, you found a Van Gogh masterpiece and a shitty tire. Cozy understands what I'm trying to cook over here. I'm supposed to receive the 3rd book of a trilogy I love today, but the book was supposed to release on the 7th only. Oh, so wait, you're getting it early? All right, we want to get our money rock for sure. Yo, good morning, Fancy Mum. Welcome in here, everybody. Welcome in. We're starting off our celebrations today. Dude, why am I digging up holes not on the grid? Was there an update that changes how the grid works? What the heck? Yeah, what is going on? This is weird. I swear there might have been an update that changed something. This is not how I remember how holes work in this game. Yeah, like, look, the holes are, like, not straight. Like, he must have done an update. April Fool's update? No, the last update was on the 5th of March. I just haven't read all of the update. Let's go read about it, or the updates real briefly. Yeah, just super briefly here. I can skim some of these updates. Let's see. All right. Clovers now spawn outside of winter. Rafflesia can spawn now. 5 new Wild World single piece fossils have been backported. Oh, wow. The NES emulator now has multiple video modes. Mabel's info dialogue will tell the player about dropping designs. Spoiled turnips have unique drop sprite. Yada, yada, yada. Watered flowers now have a shine effect. The players now close their eyes and has a slight open mouth when watering the flowers. Cute. Gulliver will no longer appear inside if you go inside disappear if you go inside of a building. Yada, yada, yada. It must have been this February update. Something to do with holes. I'm just skimming, but mushrooming season has been upgraded. Ooh, mushrooming season has been upgraded, dude. No way. Best friend dialogue's been added. Villager shirts are now cast. I highly recommend disabling emulate disk speed if you play on Dolphin. Okay, I'll look into that. Yeah, I don't know. Through my quick skim, I can't find anything that says anything about digging holes, but it's obviously something with this game. You know, I've been playing Animal Crossing my whole life. So when something is happening that doesn't normally happen, it's very easy for me to tell, you know, and it's like, obviously this is something to do with Deluxe Edition. I just, it's hard for me to tell what, you know? Yo, thank you, Kakari, for 2 years. I am playing on emulator, yes, so... Whoa, the whole clip... Okay, so I forgot that I can change the camera for a second. So yeah, so what we're playing here, this is called Animal Crossing Deluxe Edition. Exclamation point Deluxe will tell you more about it. This is a fan-made version of Animal Crossing GameCube. And you don't have to play on emulator. You can also play on original hardware or on your Wii if you have the means to play on your Wii. But so yeah, you have the choice. You don't have to play on emulator if you don't want. I am, however, but that's beside the point. I've watched you play. I guess I never realized. Well, I've played a lot of different versions of Animal Crossing GameCube. So just to be clear, sometimes I play Animal Crossing GameCube on original hardware, which I almost busted out that save file today. I thought about it. I thought pretty hard about busting out my original save file and pulling out the GameCube today, but I opted not to. So yeah, just throwing that out there, just in case there's no confusion. You know, I do play off my GameCube occasionally. So I have AC for GameCube. If I got this mod, would it ruin the disc? No. If you wanted to mod this game on your GameCube, you would need a modded GameCube with the ability to play things from an SD card. So no, you wouldn't even have the option to play this on your GameCube without a modded GameCube. You could also use a modded Wii to play this, but again, that has nothing to do with the physical copy of the game. Like, you need to be, to answer your question, no, it will not ruin the disc. Yes, I'm pretty sure you can use your original version of the game to run this mod, but now we're getting into the weeds. So all you need to know is that no, it won't ruin anything. But if you wanted to play this on your GameCube, you need a modded GameCube. And if you wanted to play this on your Wii, you need a modded Wii. So let's just start there. Period. Right? Otherwise, you're using the Dolphin emulator. Oh, is that Discord link dead? That's okay. We can replace it with a new one at some point. Who's that? Could it be Hylian? It is. I totally made the right decision getting up early. It's been 6 weeks, you know. What have you been doing all this time? Do re mi? Yo, talk to me. Hylian, how'd you like to own something amazing and rare for my private collection? I guarantee that you've never seen one of these at the store. I had to order mine special. Before I show it to you, I want to know that you're serious about the purchase. It looks like you got 7,958 bells on you. That ought to be enough. What do you think? No thanks. Oh, you don't want it? I guess I can see how you wouldn't want to pay that much bells without knowing what you're getting. How disappointing, but I'll get over it. Yeah, you're trying to scam me. Speaking of, we better take this painting out of our inventory before we get scammed for that. You know how this game works. You know they're out here trying to scam me. Hey, what's up? I think maybe it's been about 6 weeks since I last saw you, Juicy. During that time, a whole lot of nothing's changed for me. That kind of bites. Yeah, so what do you need from me? You need any help? I have this guest coming over soon, but I don't have everything I need to cook a tasty dinner. I'm short precisely one fish. I don't know what to do. If I go out to catch a fish, my buddy might roll by while I'm gone. You see what I mean? Oh man, what a mess. I don't know what to do, Juicy crud. All right, let's go get homie a fish. Pocopia's looking different. If someone called me Juicy, I would crash out. Yeah, what up, Juicy? Here's Tabby for my first job today. Thank you, Minty Mont, for the 7-year. Congratulations. Great morning to you. I was just thinking that it was about time you showed up at my door. By any chance, were you a bit worried about little old me? What? You weren't? Jeepers. So what's up? Yo, I'm picking up. Actually, Robin just came by and just took that organizer from me with no explanation. Yep. Can you believe that? I've totally been begging to get it back, but no dice. What's a girl to do, huh? I know, you can go get it. Totally. That's the greatest idea ever. Yep. I'm just out here to do your work for you. Thanks. All right, I think Robin's home, but she probably just woke up. So she's gonna be a B word. All right, let's go see. Oh, highly, and it feels as though it's been ages. I was sure you'd forgotten about poor me. Well, I must know what drove you to seek me out today. Oh, never mind. She wasn't a B word. I totally thought she was gonna be. Yo, I'm picking up. I never meant to keep it for so long. With my busy social schedule, I just never had a chance to return it. All right. All right, sick. First job done. Now we need to go find Camo Frog. Who do we need to find for Tangy? I don't remember. Yeah, the cherry blossom trees. I'm living for these trees right now. Bam, 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 bam. Weird. Now the holes are back to being regular again. Maybe that was like a weird bug. All right, let's cut this tree down and see if we can get a special stump again. What are the ethics of a bird keeping a pet bird? We've had that conversation on stream before, and well, I don't think it's too good for Robin. Let's just say that. All right, no fancy stump yet. We've been striking out on the special stumps. Let's try again. Wait, I'm supposed to plant it. Oops. Yeah, they're not offset anymore. They were offset before, but they're back to being regular again. I'm not sure what's up with that. Yeah, they're good now. It was like that, just that one area. It was real weird. I don't know if it was a bug or maybe it's because my camera was panned or something. But yeah, it could have been my camera. Maybe we were just confused. I swear it was messed up for a second. I don't know. I'm losing my mind. People forget Robin's last name is Banks. Oh my gosh. Robin Banks. Bum 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 bum. All right, let's go drop some stuff off at the museum. We got a lot to do today this morning in game. It's nice playing this game and relaxing with y'all here. Celebrating 7 years of streaming with the game that started it all for my channel, basically. Couldn't be better, to be honest. All right, we do have to go meet Chevra. Is this her house? Let's go say good morning to her. She just moved in. Oh, she's not home. She's already around town, huh? Yo, thank you, Atlantic Chaos. Hylian, I have splendid news today. Someone in town just donated a fossilized alien life form. Yes, it's the greatest discovery of all time. I believe it's from a planet called April Fool. Unbelievable. Get this dude out of here. Do I still got the slow fade on? I do. We still got that mega slow fade on. Oops. Yo, thank you, Minty, for the gifted. Thank you, Kakari, for 2 years, by the way. Thank you again. Ooh, Zwalk? Oh my good gracious. Well, awfully nice to see you. Well, by the by, might there be something with which I can assist you? Yeah, donate this new painting. Sneaky Golem. Hooty-hoo, I say. So, this is that fine painting I've been hearing so much about. We meet at last. The original in all of its glory. I've only seen reproductions up until now, and I must say, it's always struck my craw. What did he say? Struck my craw? I don't know. Words fail me truly. I suppose all one can honestly say is that it's a fine painting. You have our profound and deepest gratitude. All right, do we have a dab already donated? I think we do. Yes, it's Leaf today. All right, it would be an ocean fish, yeah? No, maybe it's not an ocean fish in this game. I don't think I have a dab donated. All right, let's go donate it. And then we'll check these ladybugs and this butterfly as well. Aw, she's being such a sweetie. She hasn't been this active during my stream or in my stream room ever. But we did spend a lot of time bonding the past couple days, so maybe she just got super comfortable. This is her first ever stream appearance, even though she's not appearing on stream for y'all at the moment. Alright, there's the ladybug. That's the exact one I have, I believe. Spotted ladybug. What about this butterfly? Tiger butterfly. Okay, so these are all good. I think we're donating this dab though. Yo, what up, Captain Fox? Thank you, bud. Good to see you here today, man. How are you? How's Pokopia been for you? Oh my good gracious. Well, awfully nice to see you. Well, yes, by the by, might there be something with which I can assist you? All right, let's go ahead and identify a fossil. Just while I'm here, we might as well. Oh, nice. Weirdo of Kings. Congratulations on your weight loss journey, dude. That's awesome, man. What a smashing fossil. I see. This beauty is most certainly a fern fossil. Indeed, it put up a valiant effort to elude identification, yet I endured a what? Quite the battle, yes? Now then, I shall return this specimen to your care. Know that it is quite a remarkable one. Hoo-hoo. Cute. Oh, wait, I don't have any more fossils, dude. I just have a donation. Yo, what up? Groove Morning FLCL. Good to see you back, buddy. Donate something here. All right, the dab. Ooh, indeed, woohoo! I believe a dab. Now this would be a flounder. Woohoo! This is, in fact, a dab. Such tricky fish to tell apart, eh, what? While dabs closely resemble flounders, they are in entirely different families. I like to think of them as the little brother of the flounder. Rest assured, our tricky friend will be here. Will be well taken care of. Oh no, here goes chat dabbing on him. Here goes chat dabbing on him. Here it goes. Here it goes. Well, I mean, if y'all want to see... If y'all want to see Blather's dab on him, we can do that. Get it, Blathers. Get it, Blathers. Get it, Blathers. Get it, Blathers. Go, Blathers. Go, Blathers. Go. Go, Blathers. Go, Blathers. Go. Go, Blathers. Go, Blathers. Go. 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 Get it, boy. I said, get it. Get it, boy. I said, get it. It's your birthday. It's your birthday. I said, get it, boy. I said, get it. I don't know. Actually think it's his birth. I don't actually think it's his birthday, chat. Sorry. Let him cook. He's got the moves. I don't actually think it's his birthday. Sorry, I lied. But it is Abby's birthday this morning. Do you have any plans for your birthday? I might have missed your reply earlier. Do you have any plans for your birthday? Happy birthday again, homie. Thanks for coming to spend some of your birthday with us. Boom, 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 boom. I don't remember who I was supposed to talk to for Tangy. I think it was Camo Frog that has the Pokemon Pikachu. I don't think he's... Oh, he just woke up. Uh-oh, he could be pretty pissed off. Be prepared to stand at attention here with this fella. Hey, you, Hylian. What could be so important that you neglect your sworn duty to come and say hello to me? Hey, why are you even talking to me? Okay, not too bad. I knew I shouldn't have lent that Pokemon Pikachu to Peanut. It figures I get flack for it. Sorry, but can you go talk to Peanut about getting it back? I don't care enough to bother with it. At least he's honest. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. The stream and making sushi with my husband and mother-in-law. Oh, that sounds like so much fun. And we made chocolate cake we're gonna eat tonight. Dude, you're making sushi. I've never done that before. Has anybody here ever made sushi? That's cool, man. Yeah, it sounds like a lovely way to spend a birthday. Bum, bum. Let's go find Peanut. 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 Let's go. Oh, Money Rock. This might not be a good position though. Oh, I messed up big time. That's all my fault too. I was rushing. I was just looking around to see if she was still in the room. She likes to sit at a decent distance from me. Hopefully the house warms up a little bit for her, just in case she is cold. I haven't been able to what's the word I'm looking for? I haven't been able to like discern her meows for attention. I can't tell like if she wants something from me or not. You know, I'm like, what? You want like food? I think that most of the time she wants pets. She wants attention. I think most of the time she wants pets. So now she goes and sits while you stream. Yeah, she was this morning for the first time ever. She actually came in my office. She's actually, first of all, she's never even awake at this time. This is like the first day she's been like, obviously to me, awake at this time. She could have been walking around the house while I'm streaming every morning. I wouldn't know. But this is the first time she's made it very clear to me. She's awake. She's walking around. Now she might have went to bed after I ignored her a little bit. Because I did, unfortunately, have to ignore her a little bit. But she was meowing a little. So yeah, a lot of times what she'll do is she'll just sit around me. Like she could be behind my green screen right now. and I wouldn't know, she'll usually sit like near me is like her vibe. If she wants to like hang out, but she doesn't want pets, she'll come up to my bed. Oh, here's Chevrolet. She'll come up to my bed in the morning and she'll get pets. And then once she gets overstimulated by the pets, she'll just go and sit and perch at the edge of my bed. Like she did that this morning. So I fell back asleep. I didn't want to. That's why I was a little late today, because I got up and, you know, used the restroom and stuff and got my coffee on, and she was meowing for some food. So I think so. I think she wanted some food. So I put out a little bit of wet food for her. And then she came back in the room. So I tapped her up to the bed. I was like, yo, come here, come up here. She came up and she got pets. And then once she was done getting pets, she proceeded to just go and loaf on the edge of my bed and just like lay there, like sleep or something. So then we're both just laying in the bed sleeping. And I'm like, well, I can't get up now. I'm like, that's illegal. So I'm like, I'm just going to lay here, I guess. And I fell back asleep from like 6:15 to like 7. And then I got up at 7, like, oh man, I have stuff to do this morning. And I eventually had to fight and get up, but she just like hung out for like 30 minutes to an hour, just chilling. Boom, 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 boom. All right. I have one inventory space. Let's talk to Tortimer for April Fool's Day. She's adjusting to your schedule. Yeah, it doesn't help that I spent the past 3 days with the worst schedule ever. Like awake a lot later than I usually am, and waking up a little, like, not quite at the time I usually do. Like, so it's weird. I did throw her off a little bit with a little bit of a schedule change, but the truth is that's just who I am as a person. I'm never going to be able to adhere perfectly to a schedule. So it's probably good that she just gets used to that now. You know what I mean? Like, while I do have a structure, I stream most days, 8 a.m. I'm usually in my office for 6 to 8 hours most days in the morning. So she has some solid structure, but like, I would be sitting here lying if I were to tell you that I was going to live some perfectly structured life. Like, no way. Like, I'm not that person. I've never been that person, but I'm certainly trying to be a bit more. My cat holds me hostage in bed all the time. I've made poutine and fish and chips, but nothing Japanese. Oh, I've never made poutine myself. That sounds great, Captain Fox. And you said Pokopia has been excellent in Palatown making a baseball field. You're making a baseball field? Why is that amazing, dude? That's sick. Making a baseball diamond? Are you a fan of the tribe? The Guardians? Yo, Bookie Proud Mama, thank you for the 7-year blessing. Thank you so much. And good morning, everyone who's rolling in. Welcome to 7 days of Hylian Descent, celebrating 7 years of Hylian Descent. It's all gaming focused. It's all viewer focused. We're going to be letting you decide the pace of the week. We're going to be letting all of you decide the games that we're going to be playing. And it's going to be very casual. We're going to be relaxing. It's going to be like, it's less of like it's almost like less of a celebration and more of we're observing the 7-year anniversary. It's my year of letting go, and I wanted that to be a part of my theme. So we're chilling, man. We might spend random hours just yapping. We might watch some YouTube content, maybe buy some lunch at some point, maybe get some dinner together. We're just going to be chilling, dude. Maybe build a table or something if I got something around the house to build. Some real life content, some IRL stuff. Yeah, we're just going to be chilling. And for as far as how long I'll be around, it's going to pretty much not be any different than the Pokopia streams. So just to set the pace, the past couple weeks, I've been streaming pretty much every day, right? 8 hours a day. It's not gonna be any different than that. I'm not committing to like 12-hour days or anything. I'll be here for a solid 6 to 10 hours, you know, whatever I feel like doing every day. I'm gonna try to squeeze some night streams in. I'm gonna try to make it just a fun week, and we're gonna hang out playing games together. And it's gonna be very variety heavy. And as I said earlier, there's only 2 things I can guarantee. And one of them is there will be some Pokemon Pokopia throughout the week. But it's going to be a pretty variety heavy week. And speaking of, I'm going to go ahead and get our first poll set up here today. So I think the longest I can run a poll for is 15 minutes. Let me see. Can I do 30 minutes? Let's see here. All right, let's finish talking to Tortimer first, and then we can stop having this person in our ears pissed off.
Hi, Lynn. I've been doing a lot of hard thinking lately, and I've come to a life-changing decision.
What's that, Tortimer?
It's time for me to retire. Yepper, time to hang up. Time to hang 'em up. I just don't know who to ask to fill my shoes. As strange as it may sound, you're the most capable person I know. April Fools, gotcha, Sprout. Mercy, that was fun. I feel sort of bad, though. Your face looked so hopeful. Here, no hard feelings.
So what is this, kind of like a weird hint to New Leaf? It's Super Tortimer. I figure I owe you something good for playing such a dirty trick on you. Enjoy. He gave me the Super Tortimer NES, but it's actually a fake. It's not a real. It doesn't actually work. What a boob. All right, let me go clear my inventory at home. Let's go stop at Tom Nook and sell some stuff. Yo, what's up, Minus? It was supposed to, though. Oh, really? Was it supposed to work? It just didn't. Plot twist, we are the 5th villager to see Portimer pull his retirement joke. Is New Leaf the only game with an April Fool's event? Yes. New Leaf is the only... Tom Nook says, I'm having a special one-day sale. All products are a whopping 90% off. So it's time to buy. April Fool! Shut up, Nook. Not funny. I hate you. Yeah. I think New Leaf was the only one with an April Fool's event, and it was ran by Blanca. Blanca ran it, and you could get villager photos from it. It was actually a really useful event. You could get villager photos from the event. It was all a part of Blanca's event. And like, it was really cool because it was the only Animal Crossing game to give you a way to get villager photos that wasn't tied to friendship and RNG. It was like the only time that we ever got an event where, or an interaction where they allowed us, right? They allowed us to do that. It was really interesting. Yeah. They've never done that again. They've never allowed us to get photos in like that way. All right, we have Derwin's organizer. I need to go and to talk to Peanut for Tangy real quick. Did you know there's a special event for April Fools in Pokopia? I did have that spoiled for me. And I do look forward to doing it. I'd like to do it on stream if we have time today. But if for some reason we don't, I'll just do it off stream and just take a screenshot. Good morning. So what's going on, Slacker? I'm picking up. The Pokemon Pikachu, you want that old thing, Slacker? You so crazy. Well, too bad for you, I lent it to Ted, so I don't have it, like, the slightest clue where it's at. Call me flaky all you want, but you still have to go see Ted about getting it back. Idiot. Oh, nice. You got a day off today, Bookie Proud Mama, the rare day off. Yo, good morning, Marina. I think even Hunter said the Tortimer NES, maybe it was a blank one. Oh, maybe it's the blank one. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. Drop this stuff off. Tad was hanging around here a tad little bit ago. Where do you think he is now? They have so much more personality in this game. They really do. I like to say that in this game, they're more relatable, and I think that's the big difference. Is that, like, I don't think New Horizons writing was bad. I think the New Horizons delivery system of dialogue was bad. We've had this talk before. So the way that New Horizons seems to work is that there's a bunch of like indicators that trigger when you talk to a villager. Like the first thing a villager wants to talk about is the last time that you guys talked. And if that was recent, then they want to talk about what you did on the island the day before, or a guest that visited, or an outfit that you're wearing. So they have all these like predetermined things that they want to talk about in New Horizons. So instead of just letting the villager be a villager and just talk about random stuff, it's like in New Horizons, they all have to say certain things to you. It's like when you talk to a villager, she has to first, let's say Tangy, acknowledge that you were online yesterday hanging out. So that's one conversation. Then the second conversation is about what you're wearing. And then the third conversation is about the guest that was there yesterday. And the fourth conversation is about the fact that she hasn't seen you in 2 weeks. And then once you get past all of the predetermined conversations, right? Then you actually get real conversations with the villagers. This is actually New Horizons' fundamental problem, is that for some reason they thought it was a good idea to code the villagers in a way to where they have all these very predetermined things that they have to talk about when you interact with them. And so unless you sit there and talk to your villagers multiple times a day, unless you sit and talk to your villagers multiple times in a row, you don't get real conversation. So it's weird. So I don't necessarily think that New Horizons writing is bad or dry. It is though. Like, let's be real. It compared to this game, it's not as relatable. That's the term that I use. It's not as relatable. And that's the key term, because New Horizons has a bunch of great moments where you have interactions with villagers that are awesome. There's an interaction with Tangy where she starts talking about her favorite music and how much she loves metal music. And there's a conversation with crankies that talk about how they don't know how to interact with computers and they went to boot a computer, so they kicked it. And there's a lot of really fun dialogue, but first off, again, the delivery system is bad. So it's hard to get to the unique conversations. And secondly, it is tailored to be more like robotic. It's like they decided to make the villagers just overly enthusiastic about the player, right? Like they're overly enthusiastic. It's like you're the Dragonborn in New Horizons, and everyone who sees you is like, oh, it's chicken chaser. Any Fablehead? Oh, you taste chickens. Like it's like everyone is always just interested in you, and you are the king and you rule the land in New Horizons. And it's like the writing is all focused around that. It's like it's not as relatable. Whereas if you really think about real life, conversations in real life don't always revolve around you. Conversations in real life aren't always happy and chipper and polite and friendly. And this is where this game comes in. You see, this game, the villagers are relatable, right? They're relatable. All of a sudden, you have a conversation with a villager and they get a little upset that you haven't called them in a couple weeks. And sometimes they make a joke and they say that you look like you put a little weight on. Right? Like, because it's relatable. It's all regular, like relatable rather interactions. And I think that's the biggest difference between classic Animal Crossing and New Horizons, specifically New Horizons. And like, that's the difference. But it's like there's a spectrum, and GameCube was all the way over here. And it was relatable and a little edgy, just like real life. And New Horizons is way over here. And it's like friendly and kind of sanitized and kind of like afraid to challenge you and like afraid to give you like a real interaction. So they went to like the complete opposite side of the spectrum. And my hope is that the next AC brings it back a little bit. I don't expect them to ever go all the way back, but a little bit would be nice. You know what I mean? Just like bring it back a little bit. And that would be like real nice. New Leaf is like here, I'll pull up a quick document because that's the easiest way to describe this question. Yo, thank you, Buka, for 78, dude. So if this is the graph that I just explained, right? If it's like, if the graph I just explained is like a radiation meter or something, right? And if you have the game I'm playing right now, which is, right, this is ACGC. So ACGC is on this side of the graph. All right. And it's super relatable, right? This is where New Horizons is. So if we go over here and we go to, we'll just do ACNH. And New Horizons is over here, which is this very, you know, kind of more sanitized, a little too friendly, not as relatable, a little drier. And then again, I can't stress this enough. It's the delivery system of the dialogue that's most the problem. I don't know about y'all, but I can say this with authority. I have sat there and talked to my villagers 5-10 times in a row. I have probably seen every single possible bit of dialogue in New Horizons. And I can say this more than probably anybody else out there to some extent. So when I say this, really, New Horizons dialogue isn't that dry. It isn't that sanitized. It's all buried under a terrible delivery system. It's all buried. You have to talk to your villagers 5 times in a row to get even one real conversation from them. It's really frustrating because the dialogue's there. And I've been preaching this for about 5 years now, since the game's come out. I've been trying to get people hip. Like, how many times have y'all remembered me saying this on my show? Talk to your villagers 5 times in a row. Talk to them until they get the little negative spiral over their head because they're pissed off. How many times have you guys heard me saying that? Talk to them 5+ times in a row if you want real dialogue, because it's all hidden. It's all buried under weird interactions, right? It's all just like weirdly buried. And I don't know what they did with the delivery system. So anyways, to answer your question, where's New Leaf? New Leaf's right here, right where you would honestly expect it to be. New Leaf's like right here. ACNL. New Leaf is about right here. So like if this is like the extreme, all right, this is New Leaf, right? This is the graph. I would argue that ACGC, AC Wild World are over here in the camp of like, kind of like edgy and interesting, and they're not afraid to call you fat. And then City Folk is right here. City Folk is like, okay, they started softening the game up a little bit, and instead they focus on drama. So the way City Folk does it is, instead of you being relatable, City Folk makes it to where the villagers talk about drama. And they talk about each other a lot. And you'll have conversations in City Folk where they'll be like, yo, did you see Tangy and Rocco making out the other day? Ooh, they getting feisty. City Folk is all about the drama, right? But it's still very relatable, because as humans, what do we love? Drama. So Animal Crossing, GameCube, and Wild World are the most relatable dialogue. City Folk is drama. New Leaf starts to get a little unrelatable, but it still works. And then New Horizons tilts all the way to the side of just not being the most relatable. It's a little dry. It's a little sanitized. It's a little too friendly. Villagers don't talk about each other at all. Have you guys noticed that? Like, when is the last time you had an interaction in New Horizons when the villagers talked about another villager? And I'm gonna even go farther. And it wasn't them delivering a gift because they got in an argument. They never talk about each other. It's not even like they're on the same planet. Tangy never talks about Genji on my New Horizons island. Genji never talks about Ione. They don't even know that they exist, basically. So it's weird. It's like New Horizons dropped it all. New Horizons completely dropped the drama. New Horizons completely dropped the relatability. New Horizons completely dropped the ball on text. It's just unfortunate, right? It's a beautiful game, and there's some good dialogue buried behind interactions. You want to know some of the best interactions in New Horizons that you can get in that game? When two villagers interact with each other directly. The best written dialogue since 3.0 and the hotel update. The best written dialogue is when two villagers are talking to each other. When they walk up to each other and they talk to each other, it's the most rich dialogue in the game. And those interactions are far and in between because they have to be in the same place. It has to activate. You have to be there to see it. And it's hard to run into those conversations. So to a lot of people, they think that New Horizons doesn't have good dialogue when I argue it does have pretty okay dialogue. It's not the best. It's just hard to find and it's rare. You know, it's weird, right? Whereas New Leaf was kind of like a little sanitized, but New Leaf was still pretty good. I think New Leaf was like the perfect middle ground. What I want from the next Animal Crossing is this right here. In fact, I want New Leaf. So if the next Animal Crossing game, I just want them to take it back one notch. I'm not expecting them to go to this half, chat. I'm not expecting them to go all the way to this half when New Leaf comes out. Like we're asking too much. Now, maybe you disagree with that, but I think we're asking for too much, right? I think the sweet spot is right here. This is the sweet spot where they take it back a notch. They make it a little more relatable, maybe add a little drama, maybe add a little bit of that like classic, what's the game? Tamagotchi Life. Right? We need them to get some Tamagotchi Life vibes in there. Give us some goofy drama, city folk interactions. Give us some more relatable content, but I'm not expecting them to go back to this era. If I had to be honest with you all, I think that this era right here is a bygone era. If I had to be honest with you, I think this era here is gone. I don't think we ever see an Animal Crossing game like this ever again. And the only hope we have is remakes or remasters. But I do think that New Leaf had the sauce, and I think they need to go back a notch. And they need to care a little bit more about the villagers and a little bit less about decorating. And I think that we would be in the money. Everything else that New Horizons brought to the table was amazing. New Horizons is the Animal Crossing game that most of us wanted for our whole Animal Crossing life. On release, a lot of us cried because it was finally the game that we wanted. It had pretty much everything we ever asked for in a lot of ways. But then more and more we played the game, the more the truth kind of came out. And we were all kind of left feeling just a little bit like, wait a second, right? We loved it. I'm talking in the perspective of the OG heads, you know, we loved it. We were obsessed with it. We played for thousands of hours. This isn't a commentary on the game being bad. You know, we loved it. But the more I play New Horizons, and I think the more the OG heads that started on GameCube, that started on Wild World, that started on City Folk, and even those of you that started on New Leaf, I think the OG heads, the more we played New Horizons, the more hollow it kind of felt. And it was like, dang, there's something in the sauce missing. Like, again, I put over 5,000 hours into it. Again, it wasn't bad. It was just the more you play New Horizons, the more you can't help but be like, there's something not here. There's something missing. And hopefully they correct it in the next game. 100% New Leaf dialogue with New Horizons quality of life. Yeah, that's all we're asking for, right? The SpongeBob meme. Yeah, the vanilla SpongeBob meme. If they brought back good dialogue and better multiplayer, it'd be golden, right? We're not asking for much. I think if we got Animal Crossing that was exactly like Pokopia, I'd be really disappointed. Yeah, we don't want that. Atomic Potato, I've said this to the community actually. Pokopia is a separate game. Animal Crossing is a very separate game. You know, I thought about this recently. I thought about putting out a video. So I started writing a script, but I don't think I'm going to put the video out because it's stupid, but it's funny. And the video was going to be 10 reasons why Animal Crossing New Horizons is better than Pokopia. But I didn't want to do this to like rage bait, but it is unironically rage bait. So I'm probably not going to release a video like that, but instead I might just do something else like Pokopia Animal Crossing comparisons or something. But I started writing a script for it because I feel like as the guy who does Animal Crossing for a living, I want to speak out on why New Horizons is different and why it should be different, because I listen to this. I got a comment from somebody. I'm going to read the comment to y'all. You ready? They said, YouTube comment. This is what they said. Listen to this. And I think this is important because I disagree with this heavily. They said, and I quote, I would downrate the Animal Crossing New Horizons because of Pokopia. They said, pause, I would lower it from a 9 to a 6.5 because of all the improvements that this game has against ACNH. And it took ACNH 3 years to get all of their improvements, and that's my opinion. So basically, this person's comment, and they're allowed to have an opinion, by the way, but their opinion is that New Horizons is now a worse game because Pokopia exists. Oh, wrong button. Record scratch. All right. Wrong. I'm just going to be the one to say it. That human out there on YouTube, your opinion, wrong. And I know that opinions can't be wrong because that's not how opinions work. But in this case, that is how it works. You're wrong. Now, jokes aside, so I wanted to put a video out that highlighted why New Horizons was still the GOAT and why New Horizons is completely different from Pokopia and the things that makes New Horizons strong in the life sim space. And we've had this talk before. And again, I started writing my notes for it. The big one, first off, right out the gate, is New Horizons is the more grounded, realistic, more mature version of the two games. Right out the gate, Pokopia is more cartoony, is more kid-friendly, is more glittery and fluffy, and whereas New Horizons has a little bit more of a cleaner, more grounded art style, and New Horizons item catalog is very different from Pokopia. Pokopia is a more lighthearted take on a life sim. Animal Crossing is a more serious take. You're paying loans back. You're decorating your house to look like real life. You're not really doing that in Pokopia, are you? You're like creating a universe in when you design in Pokopia, it makes sense in Pokopia. When you design in Animal Crossing, it can make sense in real life. And that's like my first point right out the gate. It's like Animal Crossing gives a completely different decoration system. It's so different. It is nowhere near the same as how Pokopia is approaching the visuals, the graphics. Right? You're not going to go out into the real world and like see a beautiful, nature hike and like think of Pokopia. But I do that with Animal Crossing all the time. It's very interesting. And that's the first point out of 10 that I would make for like a cheesy little video that was maybe about how ACNH is still very high up on the list of games when compared to, if you really want to compare it to Pokopia. Now I don't know how many items are in Pokopia and I don't know how many items are in New Horizons. But I have a sneaking suspicion that there's a lot more items in New Horizons than Pokopia. I don't know if anybody can confirm this, but that's the second point that I was going to make as well. Once I did some research, I was going to go and I was going to look up and see what the catalogs in the games are. Because I do understand that Pokopia does have a lot of furniture and a lot of recipes and stuff. but New Horizons has a lot. If you count color variations, especially, New Horizons has thousands upon thousands of items, furniture, outfits, everything. So it's like, that's the second point I would bring up, is like, yeah, New Horizons has that, like, we're talking about night and day when it comes to options of customization in the universe. Now give Pokopia 6 years and maybe they'll be on par, you know, but like, it takes a little while to get there now, doesn't it? You know what I mean? So that was just like a couple of the points I started writing down, but I was inspired by this comment from YouTube. I was really inspired by this comment on YouTube. Like, wait a second, maybe I should make a video that's not meant to be rage bait, right? Like, I really want to make a genuine video that says, hey, now that Pokopia has been out and we're starting to get over the honeymoon phase, why don't I put out a video that reminds you of all the things that makes Animal Crossing great? Because I do think that Animal Crossing is still just as awesome as it was when it released, even if Pokopia has shown us that life simulation games can go to the next level. That doesn't, just because a new game comes out, it doesn't lower the value of an older game. And I would love to throw my hat into the ring on this conversation. I would love to throw my hat into the ring on that conversation, you know, like, and really have like, and like say, hey, wait a second, you don't just, you know, Tears of the Kingdom didn't lower the value of Breath of the Wild, and Breath of the Wild didn't lower the value of Ocarina of Time. And Mario 64 didn't lower the value of Super Mario World, and Super Mario World didn't lower the value of Super Mario 3, and Mario Odyssey didn't lower the value of Mario Galaxy. Like, that's not how the universe works. So like, let's have a conversation about what makes Animal Crossing so special compared to Pokemon, right? While everyone is comparing Pokopia to New Horizons and talking about all the things Pokopia does better, I think in a couple weeks, once the honeymoon phase is over, right? It's going to take a couple more weeks. I think that I could have the reverse conversation. All right, everybody, now that I've played the game for a couple hundred hours, you know, whatever. How do I compare New Horizons to Pokopia? And what does New Horizons do better? Because I think that there's a healthy amount of things that AC does better than Pokopia. And I bet you there's a conversation to be had there. You know, where it's so easy to point out all the stuff that Pokopia does better. But it would be fun to go to the other side of the conversation, you know, and be like, hey, well, what about the stuff that ACNH does better than Pokopia? Because there is stuff, I can guarantee you, if we really sit down and think about it, there's stuff that it does better, you know? I'll tell you the big one that I have on the top of my list for a video if I ever make it. I got one for you. The real life clock. The truth is, Animal Crossing is still the king of real life time sync. Pokopia was afraid to do it again. Every game has been afraid to commit. Why are these games afraid to commit? Animal Crossing is the only game that is willing to fully commit to the real life time sync. No other company is still willing to do it. And to the point, so much, in fact, to the point where I wonder if Nintendo told them not to do it. I wonder if Nintendo was like, yo, don't commit to the real life clock too much because we want to make sure Animal Crossing feels special still. And we don't want these games to be too similar. I started getting a headcanon in my brain. I was like, dude, what if like Nintendo was like, no, don't go too far with this system because we want to make sure that New Horizons and Animal Crossing stays the unique franchise where you can get that energy from, because as of right now, there is no game out there that does what Animal Crossing does with the real life clock. There's a couple games that get close. I never played Hako Life. Maybe that one does it. That's probably the only one, if it does it, that, and I haven't played it. I know Cozy Grove gets pretty close. Disney Dreamlight gave up eventually. So there's not many games that commit to it. So I think that is such a wonderful thing that New Horizons does that no other game does, let alone Pocopia. And again, I bring this up as a lighthearted conversation for all of us here because I think it's really interesting. You know what I mean? I think it's really fun that, like, you know, there are people out there that have an opinion that as soon as something that comes out that's better in a space, that lowers the value of something else. And I find that that is an interesting thing that human brains do. And while everyone's entitled to their own opinion, I can't help but feel like there's a fun conversation to be had here. There's a fun video to be made here. You know, there's a fun interaction here with the gaming space where I can sit back and say, hey, by the way, here's all the reasons why Animal Crossing's still the GOAT. Deal with it, and like put on some sunglasses. But again, I really don't want this to be like a rage bait thing, which is why I'm going to take my time to do it until the hype settles down for Pocopia, because it'll start, the dust will settle. And I'm also going to find a way to word it to where that I'm not challenging people, because that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to put out a video that says Pokemon Pocopia sucks, and here's why. I'm trying to put out a video that says, you know, I notice people are comparing Animal Crossing to Pocopia. Here's why they shouldn't be compared. And if you are going to compare them, let me remind you why Animal Crossing is actually better in some ways. And here's why. A fun example is fishing. I don't know about y'all, but no fishing and no bugging in Pocopia is fine, but fishing and bugging in Animal Crossing is amazing. I love that side of the game. I love the fishing and bugging systems. I have always been enamored by those systems, you know? I love that stuff. Oh, I got a frog in my throat this morning. I might need to get myself a cough drop. The Pokemon are the fish and bugs? Yeah. Good morning. I haven't seen you around. You've been sick or something? Hee hee. Shimona. Don't tell Cozy that. If you work out every day, colds just flee and tear. Hee hee. Oh yeah. What's up, buddy? I'm still looking for Tad, man. Where's Tad at? Yeah, Pocopia would compare to Dragon Quest Builders, but nobody knows Dragon Quest Builders exist, so nobody's making the comparison. No offense to Dragon Quest Builders, but nobody knows it exists. Yeah, he was around my house and then he moved. Yeah, what's up, lights? Come on. Yo, thank you for everyone jumping into the conversation here in the chat. Good to see you, Kellyanne, by the way. And I agree with you, Armazale. I hate the whole picking teams thing. It bothers me so much, which is why I don't want to put out a video that plays into that narrative. You know what I mean? I don't want to do that. That's why, like, if I start creating content like that, I don't ever want to put out content that pushes forward this idea of picking teams. I hate it. That's why I would like perfectly approach this video with like the best way I could to make it to where it wasn't a team picking scenario. You know what I mean? Morning, Hylian. Again, slurp. Yeah, so what do you need me for, yo? Delivery? Yep, that's definitely my organizer. Thanks a billion. If it weren't for you, I probably would never have gotten it back. Ooh, we got furniture. It's actually the Dragon Quest Builders 2 that has the same devs as Pocopia. Oh, so after DQB 1, they maybe switched devs. Oh. Yeah, that was a new Lily of the Valley. You saw that? I was stopping the balloon with my body. Did you see that? What? I was stopping the balloon with my body. You can do that? What the heck? What up, Big Ron? This is a GameCube game. Squirtle. Yeah, a new Lily of the Valley down here. I should grab it. It was right over here, right? Boom, 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 boom. How do I pick up flowers? I think I just shovel them. Hopefully I don't kill it. Yo, what's up, Courtney? Thank you for the 22 months. Can we get around 11 in the chat for Courtney and Kellyanni? Buka, if you're still chilling, I'd love to hear what you, how your Pokopia journey's been going. I know you've been jamming on that game. Hey, baby, what's up, Midna? People should unite that Nintendo is doing well and people have opinions for the sim genre from them. That's my view. I agree. I think we are stronger in numbers when it comes to getting Nintendo to make more life sims. Minda's here. Yeah, this is the first time she's ever visited me on stream. Today she's just been hanging out in my room all morning instead of sleeping. I don't know why she's so awake this morning. She did sleep in all day yesterday. She slept way later than usual yesterday. She was sleeping until like 8 p.m. to the point where I was worried, you know, because I'm a new cat dad. So I was like, I like ended up pulling out the churu to coax her to get awake just to make sure she was like existing. You know, I was so worried. Boom, 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 boom. Sweet baby. I told the chat I'll get a camera set up tonight, maybe, so that the next time she comes in here, you guys can see her. I can't do a cat cam yet, but I could easily get a webcam that set up that I could just grab and point at her real quick so you guys could see her. What's up, Cosmic? Good to see you, buddy. I got a lot of stuff to say about AC versus Poco. I love Pokopia so much. I do too. I will say this. I will say that Pokopia is, in my opinion, sorry, I'm petting my cat. She did the side flop. I will say that Pokopia is the best life sim to come out in a really long time. And while it's hard for me to say that it's better than New Horizons unbiasedly, right? Because like, sorry, it's easy for me to say it unbiasedly, but I'm biased because I played New Horizons for over 5,000 hours. So I've said this to people who've asked me. You know, people have tried coming in my chat, AC or Pokopia. And my answer is Animal Crossing, because you don't just throw something that you've put 5,000 hours into in the garbage can. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm not still in love with New Horizons. But I will tell you this. I will tell you that Pokopia is like the best life sim to release in a really long time. It is really well done. It is really well put together. And it's one of the best games I've ever played in the life sim space. It's the first time I felt Animal Crossing vibes pretty much since like the first couple weeks of DDV. And even then they changed up how they ran that. So she's not letting me give her up. I got to give her more pets. Sorry. So yeah. So like for me personally, I am the first person as an AC fan to admit, like, Pokopia's got the sauce, dude. Like, let's not get it twisted. It's likely unbiasedly a better game, right? Like in a lot of weird ways, but they shouldn't really be compared. So it's stupid to say that it's a better game. But like the one thing that we have to respect, everybody, is that people compare because it's how we learn as humans. You compared berries because one poisoned you and one didn't. You compared, you know, everything in life. The humans, like, comparison is how we learn, is how we enjoy things. So if you compare with an open mind, and if you go into comparing things just for a conversation, then it becomes fun. So I don't think AC and Pokopia should be compared, but if you do, just for fun, let's just say, okay, let's just compare them for conversation. I think it is hard to deny that Pokopia is not better. I think it is a better game. Also, it should be noted that AC is 6 years old. So Pokopia better be the better game. right? Like, you better be the better game. You had 6 years to cook. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it better be the better game. Like, duh. What do you mean? Like, it doesn't even make any sense that it wouldn't. Yeah, exactly, Captain Fox. It's like comparing F-Zero to Mario Kart to Kirby Air Ride. It's like, the comparison doesn't make sense, but because I understand the human brain, I do get why people want to compare. So it is something fun to chat about. You know what I mean? It is fun to chat about. The chat's taught me that. You have all taught me that. I used to hate this conversation. I used to hate the conversation. I used to hate it. I used to be like, dude, stop comparing stuff. It's stupid. And I used to hate this conversation on stream. But over the years, I've started to embrace it because I'm a streamer and people want my opinion, but also because I realize, like, oh, this is a very normal thing that people do. Like, people just like comparing stuff because it's how they learn about things. It's how they wrap their head around a potential experience. So we shouldn't be afraid of comparisons, and we shouldn't turn people down who want to compare things. I do think it's healthy to nudge them in the right direction, right? Like, you noticed how when people ask me to compare to AC, the first thing I would say is we should be talking about Dragon Quest Builders, shouldn't we? Right? How many of y'all have been here, right? I'd be like, I don't think they're actually the same. I think we should talk about these two games because that's where the comparison should be. But if you want me to answer the question, I will. And here's what I think. I think it's fun. There is a conversation to be had, and I think it's interesting, but it's certainly not really necessary. And you see that a lot in gaming. You do see a lot of unnecessary comparisons. So, dude, I like Mario Kart World a lot. I like World more than Mario Kart 8. I'm just going to say it. I hated Mario Kart 8. I still do. I'm just going to be the one to say it. I'm the dude in the room with the terrible opinion about Mario Kart. Hi, welcome to my show. I'm highly in dissent. I think Mario Kart World clears Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Clears it. I've said it before. I've never been a fan of Deluxe. I don't like what they did with Deluxe. I just did not like 8 Deluxe. I just didn't like it. There's something about the game was off. It did not speak to me as a Mario Kart fan. And I tried to like it. I played it a lot on stream. Mario Kart World instantly hooked me, instantly clicked with me. It was about fun. It was silly. It was new. It was refreshing. It was unlike any other Mario Kart game I ever played. I love World, dude. Yeah, I didn't play original 8, so I'm not sure if there was differences. Neither are Sonic Cross Worlds. I still haven't had a chance to play Cross Worlds. I really should sit down and play that game. That's a wild thing to hear when you pull up a stream. Yeah, I know that's a super hot take. I know. You could say it. That's okay. I know. I usually know when my takes are hot. Yeah, that's okay. You could say it. I'm not a big fan of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. It's just a personal thing. I don't think the game's bad by any means. That's not at all what I think. It just didn't click for me. 8 Deluxe just didn't click for me. You're the second dude to have that opinion. I've never liked 8. World is way better.
Anniversary.
Double Dash is my favorite. Double Dash is probably my favorite Mario Kart if I had to choose one. Everyone has opinions no matter how wrong they may be. Yeah, that's exactly what I would expect most people to say to me about that opinion. That's all right. That's totally okay. I've come to terms that Mario Kart World is just built different and it's not for everybody. I've even had somebody try to argue me once. I even had somebody literally try to argue me about it. Like, how can you even like World? Here are all the objective reasons why 8 is just such a better game. And I was like, well, then that just means I must like bad video games. That was where the conversation ended. I was like, okay, I can't argue that Mario Kart 8 Deluxe had the sauce and that a lot of people loved it for what it was. So then what I will say then is that I must just like bad video games. And there's nothing wrong with liking bad video games. So if the world thinks that Mario Kart World is bad, well then just call me the guy who likes bad video games. I don't care. I'm fine with that. I don't have a problem with that. I love video games. I'll play the bad ones. I'll play the good ones. I'll play the middle, the in-between ones. I'll play all of them because I just love video games. I don't need every game I play to be good. I don't need every game I play to be amazing. I don't need every game I play to be revolutionary. You know, I'm okay with some games being bad. Like that's something I came to terms with. Dude, I grew up playing the Sega Genesis, man. 70% of the Sega Genesis library is terrible. Are you kidding me, dude? Have you played a Sega? I grew up playing a Super Nintendo, and like 30% of the Super Nintendo's library is complete trash. Games that are not worth your time at all. It's like, whatever, dude, you just play them and you just enjoy them, you know? like, you know what I mean? It's just like a weird thing, you know? It's like, not every game needs to be the best thing you ever played, dude. It's like, whatever, man. Those 11 a.m. jams. We're looking for Peanut. There's Peaches. Same with PSP, but that was one of my favorite consoles. Yeah, it's like... I do get though, I do get that for some people, it is hard to move on from the GOATs in a genre, in a space. I used to be like that. I used to struggle to move on from the GOATs in the space. I used to struggle to move on from the GOATs. I used to be like, no game's ever going to be as good as Wind Waker. No game is ever going to be as good as Ocarina of Time. No game's ever going to be as good as Mario Kart 64. But over time, I started being more accepting of the future and of games just changing. And you know, that's what Mario Kart World represents to me, and I think people hate it. Because it's different. It's different. Mario Kart World is very different, and people cannot wrap their head around it. They hate it. If they loved Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, they just hate World because it's so different. And in their eyes, it's bad, but I say bad just means different, and they aren't willing to accept that it's just a different game. That it's going to be a different experience, that it's going to play different, feel different, you're going to enjoy it at a different level. It's just different. And I thrive for fresh experiences in gaming. It's like my favorite way to game. I like new things, you know? Dang, wait, who has Tangy's? Oh, Tad. There it is. There he is. It was Tad, not Peanut. Yeah, Peanut's so cute. I agree. She was one of my first villagers in New Horizons, actually. In my second town. Outside of this conversation, but yesterday, I've finished watching your whole Pokopia walkthrough the story, and I loved it. I wanted to thank you for the experience. Oh, thank you, dude. Can we get some love out there? Thank you again, Fuzzy, Dimples, and Courtney. I hope y'all are feeling good today. Thank you, Fuzzy. Also, I just wanted to say good morning to YouTube because I saw Doom Slayer pop in, but I hadn't had a chance to say good morning to him. Also, Coca Cat. You guys were jumping into the conversation. Hope you're doing well today, Doom. How's your journey going in Pokopia? So Doom did participate in the conversation earlier. They said, so when I got my Switch 2, it was the Mario Kart World bundle, and along with it, I got the Bonanza, but I never got around to playing it. So you started playing it the other day. Nice. Bonanza's fun. I have been keeping up with Captain Fox's messages, though. And then Mac Daddy said, you got a cat. Congrats. Yes, I do have a new kitty cat in my life. She's hanging out with us this morning and just walking around meowing. Yo, what's up? What's up, Kiara? Thank you for the gifted sub over to Aquana. Yo, Ted, I need Tangy's stuff. Will you give me her stuff? It's not like I forgot about it or anything. Seriously, I've just been really busy, you know? If I go ahead and give you this Pokemon Pikachu, you'll return it to Tangy? That's right. All right, and then I got a fish for you, buddy. You know, I can't explain how or why, but I'm having a grand old time right now. Me too, man. My girl Kitty's also a yapper. I love her yap so dearly. Yeah, I don't mind at all. She could yap all she wants. She can yap if she wants to. Yo, I brought a fish, dude. Yeah, good morning, everybody. Thanks for jumping in and joining in on a great conversation. I hope you all didn't mind that I just kind of shared my thoughts. This week is all about letting go. The theme of this week is letting go, just like my theme of this year. And we're focusing on games. If you're just tuning in, this is my 7-year streaming anniversary week. We're going to be streaming all week. We're doing a bunch of variety that's going to kind of represent my 7 years of games. And I have curated a list of games that you are all going to be voting on. So let's go ahead and talk about this really quick after we finish giving Tangy her item here. And then we're going to talk about what we're going to be doing the next couple of days. All right. So it's going to be pretty fun. You're the best. You saved my skin. I kid you. I kid you not. Oh, an iron frame. Thanks. So the way this week is going to go is that I decided the theme for this year's anniversary is the games and the viewers. I wanted to do a celebration of all the games we played over the years, and I wanted to let all of you have the agency over which of those games we played. So I present to you our 7-year celebration this year. It's all about the games, and it's all about this beautiful community. And I'm giving all of you the power to vote every day on what we play. So this week's going to be a lot of variety. We're going to squeeze in some Pocopia any chance we can. That's one of 2 things I can guarantee this week. And one of them is chaos. And the second is my cat meowed and it caught me off my stride. Like she filled in the perfect gap in my voice. I'm still not used to her being around. And the second thing I can guarantee is that we're going to fit Pocopia somewhere into the schedule. Somewhere into the schedule, Pocopia will be there. So now let's go ahead and talk about how this is going to work for this week. And we'll talk about how this is going to work today. So today's going to be different than every other day, because not only are you going to be voting for the second half of today's stream, you're also going to be voting for tomorrow's games. And from here on out, for the rest of the week, every day, you are going to be voting for the next day's viewer's choice game, chat's choice, I'm calling it. And that vote is going to be at 12 noon every day. So I want you all to take notes. You see the clock over there on the side of the screen? You can also use the ! time command. Every day at around 12 p.m. my time, we are going to start the vote for the next day. So if you want to be here and you want to be a part of the vote, you're going to want to be here around noon to 1 p.m. In that window is when we're going to activate the vote. If you can make it during that time slot, hopefully you can be here, and we'll run a poll for up to 10 minutes. Now I can also go ahead and run a straw poll overnight. So we will be doing that. I am going to be running a straw poll, and you can find the link in the Discord, and then you can vote even if you're not here live, which is totally fine. But today is going to be a little bit different. Yo, what up, Tim Tater? So 2019. Oh, I should have said this. First off, there's one thing I didn't say though. But every day we're going to start the stream with the streamer's choice. So for the next 7 days, including today, I'm going to start off by choosing a game for us. And then you are all going to be choosing the second game for that day. And maybe even the third and the fourth, depending on the size of the game. All right. So let's go ahead. I'm going to load up a 10-minute poll. This poll is going to dictate what we play later today. What should we play later today? All right. First up, we have the Zelda category. The Zelda category is going to require a second vote, and I'll explain what you're voting for in a second. You're going to want to perk up your ears because this is going to get a little complicated, but it'll be fine. You're going to be voting for Sonic Adventure, Katamari, and it'll be all 3 of the Switch games, which are all the 3 remakes. I own them all. All right, I can only fit so much in the poll, so I have to be careful about text. All right. And we'll play all 3 games. We'll play all 3 Switch games. So I'm just going to put in parentheses 3 games. Because Katamari is the kind of game we can play for like an hour and then an hour, then an hour. Like if you guys know Katamari, if you don't worry about it. So this one I'm throwing in here, and I should explain some of the rules, but I don't want to oversell this because I want there to be some surprise. But all right, so here's what you guys are voting for, and I don't want to activate the poll until I say something because somebody's gonna probably pop off and start clicking stuff. So you got every day you're going to be voting between 5 games. You're going to either vote for Zelda, which is going to activate a second vote, and you're going to be voting between Wind Waker HD, Breath of the Wild, A Link to the Past, or Minish Cap. Those are the 4 Zelda games that are offered today. This all represents my 2019 stream year. So you're going to be choosing between those 4 games. I've decided Twilight Princess would be on there as well, but we just played that kind of recently. So these 4 games. So if you vote for Zelda, we're going to be doing a second vote, and we're going to choose which game. Or you can choose Sonic Adventure 1, and we'll do a full playthrough today of Sonic Adventure 1. And depending on how long we have, maybe even every character. You can also vote for Katamari, and I'll sit here and I'll play through all 3 of the remakes of Katamari, Damacy, We Heart Katamari, and the one that just came out, which is called... I don't remember what it's called, but it just came out. I don't remember what it's called. Either way, there's 3 of them. Or Pokemon Sword and Shield, and I do want to say this is the first time and maybe the only time I'm going to say this. Just because something is on the list now doesn't mean it won't show up on the list again. Also, if something is not on the list and you're kind of wondering why it isn't, you can assume it might be a streamer's choice game. For example, Animal Crossing GameCube is not going to appear anywhere else through the rest of the marathon. And for example, when tomorrow's game won't be anywhere else. So if you're wondering, for example, in 2019, I played a lot of Stardew Valley. Well, that is a streamer's choice game later in the week, and I'll spoil that one. So that's not going to appear on a poll. You're not going to have to fight for Stardew because that's just going to happen. All right. And then last but not least, Kirby's Adventure for the original NES. And Kirby's Adventure is a short game. We could beat it in a couple hours, and it might give us time to play something else after. But let's not get into the weeds here. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start this poll up. And then, hold on, let me get one set up for YouTube as well before I press go. All right, so YouTube, which game should we play later today? All right, and then let me go ahead and copy and paste these into YouTube, and we'll activate the polls at the same time. And then I'll just take a collective from the polls. All right. So it won't be too complicated. And then we're going to activate the polls, and then I'll continue to talk and clarify a little bit more what's going on for those that are not listening or who's just popping in. Oh, I can only do 4 options on the poll on YouTube. Weak. Sorry, YouTube. You're just going to have to wait for the straw poll later. All right. So YouTube, don't worry. I am going to be doing a straw poll for the rest of the week. This is the only one that's going to be Twitch only. I repeat, this is the only Twitch only poll for the rest of the week. We will be using straw poll after this. So if you want to participate, you are going to have to come to Twitch for at least this one. You can find my Twitch link in the description, and let's go ahead and start the poll. We will not be doing a corrupted poll this time. This one is not corrupted. Let's go. 10 minutes on the clock. Which game will we be playing after Animal Crossing GameCube this morning? Would you like me to play Legend of Zelda, and then you can vote which Zelda out of Wind Waker, Breath of the Wild, and Link to the Past or Minish Cap? We'll do a second vote. Would you like to play Sonic Adventure 1? Would you like me to play Katamari games? Pokemon Sword and Shield, which is interesting. I'm not going to say what I'm going to do in game. And then Kirby's Adventure. So for those that want to know what's going on here, let me just give you guys a little lore. So when planning my week here, 7 days, 7 years of streaming, I decided to do a gaming focused theme, if you will, for this year's celebration. But I wanted it to be in the hands of chat. I wanted today to be about the community and about all of you having agency over what we do this week. And that's what you're voting on. And you're going to be voting all week, and you're going to be voting the day ahead. Today's the only exception. So in a little bit, in about an hour, we're going to activate our first straw poll of the week, and you'll be able to vote for tomorrow's afternoon game. And then I'll reveal what tomorrow's streamer's pick game is the morning of the stream. So you're not going to get to know what streamer's pick is until I wake up that morning. So there's some of them that are going to be obvious, like Stardew Valley. I already revealed that one. Today is Animal Crossing GameCube. So there's going to be a little bit of mystery here during the broadcast, just to kind of keep things fun. And you won't get to know the streamer's choice, but you will know what the chatter's choice is, because you'll be able to access the poll and the results and all that stuff here. It'd be fun. It'd be fun. No corrupted poll this time, but I did tell the chat earlier, later this week, some of the polls are going to be corrupted polls where you can use your channel points to vote more than once. Stay tuned. This week might get a little weird. If Ocarina's chosen, Ocarina is on the voting list later this week, and if it gets chosen, it would be a randomizer of vanilla Ocarina. You're welcome to ask questions. I might not answer them all. So for example, if Wind Waker HD gets chosen, we're starting a brand new playthrough, and we will continue to play it even after this week. But if, let's say, Breath of the Wild gets chosen, then we're going to be loading up my master mode save file and just hanging out and continuing my 100% of it. Maybe even doing some attempts of the Master Sword Challenge on master mode. But let's say that A Link to the Past gets picked. Then A Link to the Past, we could actually start the fan-made game that I wanted to start, Goddess of Wisdom. And then Minish Cap would also just be a fresh playthrough, because I've owed the community Minish Cap since the Zelda Marathon, and we'll start that. So you see there's like, so for example, if we do Sword and Shield, we're actually going to be accessing content that I've never played before on Sword and Shield. So it'll be some brand new experiences for me. So Pokemon and so on and so forth. So I'm not going to always be so giving when it comes to like what we're going to do and how we're going to interact with the games. That is a part of the mystery. But since you're asking, I just want you guys to get a little bit of an idea of how this is going to work throughout these next couple weeks. And again, this is about the viewers choosing. I want to give y'all some agency, and I want you to I want you to be able to comfortably say, you know, I got my vote in on what Hylian Descent's playing. Now, obviously with polls, it is dictated by the minority in the room, and that's what I want. I want the chat as a collective to come to a decision about what game we're playing. And don't be afraid to start marketing what games you want, you know? Don't be afraid to start campaigning for the game you want to see as we get forward in this journey and we open up the straw polls for the coming days. You know, it's going to be up to all of you to collectively decide what games we're going to play outside of corrupted polls for the channel point enjoyers. It's going to be up to us as a collective to figure this out. So it's going to be fun, man. I'm having a blast with this so far. So get your votes in. And now the other thing that I haven't said, but I think it's obvious here, right? The other thing I haven't said is chat's choice day 2. So the one thing I haven't said is that, but it's obvious, I am the one who's picking the list of games that you guys are voting from. And I just want you guys to know like where that list might have came from. So I'm actually just creating the straw poll now so we have it ready before we go forward with more Animal Crossing. So this list, I went over the past couple weeks, y'all. I went on a couple websites that aggregate information about my stream. And I proceeded to collect as much data as I could about every single game I have played over 7 years. And I'm going to use the same list to update our game list here soon. And I even have when I played them, the year I played them, and everything. And I went through and I created a list of about 20 games from every year. And then I boiled it down to a list of 5. And that's what you're voting on. It's intense. It was hard. And I chose not only the games that I liked the most, but the games that were the most popular, the games that were the most iconic, the playthroughs that were the most intense, the playthroughs that had us on the edge of our seats, but also the games that mean everything to our community and the foundation we've built on. And I created these lists, 5 games per day, 7 days, and you're all voting on those. It's a beautiful journey here. And some days are going to be easier than others. You know, some days are going to be like, oh, okay, there's not many good choices here, so everyone's going to obviously choose blank. But this is where corrupted polls come in. If you guys don't know what a corrupted poll is, all right? A corrupted poll is when a corrupted poll is when people can use channel points to vote and for multiple votes. So let's just say I make the corrupted poll where you can spend 1,000 channel points to get a second vote. Right? Let's just say that, right? And then you could use your channel points and you can spam to make something happen that you want to happen. So not only are we going for the collective voice, we're also going to be having some days where you all can go nuts with channel points and you can have a lot of fun doing some corrupted style voting and like really like have some fun here. So I'm going to be doing my best to have the straw polls be a part of this for YouTube, but I just want YouTube to know that if I want to do corrupted polls, it does have to be on Twitch. So some stuff you might want to jump over if you haven't made a Twitch account. If you want to participate in the fun stuff, you know, some stuff might have to be done on Twitch. I should have said that earlier. I made a mistake. Earlier I said that straw polls from here on out. That's actually not true because I just realized if I want to do a corrupted poll this week or 2, those ones would have to be on Twitch as well. So just a heads up on that. But for now, I will be doing straw polls when necessary. So real quick though, I could also allow people to select multiple, which is 6. So like on straw poll, I could give everybody, you know, 2 votes instead of 1, which is awesome. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. All right, allow comments. All right. Results will not be public. They'll be public after the voting. All right. Custom designs. All right, I think we're good here. We'll start this later. We'll activate this straw poll in a little bit. Let's go ahead and play some more Animal Crossing. 20 seconds left. 20 seconds left here, and it looks like the winner by 14 votes is Zelda, which means we are going to a second vote here today for The Legend of Zelda. And that does change a little bit of what we're going to be offering tomorrow here. I'm not going to say anything else, but let's see what y'all vote on here for Zelda today. Let's see here. You know, one of the things that inspired me to do this is because not too long ago, I made a comment on stream And I said that, you know, as a streamer, I don't think that many people enjoy Zelda as much as like I would like. We had like a long conversation and I was like, you know, the truth is that Zelda is not the most popular game, so it's always been a game that's not always the strongest for me as a streamer. And when I was setting up this week for us, I decided to challenge all of you. Because a lot of people in the chat were like, nah, man, I love Zelda. Well, Zelda fans, this is your week. Because Zelda could very well be an option to vote for multiple days this week. And if the Zelda fans want to show themselves, then show yourself. Like, show me. Show me. You know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I do have a stronger Zelda audience than I realize. And this is going to be your week to show me otherwise. Because I don't know, man. Maybe I misspoke. Maybe I misspoke. Maybe I did misspeak. Maybe I do have a stronger Zelda audience than I really understand. And I thought that this could be a fun way to kind of see just how often Zelda does get chosen this week. Because it's there a couple times. I'm not going to put it in front of your faces every day because that might be boring, but it's there a couple times. So, all right, which Zelda game do you guys want to see me play? The poll's up. This one we can go on YouTube though, all right? I'll pull this one up on YouTube because there's only 4 options. So I got y'all. Which Zelda game would you like to see here? Wind Waker HD. We would be playing the HD version on my Wii U, just to be clear. A Link to the Past is ALTTP, for those that don't know what that stands for. A Link to the Past is ALTTP. All right, there's your poll right there for y'all. All right, here's the 4 Zelda games that represent my first year of streaming. The only one that's not on there is Twilight because I played it recently. I didn't want to play it again. These are the 4 Zelda games that represent my first year of streaming right here. Get your votes in. What do you guys want to see me jam out on today? What do you guys want to see me jam out on today?
7 years, gang.
I feel fresh as a daisy in the morning, Slurp. Oh, she got the Slurp tag now. All right, let's give her Pokemon Pikachu. Thank you, Smitty, for 7 years. Happy 7 years. Thank you for the 5 months, Smitty, baby. Appreciate you. So I'm not going to tell you exactly how I'm going to be engaging with all of these games. Some options I'll be restarting. Some options I'll be just loading up an old save file. I don't want to give you guys too much information. I do think it's fun to leave some stuff unsaid, but I already revealed it earlier. Minish Cap will be a new playthrough. A Link to the Past will likely be a fan-made game. Breath of the Wild will be the continuation of an old playthrough, which is my Master Mode playthrough that I'm trying to 100%, and we'll play it on the glorious Switch 2 edition. And then Wind Waker HD will be a brand new playthrough as well that we will continue over the next couple weeks because I've been itching to play that game anyways. So if I would have chosen Zelda, I would have chosen Zelda if Pokemon Sword and Shield wasn't there. Yeah, I don't blame you. Don't worry though. Sword and Shield will show up again. And we'll leave it at that. Sword and Shield will show up again because Sword and Shield was released in 2019, but it was the only Pokemon game we played through all of 2020. So Sword and Shield does have another chance again later this week. I will go ahead and reveal that one. That one's still going to be on the list later this week. And you guys will vote for that here in a little bit for tomorrow. So Sword and Shield lovers, you do have another chance, but it is going to be up against a couple hot tamales. So we'll see if you guys can take the win here. Oh, hey, you got my Pokemon Pikachu back. Sweet. If I had known getting it back was going to be this easy, I'd have gotten it myself. You can have these. Clothes. Okay, nice. A Link to the Past was my first video game. What's up, Gemini? How are you? What's up, Teddy Mackerel? I have played A Link Between Worlds, and we played it on stream, but we lost the VOD. It's also on the list later this week. Good question. I have so much fun with these little events, dude. It's a blast. All right, let's go sell this stuff. I don't think I need it. We were talking about how freaky Conkeldurr is yesterday. Conkeldurr is definitely a freak. Yeah, don't worry. If you see something on the list and it doesn't get voted for, it could show up again.
Hey friends.
It could.
3.5 years already. So glad to be a part of this beautiful community and glad to see OG Animal Crossing Day Wiggle.
Oh, you know I love this game. Oh, you know we're out here OG ACing, baby. You know it. I love A Link Between Worlds. Yeah, I'm super sad I don't have that VOD saved. Boom, 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 boom. Wind Waker HD is winning on YouTube right now. Oh, it's getting close, dude. Wind Waker HD is winning on YouTube by a total of maybe 1 or 2 votes. But Breath of the Wild's winning over here on Twitch by a total of 10. So technically Breath of the Wild is still winning overall right now. Let's see if Wind Waker can take the lead. If we get a couple more votes for Wind Waker on YouTube, and if we get a couple more votes for Wind Waker on Twitch, it could turn the tides. We'll see what happens. I would have picked Zelda, but I haven't seen Sonic Adventure playthroughs in years. I was secretly hoping that Sonic Adventure would get picked, I'm not gonna lie. I have 2 games I'd like to see get picked this morning, and one of them was Sonic Adventure. One of them was Sonic. I was secretly hoping Sonic Adventure would get picked, but I knew if it wasn't a corrupted poll, it wasn't gonna happen. I knew it, but I didn't want to start our journey on a corrupted poll. I truly do want to see what the majority of you would have liked for me to play. I wanted to start off today about the viewers, about the collective viewer voice today. And that is whatever y'all vote for here. That it was important to me that we had the collective viewer vote here for the first day and just see what the collective speaks. Why does YouTube not load the chat right away? I don't know. Maybe YouTube's a little weird. What's up? Good morning, though, Blood Raven. Welcome to the show. I voted for Sonic, but Wind Waker HD, dude. Wind Waker HD is the hotness. I like your choice of your phrasing there. You were curious about Kirby? Yeah, I actually do have the whole Kirby's Adventure playthrough on YouTube. I think I released it on the Twitch archives. It's the original NES Kirby. It's a super goofy game. It's not too long at all. And if you guys would have voted for Kirby, then we would have filled the rest of the time with Pokopia. So I obviously couldn't have told you that, because then you probably would have voted for Kirby so that you could get more Pokopia content. Because I know y'all Pokopians are still out there vibing. So I couldn't have told you that. But Kirby's a pretty short game. So if you would have voted for that, we probably would have did Pokopia after. So but I couldn't say that. I couldn't ruin the surprise. So that one's a shorty. So anytime that happens throughout the week, I do have some backups. So if you guys vote for a short game, we'll either switch and pivot to Pokopia, or we'll pivot to another game on the list that didn't make the list of 5. Does that make sense? Because I didn't just boil it down from 20 to 5. I actually boiled it down from 20 to about 7. And then I kept a couple in the wings for just in case maneuvers. So yeah, I do have some like backup plans for games in case like something short or something doesn't work, you know what I mean? Like stuff happens, right? So let's see what kind of stuff we got going on here. April Fools, everyone in town will try to trick you with lies and half-truths, so be on guard. Something tells me even Lieutenant Booker has something up his sleeve. Two are flyers, yeah, exactly. Well, 2 minutes left and Breath of the Wild is winning by 8 votes, but Wind Waker is still winning over on YouTube. It's getting heated 20 votes on YouTube. Wind Waker's still winning by 20%. This is actually tighter than I ever thought it was going to be. We might actually have to do a third vote, or I might have to do some math, which is insane. I don't want to do math. I don't want... Well, I would hate to have to do math. Katrina the fortune teller will be here this week. Cool. I did the math. Wind Waker HD wins. All right, so just to drum up some Wind Waker HD hype, I will say that that was the second game I was hoping that would win this morning. But so that I'm not being biased, if it doesn't win, it is an option later in the week that can be voted for again. So there's some biased commentary on both sides of the fence. Do with it what you will. Boom, 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 boom. Wow, Breath of the Wild blew away Wind Waker all of a sudden. Oh, wow. Breath of the Wild blew away Wind Waker last minute. I think BOTW ends up winning here. I think so. 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. Boom. The poll gets ended. All right. Let me go ahead and do what is... Okay, so 15 votes, and then what is 35% of 29? 10 votes. So Wind Waker gets an additional 15 votes from YouTube, which goes up to 52, but Breath of the Wild gets an additional 10, so it goes up to 54. The gap between Breath of the Wild and Wind Waker is large enough that I'm not going to do another poll. If it was within 5 of each other, I would have, but it's not. Breath of the Wild wins. We're going to be playing Breath of the Wild today, the Switch 2 edition. All right, so that'll be our game switch. And what's up, Uni Pop? Good to see you today, by the way, Uni. So you're saying you want Wind Waker to win? Not quite, but... While you're here, drop a like. Yo, what up, Unipop? All right, Breath of the Wild wins. Now we can go ahead and get our straw poll ready to go here for the next day. I just needed to see what won today. So let me go ahead and quickly get the straw poll ready. We'll just do all that stuff so we could sit down and game for a bit longer before we game switch. So the poll for tomorrow, we are going to be doing a... do I want this one to be a straw poll or not? Actually, do I want this one to be corrupted? Let me see here. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're gonna get rid of this one, and we're gonna get rid of... One second. All right, we'll get rid of this one. This one, I think, is the oddball in the bunch here. All right. We're not going to do a corrupted vote. We're not going to do a corrupted for this one. We'll do a corrupted later this week. I'm trying to find the perfect choice, the perfect day for a corrupted vote to really get everyone super into it. Because, like, there's going to be a day that's really divisive, right? Today was kind of divisive, but not quite. So we're going to save the corrupted vote for a divisive day. All right, so here you guys go. Here is the straw poll. You get to vote on 2 games out of the 5 for the straw poll to make it so you can kind of pick 2 favorites, which I think is super cool. So don't forget that you can actually vote for 2 games, 2 separate games on the list. And I believe I can start it right now. Let me see here. Create poll. All right, share link. All right, here you guys go. And let me share this on YouTube as well. There you guys go. There's the straw poll, and we'll go ahead and we'll pin it here vote on tomorrow's chat's choice game. All right, and we'll post this one more time, and then I will pin it to the YouTube chat. Can I do that through this new chat? I cannot. If a moderator could pin that message for me, I would appreciate it. Just for 30, just like for the default 20 minutes. All right, and you guys can get your votes in. So if you guys are already figuring it out, I'm sure all of you are looking at the list of games right now. So I'm going to go ahead and reveal them out loud here. So the list of games for tomorrow, Zelda makes the list again. Zelda makes the list again, and tomorrow's list of Zelda games, you know, actually, I might be able to edit the poll and put the list of games in there. Let me do that real quick. All right, cool. We can do that really quick. Yes, I can fit all of that in there. Oh man, I love straw polls so much more. All right, cool. So Zelda, Skyrim, Story of Seasons, Friends of Mineral Town, Pokemon Sword and Shield, or Paper Mario Origami King, which would be a fresh playthrough of Origami King. We haven't played it in years. So go ahead, get your votes on. You cannot see the results until it's over. That's on purpose. You can pick two things. You can vote for two if you want, but you don't have to. Do I have it to where you have to choose two? Let me check. I'll fix that for you. Range between 1 and 2. Okay, I fixed it for you guys. There you go. So you can vote for 1 to 2 if you want. Your choice. So you can vote for up to 1 to 2 options. And yeah, here you guys go. Pretty eclectic list here. Pretty eclectic list here. I think this one's going to be a little bit fun. But also when I do these real eclectic lists, it's like it's easy for certain things to win because it's not up against the titans that are like, you know, it's not up. It's like it's easy for something like Zelda to win if it's up against something like Skyrim, because obviously my audience likes Zelda. So, and that's okay, because again, the whole theme for this whole next 7 days is viewers' choice. You all have the agency of seeing your or choosing the games. Yeah, excuse me. Sorry, do you guys need a new link? Are you guys good, or do you need a new link? You can see the results. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. I meant to have it to where you couldn't see the results, but that's fine. That's not a big deal. I'll fix it up. Do you guys need a new link though, or are you guys good? Can somebody click the link and check? Because I can do live edits. You just might have to refresh. Okay, sick. Okay, cool. That's what I thought. I thought it was just a refresh. All right, cool. Just making sure. All right, cool. All right, I did hide the results from here on out. So you guys did see the early results, but now they're hidden. So sorry, punks. I misclicked. I thought I chose you can't see the results, but I chose you can see the results after you vote. Which actually, I don't mind that. That's the thing. I just don't like when you can see the results before you vote, because people naturally feel like they're throwing their vote away if they know something is losing. And I hate that. But that's what people do, man. They'll see that something's losing and they'll be like, oh, I don't want to vote for that. So that's why I don't want you to see the results before you vote. That's all I care about, to be honest. I don't mind if you guys see the results after the vote. You know what I mean? Like, that's not that big of a deal. I just want to make sure that people are voting with their heart, which is like, what do you want to see me play? You know what I mean? Like, that's what I want people to vote with their heart. Also, I misspelled remake wrong. I said remakeal. All right, sick. Get your votes in. The straw poll is ready to go. I'm going to copy and paste this and put this in my notepad. All right, I got my votes in. What did you guys think I voted for? I got my votes in. What do you guys think I voted for? You voted for Friends of Mineral Town and Wind Waker HD. Not a bad guess. Not a bad guess. I only voted once. I didn't want to have too much say in it. So I just put one vote in. Would you ever play Monster Hunter Stories 3? I don't know, maybe. I would probably start with the originals first, though. If I ever did play those games. All right, let's enjoy some more ACGC, because we were distracted for the last 45 minutes. And then we'll game switch here in a little. Skyrim on what system? I don't know. I mean, I own it on Steam already, so I'll probably just play it on Steam, you know? But I could buy the Switch version if I wanted to, if they're not charging $60 for it. Hi, YouTube chat. Yo, what's up, Nembo Tavi? Hey. Nice, we got some jobs done for Tangy, which is awesome. In this town, we're still paying our debt off. So we have some bells to go do that. In this town, we're still paying our debts off here. All right, we have to mail some fossils out. Let's go grab our money and do some debt paying. We're getting pretty close to paying off our full debt in this game, though. What's the quick button to transfer stuff? I think there's a button to just like pick up something and transfer it. Oh, you just click take out. Okay. Yo, what's up, Elijah? How you doing today? I'm not going to see the Super Mario Galaxy movie until it comes to streaming, and then we're going to do a little movie night for it, maybe. Which would be pretty cool. Oh, also, we have a movie night planned for this week. Oh, I forgot to set up the event for it. Yo, Cozy, would you mind setting up a movie night event for us? Would you mind doing that for the Animal Crossing movie? Let's go ahead and aim for Friday or Saturday. Saturday seemed to be a little bit better for people. Let's do Saturday. If you have a second, Cozy, if you're busy, no worries. I can take care of it. But you've usually been pretty okay with doing that for me in the past, so. Mute stamp on my Cloud Island. I'll be over later. Yeah, there's an Animal Crossing movie that never made it out of Japan that we're gonna watch in the Discord. Yeah, we're gonna do it this week as a part of our festivities for 7 years of streaming. That'll be $50. All right, send me your PayPal account. What? You gotta pay for good help, you know? We got some good mods around here. What's currently happening on stream, but unrelated, but there's a small an event happening in Pocopia, yeah. Rain, sleet, snow, or hail, we'll deliver what you mail. All right, nice. Now that we got our first set of polls and stuff out of the way, the rest of the week is going to be a lot smoother. Because I had to just kind of explain everything and kind of get the pace for the week set. So now that we got that out of the way, we could take a deep breath. I think my cat went to sleep finally. I say finally just because it's late for her to be up. But she can come hang out with me anytime she wants. What's the game lineup today? So the chat just voted for Zelda Breath of the Wild. We will be playing Breath of the Wild next. Chat just voted for Breath of the Wild. And we're going to load up our master mode save file and continue our journey for hunting down all the Koroks and just relax in the world in general. Your letters are a riot. I always laugh my pants off. Do you like classical? I love it. It's totally brilliant to rock to. That's the end of my letter. Take care, Poco. Cute. I played through Mario Galaxy on the Switch, and I agree. It wasn't as smooth as the Wii, but it was fun. It was still very playable. We did it on stream not too long ago. All right, let's go get our fossils identified. We're down to 425,000 bells to paying off our debt, which is awesome. How's the kitty? She's doing very well. Yeah, she's pretty much just completely getting comfortable, exploring the house, completely getting comfortable in her new little home. Still kind of skittish around feet and walking around. She's still not sure what to expect when I stand up. Oh, she's hearing me talk about her. What's up, baby? She just living her life. I'm still trying to get her to eat a little bit better. I wouldn't say that she's eating bad. So I got some information from the pound, and I called them about her, and I gave the pound an update. I took your guys' advice. I called her the pound, and I gave him an update on how she's doing. And I set up her vet appointment. It's a little far out. It's not until the first week of May, but it was the best date I could get for the pound nearby. So we got a date set, and I kind of wanted it to be farther out because I didn't want her to be too pissed off at me by putting her inside of a box, you know. So we got the vet appointment set up. I called the pound and I told them everything that I just said to you about the vet appointment and stuff, and they were super happy to hear from me. And then I asked for some advice with food, so they gave me a bunch of awesome advice on how food works and like what I should expect from her. And then they gave me the most comforting thing ever. They were like, it sounds like she's eating when she's hungry, and that's all that matters. So you're good. You did your job. So, because I was worried that I was like reading online, and I'm petting her, by the way. It's why I keep moving away. So I'm like reading online, and I'm like trying to figure out, how many calories she should have, all this stuff. And this lady just gave me peace of mind because she was just like, at the end of the day, if she's eating when she's hungry, you're good. Like that's what matters the most, that she's eating when she's hungry. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Like it was just put to me in such a simple way where it was just peace of mind. I was like, yeah, that's exactly what's happening. She just eats when she's hungry, and that's totally chill, you know? And she wants all of the pets. Oh, you're such a little sweetie. Okay, I'm going back to play my game now. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we'll get a cat cam in the future. No, I don't have a way to show y'all her right now. I apologize. Oh, let's do Saturday, and let's do 4 p.m. ET. That's 10 p.m. for European. Let's do 5 p.m. 5 p.m. for the movie night. So that'll be a little bit later for Europe, but not too late for America. And then PST, 2 p.m. on a Saturday is not terrible, right? Yeah. I unfortunately don't have a camera set up. This is the first time she's ever walked into my office while streaming, y'all. Ooh, multiple mysteries in stone. How exciting. My soul is aflutter. Now I shall expose their secrets. I see. Incredible. Woohoo. I love that we can do multiple fossils at once in this game. Indeed. Those were no small feat to identify. Every small chip tells a unique story. What? Oh my apologies. I was thoroughly engrossed. I shall return the specimens to your care. Ooh. All right. Yeah, so yeah, she this is her first time walking in the stream, so I just don't have like an extra camera laying around for her. But I'll take care of y'all. Like I said, at the end of the stream, I'll grab one of the cooking cams from the kitchen, and I will set it up on the side, and I can just grab it and like point it at her. And we can do that if she's gonna make a habit of this, you know. All right, nice. Let's go and find some parchment so we can get some deliveries made here. I'm recovering from my wisdom teeth. I've been sleeping and listening to the stream. I was voting for Wind Waker in my dream. Well, good on you, because that's what should be voted for. Cats love to be able to see whatever you're doing. Yeah, I've noticed. Yo, thank you, Sparkle Jam. 7 years of streaming today. Can you guys believe it? 7 years of streaming. This week, we're celebrating the whole week. Technically, my stream anniversary is March 25th, y'all. But I decided years ago to go with the first week of April because I got my affiliate within 7 days of streaming, and the affiliate date just feels like a good day to celebrate. Kind of like a middle ground. So we celebrate our partnership in February, and then we celebrate our stream anniversary in April. Tomorrow's my 7 year with my fiance. Nice. Aw, nice. A little adjustment to the command. I love it. Nice. Wonderful. Yeah, she's doing very well. We do have pictures shared in the Discord. You can find them pinned under the pets channel. I did build her cat tower. I just need to get some dry catnip so I can start trying to get her to use it. And then I built her a window. I have her like a little window bed that's like attached to the window. You gonna be playing Champions next week? I'll be checking out Champions next week for sure, yeah. At some point. When's it come out? I don't even know. Cheeto's doing much better. Aw, thank you. Nightbot updated and I lost access to the website. Okay, we could take care of that here in a little bit. If you want access now, I'll take care of it now, but we can do it later if you're okay with that. Yeah, the only problem with this little window seat is that I noticed that it leaves the window technically open by a little bit, which is fine, but it's pretty chilly today. So I'm going to go use the restroom and get some water really quick. And because I'm out of coffee, I think. And then we're going to refresh ourselves and then we're going to play some more games. So I'm going to leave y'all here for just a couple minutes, but let's get used to taking healthy breaks this week because we could be streaming some longer days, maybe not crazy long. So here, we'll throw up some words on stream for a minute, but we're not going to play too long. So don't get too committed to this. And you guys can play on YouTube as well. You just have to scan the QR code, I think. But yeah, don't get too committed. I'm not going to be going long. I'll be right back. I'm going to wait for it to start up. Seems like it's taking forever to start up nowadays. Okay, here we go. Yeah, you can play by entering the QR code, I believe. Hold on a second. Autopilot. All right, I'll be right back. All right, one more, and then I'm back. You guys can do one more. I'll skip it along here. Thanks for your patience. I'll be right back. Just gotta grab my water now. All right, nice. We hit that noon song. Do 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 do. Yeah, I hope you're doing well today, Loud Boys. Good morning, bud. Do 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 do. All right. Nice. Y'all were killing it. Y'all were killing it out here. Holy heck. None of this. Look at y'all destroying it. Words with friends. Words on stream. Oh, nice. Thank you, Officer Jennifer. Yeah, I built it and like the window is still like slightly open. I actually just went to close it because it's cold, man. And that's right where she likes to sleep. So I turned the heat up a little bit more and I closed that window because I didn't even think about that. I'm like, oh, I wonder if that's why she's a little bit annoyed because her usual sleeping spot was a little extra chilly today. All right, nice. Thank you, everybody. Yo, thank you, Bree. I appreciate that. Doom, doom, doom. Bow, 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 bow. Just catching this. I'm just looking for people here who stuck around during the break. If you did stick around during the break, please let me know. Sound off on the chat if you would like to say hello to us. But I'm just going to gift a couple little subs out here as a way to say thank you. Thanks for hanging out. It's very important to be able to take breaks as a streamer. And while I'll be the first person to tell you that it's not my favorite thing to do, I like to keep the flow of my show going. I do like to say thanks. And sometimes saying thanks with a gifted sub is way cooler than saying thanks in any other way. And I hope you enjoy 30 months of emotes. Will it be modded? Probably not. I haven't put that much thought into Skyrim if it wins. But I'll tell you, it'll probably be a fresh playthrough, and it'll be the first time we ever played Skyrim on the channel. You know, I'm not much of a modding gamer though. Like, just to be clear, I am a pretty vanilla gamer, so I usually just do unofficial patches with Skyrim. Ow! Yo, Layla. With a 9-monther. Oh, did I say 30 months? I meant to say 30 days. 30 days of emotes. Imagine if you could gift a 30-monther. You know, I think Twitch recently added the option for someone to gift 1,000 subscriptions. Oh, no. Not 1,000. Here's what it is. There's now an option in gifting subs where you gift every single person who's watching the stream who doesn't have a sub. There's an option now, I think. I think it's only rolling out to like certain people, but they're like releasing an option where you gift everybody who's watching the stream without a gifted sub. Yeah, it's crazy. It's kind of wild, dude. It's like, holy heck, could you imagine, man? Just jamming out to the music and vibing. Nice. What's up, Kenzie Chronic? Good to see you back. Yeah, there are some sick mods for Skyrim. Yeah, there definitely is. I've never been a big modder, but I know that the modding scene for Skyrim is thick. Can we find some more fruit to sell? Here we go. You don't know how many you're gifting until you've committed already. Isn't that crazy? That's kind of crazy to me. That blew me away that they were releasing something like that. Boom, 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 boom. Millionaires bopping in. It's my birthday tomorrow. Yo, cool Stardew, man. Happy early birthday, bud. Yeah, Skyrim has some awesome stuff going on in it for sure. Bum, bum, bum. Holy heck. Dude, honestly, the poll for tomorrow is pretty tight right now. The top 3 are relatively close to each other. I was not expecting it to be a tight race. I thought, at least not out of these two. This is a pretty tight race, y'all. You can get your votes in. Here, let me go ahead and get you a link for tomorrow's game. For those just tuning in, we are celebrating 7 years of streaming right now, and that means that we are celebrating, that we're going to be playing, rather, 7 years of streaming. We're going to be streaming for 7 days, celebrating a different year every day, essentially. And I'm creating, curated list of games, and then the chat's voting from that list, because my kind of central theme for everything I've done for this year and the 7 year is all of you. It's about you. It's about the community that has called this place home for all these years. And I wanted to give you agency over what I play. I wanted to give you all, some say in what we do this week. And while it's in my heart, it's a pretty casual celebration. I'm not going too crazy. I just wanted to do something fun, and I felt like from the very beginning of my journey, it's always been about the games above everything else. We game here at the Hyrule Gaming Group, right? So I wanted to do something gaming focused, and then I wanted to do something chat focused. And this is what I came up with, a fun system where every day you're going to be voting for the next day's game. But that's the chat's choice. Streamer's choice is still going to be something that I do. So every morning when you tune into the broadcast, for the first 4 to 6 hours, I'm going to be playing the streamer's choice game. Today, that's Animal Crossing GameCube. And then after that, in the afternoon, we'll be switching over to chat's choice. And the only difference is that I am the one who's creating the list of games for chat to vote from. But you should all know that the list was created based off of all of the games I played on the channel that year. So today is 2019. And everything I played in 2019 is pretty much available for voting. Well, it was when the list was 20 games long. But then I had to take that list down from 20 and I had to cut it into 5. And this was tough to do. I did this for, in all sorts of different ways. I chose games that were the most popular, the games that had the most viewership, the games that had the most followers, the games that I liked the most, the games that hit the hardest, the games that had the best story, like whatever. So, and I got it down to a list of 5. And the one thing I want to say is that if you don't see a game on the list and you were here for that era and you ask yourself, why is it not here? It could be a streamer's choice later. The only streamer's choice that I've revealed is Stardew, for this example right here. Streamer's choice is not going to appear for chat's choice. I'm not going to cross those worlds. I'm going to make it to where we're doing new stuff all week. So that being said, Stardew Valley is something that we're doing later this week. Guaranteed. It's a streamer's choice game. I chose it. It's for later this week. I think it's like Saturday or something. I don't remember. So you don't have to vote for that. Now, Stardew was a big part of my stream for every year except for 2021. So what am I going to do? Put Stardew on the list for every year? No. So the way I curated this list, it took a lot of thought and effort, and I tried to build some systems to make it fair, but also, interesting. And I have some plans for some of the games that don't get voted for. And I didn't want to say this, but when I was using the restroom, I decided I will go ahead and throw a little bit of a plug here. Every vote matters, because let's just say that stuff outside of first place is taking into account for some stuff as the week progresses. And I'm not going to say anything else. But like, just know that your vote matters. So vote for what you want to see, because that will help potentially get the game in front of your eyes that you want to see. Even if it's not today, your vote still matters, right? So all of you that voted for Sonic Adventure gave Sonic Adventure a leg up for later this week. And we'll reveal more of our fun little systems and stuff as the week progresses, and you'll learn more about what I'm saying. So I just wanted to give y'all some excitement to think about. I wanted you to be excited about voting. I don't want you to be disappointed if the game you vote for doesn't fit. However, the whole goal of this is to have one collective chat voice decide. And the best way to do that is polls. And we do have some fun corrupted polls we're going to be getting into later this week. We're also going to be doing a marbles day, where one of these days we're going to let a winner of marbles on stream choose the game that we play. So between marbles, between a potential corrupted poll or two, there's a really good chance that, you know, we're going to have some fun this week. It's not going to just be the most popular game. You know, that's the thing I wanted to avoid, because I know my community. And I could probably tell you every game that could potentially win before you guys even vote, because I know my community. I knew that Zelda was a really shoo-in today. I mean, especially with what it was up against. But I was hoping that maybe the Sonic stands would stand up, or, you know, maybe there would be an outlier that I wasn't expecting. And I think I'm going to be surprised for some of these days. I think you are all already surprising me with your votes. And I think I'm going to continue to be surprised for sure. But I do have a rough idea of like what games are likely to win, you know? So I've tried to curate these lists in a way that's fair, but also in a way that truly represents what you all want. You know, it's like, if that's the game that we played in 2023, that's the game that we're gonna let you vote on. And if it ends up being another Zelda game, or if it ends up being a different Animal Crossing game, like for example, you better believe Wild World and City Folk are on the list later this week. Right? Like, you better believe, you know what I mean? Like, so it's going to be a lot of fun, man. It's going to be a lot of fun. You can vote at the link that's pinned to the top of the chat. And if it's not pinned there anymore, I'll quickly do edit com space ! poll. And then I'll link the command here. Just so we just have something here. Yeah, you can repin. That's okay. You don't have to worry about it. I don't have like the write up with it anymore. Yeah, whatever. We'll just use a command. That's totally fine. Yeah, chat's choice game. So yeah, we're gonna have some fun. It's not gonna all be votes. So, you know, I had somebody make a comment earlier. They were like, oh, so we're gonna be playing farming sims all week. And it's like, no. Like, there wasn't even a farming sim on today's vote. So like, don't worry. Like, I'm thinking about how to make this fun and interesting and not let the minority voice only be stuff that we play regularly. I'm gonna make you guys make some hard decisions some days. That's what I'm trying to say. There's gonna be some hard decisions out there as the week progresses. It's gonna be tough, dude. And I'm just gonna sit back and hope and see what y'all end up coming up with, you know? You named your Totodile starter Hylian. I love it. You better treat him well. He's gonna become a big boy. All right. Commands are dope. Heck yeah, they are. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, dang, I don't have my gum in here. After I already sat down. All right, we'll go get some gum later. Hard decisions, like which crop do we plant today? All right, let's go ahead and pay off some more of our loan. And let's get it down 25% here, or 25,000, I mean. All right. 400,000 left to go. I think I have a streamer's choice for multiplayer this week. I think it's Saturday. It's either Friday or Saturday. I think it's Saturday. I have a multiplayer streamer's choice. So Saturday morning, I'm actually only telling you all this because I want you guys to put time aside. But this Saturday morning, streamer's choice is Mario Kart World, Mario Kart Jamboree, and Mario Golf. So that's a lot of games for only a 4 to 6 hour window. So I might be streaming all the way up until movie night on Saturday. So like Saturday is going to be a weird day because we're going to have to figure out how to fit a lot of game, but Mario Kart World for sure. So this Saturday morning, Mario Kart World for sure. And then maybe some Jamboree or maybe some golf. So yeah, I'm just giving you all a heads up. I've already chosen Saturday morning for my choice, streamer's choice is multiplayer games because I wanted to force a multiplayer day in the mix because I think it's important to the community. Yeah, Mario Kart World just got an update. I saw that. So we'll start with World and then maybe we'll switch to golf if we have some golfers or some Jamboree. And it'll be a lot of fun. We'll get at least a couple rounds in, you know? ZA battles, dude. I mean, battles would be a blast. I wouldn't actually be against that at all. I didn't have that planned, but that would be fun. If we have time, we'll slide it in for sure. That would be a blast. Yeah, it's going to be a fun week, man. It's going to be a fun week. Jamboree or Superstars? I put both on the list. I put Superstars and Jamboree on the list. I owe y'all Superstars. I told you guys I would do it a while ago, so I wouldn't be opposed to doing that because I did say I would do it. It's been, and we haven't done it yet. I do owe y'all a Superstars night. I also owe y'all a Mario Kart 8 night, but I think I'm going to take that one back. Sorry, I might have lied. I might take that one back. After the talk earlier today, I think I just want to stick to World. All right, let's go ahead and do our game switch before it gets too late in the day. If you were here for Animal Crossing, don't worry. Don't worry, Animal Crossing will be back in the future. Let's get our game switch before it gets too late. I don't mind being here late the next couple days, but I told y'all it's not going to be any different than the Pokopia streams. You know, in the sense that like I'm going to be here for a while, but I'm not doing like 12-hour days. This is just going to be a marathon week in the sense that, you know, I'll be here every day for the next 7 days. So now there's probably going to be some long days in the mix. Don't you worry. But I'm not going into this committing to anything. We're just here to have a good time and celebrate 7 years of streaming. Yeah, what up, Abby? Welcome back. Oh, enjoy your lunch break. Yeah. Thank you so much. We'll see you when you get around. All right, we're saving the game. Let's switch over. We got our first chat's choice game of the day and game of the week, rather. Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. And we're going to be showcasing more of the Juicy Switch 2 edition. And this is where it all started, man. We talked about this morning, everybody. This is where it all started. My first official stream was Breath of the Wild. My second was Sonic Adventure, and then my third, fourth, and fifth were all Breath of the Wild. So it makes sense that chat would choose it. It makes sense that chat would choose Breath of the Wild. Like it's crazy. That's just how the cookie crumbled. Chat voted. So this morning, Dazza, chat voted between Sonic Adventure, a Zelda game, and then they had to vote again if Zelda won, which it did. Chat had to choose between Kirby's Adventure, which is super old school, and nobody even knows that game exists, but it belonged on the poll. It belonged on the poll, all right? We didn't actually play a lot of games in 2019. So, like, weirdly enough, there wasn't much else to put on the poll. Like, there really wasn't. Like, Mortal Kombat 11... Mega Man 11, like there was like some weird stuff. We were in our experimental era. Sonic Adventure, Kirby's Adventure, there was a handful of choices. Chat chose Zelda. And I did just go through the explanation of how it all works, so I am gonna spare the chat, but just know that for this week, chat is going to be choosing a lot of the games that we're playing, and you can vote right now on tomorrow's game. So go ahead and hit that straw poll up. You can vote for up to 2 games. You can vote right now for tomorrow's afternoon game, and the streamer chooses the morning game. The chat chooses the afternoon game. Welcome to my 7-year stream anniversary celebration. All right, that's what we're doing here. Let's jump over and let's get our titles and stuff switched up. Yo, thank you, DZ Duck. Yo, what up, Duck baby? Dude, I still think about you all the time, man. You're always welcome to reach out to me. You know that, right? Good to see you, dude. Thanks for popping in. 7 years of streaming. Holy bananas, gorilla. All right, and let's go get the category switched over here on YouTube as well. All right, I gotta have Breath of the Wild picture around here somewhere. Gotta have something around here to use for a thumbnail. Gotta have something around here to use for a thumbnail. Let's see here. Oh, got one. Boom. Breath of the Wild. Bingo bongo. My default is just one of my own personal pictures. All right, Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. And then I guess last but not least, we just want to change BOTW. Thanks for your patience, everybody. BOTW here, and then Breath of the Wild. Try to do stuff somewhat proper on YouTube, but I also don't have the patience to like make it super exclusive. It's like, whatever, dude. All right, sick. I just started a new game of Breath of the Wild to 100%. The game is so empty. You could tell it was testing for Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, it's almost the reason why a lot of people consider Breath of the Wild to be more relaxing, because of that comment you made about it being kind of empty. That's the reason why people consider it to be so relaxing, because the game is a lot emptier. Also, Strawberry Grass, I did see your message, and I'll make sure I check the P.O. box here soon. Thank you so much. Yo, get your rock roast on, baby. Get your rock roast on, baby. We know all about that life. Let's get rock roasted, dude, like the Gorons, man. I tried to play Breath of the Wild a few times, but I got overwhelmed. I don't know what to do next. Breath of the Wild will overwhelm you like that. It is very much a choose your own adventure kind of game. All right, we're logging in and we're randomly over here. I don't know what we're doing here. Why are we at this? Why are we here? I don't know what we're doing here. I don't know what we're doing here. Let's go and go somewhere familiar for a second so we can kind of get our bearings, and then we'll figure out what we're doing here. What up, Hello Kitty? Yo, welcome back. Watching Hylian in my car eating pizza. All right, so now we get to relax with some Breath of the Wild for the rest of the stream today. We're gonna chill. Should be a lot of fun, man. I haven't played this game in a bit since we showed it off for the Switch 2 release. And then even then, the last time we actually played this was when we did normal mode Champions Ballad. If y'all remember, we did normal mode Champions Ballad. and we got the master cycle. And it was my first time ever doing Champions Ballad. So it was pretty cool. It was my first time ever doing it. And that was the last thing we really did on this, I believe. I'm going to keep trying to play the game like Tears of the Kingdom. I just know it. So hopefully my fingers don't confuse me too much. But we'll get there. Do we not have regular arrows? What the heck is going on here? Hopefully we can buy some. Let's go buy some arrows real quick from... Oh, this is my playthrough where I'm not opening up the map. Oh, yeah. I forgot about this. I always forget about this. Hold on, let me find... Not the wetlands stable. I'm looking for... Kakariko, here we go. Yeah, so this playthrough, I'm not opening up the map until I'm confident that I got all the Koroks in that area. So here you can see my stats. I have 94 shrines. How many shrines are in this game? Do I have them all? Is 94... I have 94 shrines. There's 120 in this game. Yeah, I didn't think I had them all. I didn't think so. That's like, we have content still to do. We have shrines to, because I'm not looking anything up, right? So like, we have shrines to do. Look, we have towers. So in this playthrough, I'm not allowed to open a map until I'm convinced that all the Koroks from that area is open. So it's a weird way to play the game, but I don't have any map information. And then I have some shrines and stuff that I still need to go to. Like I think there's a shrine right here. So yeah, welcome to my master mode playthrough. I've been playing this since 2019, basically. And we're trying to get all the Koroks and stuff. I have no idea how far along we are on the Korok front. Probably not far at all. Okay, that's how I run. That's how I jump. Do I have jump on the same button as Tears? I think I do. Yeah, we're good. Okay. I just don't want to confuse myself too much. Yeah, the playthrough that you watched was 2023. Leading up to Tears of the Kingdom in 2023, we played a fresh playthrough of normal mode Breath of the Wild. That was all normal mode you watched. We beat the whole game on normal mode. I haven't even beat the game on this save file yet. That's what I want to make clear. Like, look, no star. This save file is my personal save file here. I've played this on stream, but only picked at it. I've never done like any dedicated content on this save file on stream. This is all my personal save file. Most of this was all done off stream before I even streamed. Before I was even a streamer. And I just loaded up every once in a while. The playthrough that you watched on YouTube is my 2023 normal mode playthrough where we played the whole game and we showcased everything before the release of Tears of the Kingdom. Well, we had to come back and finish it later, but we started it before the release of Tears. Yeah, Tears of the Kingdom was almost 3 years ago. Yeah, it's nuts, right? This game gives me the warm fuzzies. You haven't seen the map in the Nintendo app? Good luck with that. I've been finding Koroks that I had no idea were there. Well, I have seen the map from the Nintendo app because I've used it with Tears of the Kingdom and I've used it to showcase this game. So when the Switch 2 came out, I showcased all of the Switch 2 content that released with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Anybody remember? We sat there with my tablet and we went through it all. We played both games. I made a point to showcase as much as I could. So I'm very much hip to like the app on the Nintendo Switch Online app, and I could use that to help me find Koroks and stuff like that. However, I'm not doing that because this is my playthrough in which I've decided I will not be taking any help. Yeah, I decided that a long time ago. Like, this is my 100% playthrough in which I will not use any guides or any maps ever. The only thing that I'm allowed to use in this playthrough is this little buddy right here. The Korok mask. That's it. That's the only help I'm allowed to get to find all of the fossils in the game. Is my Korok mask right there. That's it. That's the only help I'm allowed. So we're just being weirdos about it, you know? So yeah, I am hip to the map though on Nintendo Online. It's pretty nice. Also, we can get Zelda memories. I was gonna maybe use the tablet today for Zelda memory stuff, but I decided against it. I just kind of want to play the game and hang out. Yeah, the Switch 2 edition of Tears of the you're watching it right here. This is the Switch 2 edition of Breath of the Wild. Now, my stream's not in like my stream's still in 1080p, so it's still gonna be in 1080p. Like, does that make sense? Like, you guys aren't like, you're not exactly seeing like the best of it. Do you buy the Korok mask? The Korok mask is found in a random chest once you install the DLC. Yeah, you have to go find it. When's food? I'm bored. Katla. Yeah. So this is the Switch 2 edition, but it's not like you're seeing it on like a 4K TV. You know what I mean? Like, so it only matters so much. But if it counts, there are 7 statues. There are statues of the 7 heroines east of Gerudo Town. They may have something to do with the location of a hidden shrine. First, solve the meaning behind the message. When the symbols of the 7 find their place, the blessed path will be revealed. Have I not done this yet? Let's go do this right now. And then we have to take pictures of guardians. These are all the different EX side quests. I have so many side quests to do in this game. I do like the Lost Woods in this game. I love it. There's no depths in this game. Nope, no depths. No sky. There's just Hyrule. There's just Hyrule. Only one glider to rule them all. Very different game. Very different experience than Tears of the Kingdom in a lot of ways, dude. It's pretty nuts how different it is. Yeah, I full well know that I'm just never gonna ever be done with this game. I'm gonna be trying to 100% this game when I'm 70 years old. So I don't blame Neanderthal or anybody else for using maps and stuff. I just decided when I started this playthrough that I wouldn't, and I'm just sticking to my guns. I personally think Tears is the better game, but here's the way that I word it. Tears is the better game. All right, but Breath of the Wild is still the iconic game. Like, there was a better way to word it. It's like Tears is the better game, but Breath of the Wild is still like the more important game. Like, Breath of the Wild is always going to be the more important game. It was the game that changed everything. It was the game that changed everything for open worlds. It was the game that it literally changed everything. It spawned countless copies. Like, so you can't take that away from Breath of the Wild, and you never will take that away from Breath of the Wild. So while I do personally think that Tears is the better game, I don't think you can ever deny that Breath of the Wild is always going to be the most iconic. It's going to be the one that everyone remembers. I don't think Tears of the Kingdom is going to be as remembered. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think if you were to transport to 30 years from now, I think that people, your average person is going to talk about Breath of the Wild more than Tears. That's my take on it. Just your average person. I'm talking about the Joe Schmoes. I'm talking about the normies. I'm talking about the people who talk about video games but maybe don't always play them all. Those people are all going to always be talking about Breath of the Wild forever. This game is going to go down in history as one of the most iconic games ever made. Tears of the Kingdom is always going to go down as history as the sequel. Think that's just the way it is. Tears will go down in history as the sequel to the best game ever made. That's what's going on with these games, in my opinion. So while I do think that Tears of the Kingdom is the better game personally, I would never argue, or I don't think it doesn't need to be argued, but I would never like put up a fight to somebody who likes Breath of the Wild more or who thinks it's a better game. It's like, sure, first off, you're entitled to your opinion, and secondly, I think it's hard to deny that this game isn't good, the more iconic game, the more memorable game, because it was the first. Like, that is how that works. Like, you can't, you know what I mean? Like, that's just how that works. And then you're just always going to think of the sequel. And here's the difference, because Breath of the Wild wasn't a bad game. It's not like we're talking about, a really bad game that turned into a really good game. It's not like we're talking about that. You know what I mean? Like, we're talking about a great game and then a better game. You know what I mean? Like, that's the difference. Because, like, if you try to apply this same logic to movies or something, I'm sure somebody out there could argue, like, well, sometimes the first thing sucks and the second thing is better, and people remember the second thing more. Right? That is a thing that happens. But we're not talking about, it's not like Breath of the Wild sucked. Breath of the Wild released and people didn't think there would ever be a better Zelda game ever for the rest of existence. And then Tears of the Kingdom came out and it was like, oh, well, this is just more of the same, but like better. Great. And like, we were all just like, wait a second. Somehow they made Breath of the Wild better. How did they manage to do that? But they did it. And it kind of changed everything for the hardcore, Breath of the Wild fans and modern Zelda fans. Like, it was like, wait, what? Nobody was expecting them to somehow make the best game ever made better. You know what I mean? Like, nobody was like ever made, I'm just spouting, but you get what I'm saying? Like, that's what people used to say about Breath of the Wild. It broke down barriers, people were freaking out about it. Oh my gosh. You know what I mean? It turned into this iconic moment. And then all of a sudden Tears of the Kingdom came out and it was like that, but better for me. I was like, oh my God, they did it. But that's not the popular opinion. I think, actually, I don't know what the popular opinion are between Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, and I'm not going to pretend like I do know. But I will say that I think in 30 years, to wrap up my point one more time, I think we'll be talking more about Breath of the Wild because Breath of the Wild impacted the industry. Tears of the Kingdom impacted Zelda fans. And the industry is a lot bigger, you know what I mean? What goal are we working on? So what I would like to do today is just continue my 100% of this game. So for me, all that means is just kind of adventuring and doing whatever I want. Very classic Breath of the Wild. I kind of just need to choose my own adventure today. And in this case, it's doing a couple side quests, maybe going and trying to get some shrines. What I'd like to do in this game is get all the shrines. I think we did it on normal mode, right? I think we did it on normal mode the last time we played, but I would love to do it on master mode now. I believe we did get all 120 shrines on normal mode. I almost want to go load up the save file just to check because I'm so curious. I really want to go see now. Because I wanted to be able to say that I've never done it before, but actually, I think we have. I think we did make a point to do all of the shrines in our normal mode playthrough. Let's go quickly see. Oh yeah, this is the save after we beat Ganon. This is the autosave after we beat Ganon. We haven't played it since we beat Ganon. Because you know what? I think we did the Champions Ballad first. Oh my gosh. You know what? That's what it is. We did the Champions Ballad before... Zelda's voice spoke to you. No. I thought we already did the Champions Ballad here. Champions Ballad is the Master Sword. Champions Ballad is the Master Sword quest, right? Am I thinking correctly? Is that the same quest? That's all the same thing, right? And you fight that crazy ninja and everything? Yeah, the Trial of the Sword. Yeah, we for sure did that. Huh. I wonder if I like don't have like a proper save or something from my other Switch. When I switched over to the Switch 2, I wonder if I messed up or something. Right? Because like here it is. EX the Champions Ballad. We did this. Yeah, weird. Do you have the motorcycle? Champions Ballads gives you the motorcycle. Oh, so you know what? We must have did it on my master mode playthrough then. I thought we did it on normal mode. Oh, interesting. Oh, I was mistaken. We did Champions Ballad on master mode. Oh, you know what it was? Is we did Champions Ballad on master mode, but we did the Trial of the Sword on normal mode. It's confusing. It's the other way around. Oh, because they're separate quests. Oh, so I did the 4 Divine Beast on master mode. The Divine Beast challenges. And I fought the freaking ninja and I got the motorcycle, but I did not do the Trial of the Sword because it was too hard on master mode and I wasn't ready yet. So then I went on normal mode and I did Trial of the Sword before we fought Ganon. And then we went and we smacked Ganon's booty with our fully equipped sword the last time we played, which is why I'm saved right here. Now it's all coming together. So also, did you notice we didn't do all the shrines? Why do I have exactly 94 shrines on this save as well? I have exactly 94 shrines on this save as well. Like, let me reload this and show you guys. Look. I also remember the water blight. Look. Is it going to show my stuff? Oh, it was too fast of a loading screen. Only 94 shrines done here as well. Why is that so weird? That's so mega weird. How did I stop exactly at 94 both times? Look, 94. That is so bonkers. That's mega weird, dude. All right, I'm going to go do some shrines today. I want to get my first ever Breath of the Wild shrine completion. I've never finished getting the shrines. I never got the unlockable outfit. I've never done it. That's what I want to do. That's our goal, Bella Bun. That's what I want to accomplish coming back to Breath of the Wild. I want to get all my effing shrines, dude. I've never done it before. And we're going to start off with the Gerudo Desert one right here, which involves me going back to... Wait a second. I want to get this Korok, actually. Why not? Get distracted by Koroks. That's the life. Dude, it's weird. It's weird not being able to burst myself forward while gliding. That was such a nice ability. That was such a nice ability, dude. It's so weird that I can't do that. Now, I know I have Revali's Gale, which is pretty nice as well, but I started really enjoying Tullen's ability. I don't know about y'all, but Tullen's ability is something that I started warming up to a lot. Like, I really enjoy Tullen's ability. Yeah, a lot of people agree with that. A lot of people miss Revali's Gale more. I think that I am converted. I'm going to say it. I think I am fully converted, and now I prefer Tullen over Revali's if I had to choose one or the other. I'm just going to say it. If I had to choose one or the other, I prefer Tullen's ability now. But it took me a super long time to get there. All right, we made it to this puzzle. Where are all the orbs at? Are some of the orbs for this? Aren't some of the orbs for this quest in town? Like, I have to go to the Gerudo town to find them, I think. They're scattered all around the desert. I think I've done this one before. I missed the noon game vote. Do we know the results? No. I've since closed off you being able to see the results, I believe. So now you are all just gonna have to wait until tomorrow. I think somebody was cheesing it at one point though. And they were still on the old page and they were just like refreshing. So there might be some information out there, but as of right now, you'll have to wait. I can tell you guys some information. I can tell you that first place and second place are almost tied. There's only one vote between first and second place. And then I can tell you third place is 10 votes from there. So we're getting there. We're getting there. And you can vote for 2. You guys can choose 2. I think 2 is a fun vote. If I don't see You're Finally Awake in HD form, I'm going to throw hands. The only time we ever played Skyrim was 2019, and you guys want to know what we did when we played it? It was really goofy. It was really goofy. I did my first ever episode of chat. I did my first ever episode, and I did this a couple times. I haven't done it since. Where chat could choose what I do in a video game. You remember, remember during the Tears of the Kingdom streams where chat would choose my destination? I want you to imagine that, but like to the next level. So I had a channel point redemption. And what the chat could redeem the channel point redemption to make me do anything. And it was up to y'all being creative. So let me give you a couple examples. Somebody made me have to stop walking and I had to hop. And I wasn't allowed to walk. I had to hop everywhere for like a whole hour of gameplay. Another thing was I started making my character a caster. So someone rudely made it to where I was forced to use a sword. And I wasn't allowed to cast magic anymore for the first up until the first dragon fight. They forced me to use a sword, even though I had already started leveling up magic. So I had to use a one-handed sword to do combat. And then there was like another one where like I had to like drink every bit of alcohol like I stumbled across. Like, so the chat had this awesome like agency over like what I did and like how I interacted with the game. And I got the idea from a streamer at the time, this guy I watched who was encouraging donations. And the way he encouraged donations was this system. And he was like, you know, if you donate $5, you can make me like do this in the game. And if you donate $10, you can make me do this in the game. And if you donate $20, you can make me reset the whole game. He had this like punishment night basically where you could like donate like $5 to the dude and you could just make him restart his whole save file. You could like donate $1 and make him like drop his items in his inventory. And then he also had some positive perks. It was like crowd control before crowd control got popular. And it was like, it was cool. Yeah, it was a way for him to earn some extra scratch and you could just mess with him while he was gaming. And it was hilarious, dude. It was super funny to watch this dude. It was basically crowd control before crowd control. All right, we got this one placed. All right, we got to figure out where the triangle one goes. Well, good thing we can Revali's Gale. I don't even know how to use it. Don't I have to hold the jump button or something? I love 12 Days of Christmas, hence, dude, it was fun. Yep, like riding a bike, dude. No! Until I pressed the wrong button. Like riding a bike, dude. All right, the V is up here. So this is the V here, and then what's that one isn't marked at all. Oh, it's down there on his foot. It's like a swirl. This one's on his foot as well. Okay, I think one of these are in town. I'm wondering if they're gonna reset them when I leave to go to town. Because I know one of these are like in town and I have to like trade them for it or something. Something weird like that. I have to do something. I vaguely remember this quest. I know you're not playing Pokopia, but don't forget your tree today. Thank you, dude. I will not forget my tree today. In this one, you just have to put them in the correct spot. Okay, good. That makes my life a lot easier. I think our stream babes went to sleep. Good for her. I closed up that window and warmed up the house a little bit more. I think she was maybe a little cold. I'm still learning what her different meows mean. But I think she was a little chilly. All right, I think this goes here. Okay, the update. Oh, she's doing very well. She came in and hung out in the stream for the first time ever today. She came in and jammed with us.
Revali's Gale is now ready.
Dang, I love this game. Yeah, me too, dude. Okay, Fireball goes here. Yeah, now we couldn't show her off on screen yet because I didn't have a camera set up because it was very unexpected. So I've learned my lesson. And we'll try to get a little camera set up so we could show her off tomorrow. She's doing very well though. We got our vet up. We got our vet appointment set up. Do I have freaking sand boots? Because I'm doing this the hard way. We got our vet appointment set up for early May, which gives me plenty of time. Which gives me plenty of time to let her continue to get comfortable. I got some news from the pound that made me feel better because they confirmed that if she was eating at all, then she's fine. Like I told them everything. I called the pound to give them an update because she was such a popular cat. So I thought that it would be nice to call and give them an update. And while I was there, I also decided to ask a question. And the question I asked was, you know, about feeding her and trying to get her on like a little bit of wet food. And I asked about their feeding schedule there and stuff like that. And during that process, the lady gave me a lot of peace of mind, because she was like, well, if she's eating when she's hungry, that's a good thing. She's like, she said, it sounds like she's eating when she's hungry, and that's the best thing ever. Like, she's eating when she's hungry, you know, like, good. Like, that's all you need. And I was like, oh, sick. Like, okay, I didn't realize, like, I was so caught up in like the internet telling me like, oh, she needs a certain amount of calories, that they were like, nah, she's fine, dude. She's eating when she's hungry, and that's really all that matters. And even just this morning, she ate she almost ate everything that I put out for her today. I'm so proud of her. She ate her full meal before going to bed. So I'm very happy about that. So yeah, I've been calling her Midna or B. I'm kind of going back and forth between them. All right, this one is the soft. Yeah, I'm calling her B or Midna, and she responds to both of them really well. Like, I'm already at this really cute point with her where I can call her name, and as long as she's not sleeping, she'll probably come to the room I'm in. It's pretty cute. No, yeah, no, not always. You know, she might be busy or something, but like if I call her name out and I'm like, hey, come here, within a couple minutes, she pops in. She pops in the room. It's super cute, dude. I love that she's so responsive to my voice and to her name. So it's pretty cool. Nah, she's not too comfortable jumping up on stuff yet. I'm kind of training her to do that. You know, that's gonna be my long-term grief once she becomes the cat that likes to jump on everything, right? But I'm kind of training her to jump on stuff now, and like getting her comfortable to jump up to my bed, getting her comfortable to like jump up like to a windowsill so she could relax, and like, so she's kind of like getting comfortable doing all that stuff right now. But she has never once jumped up to my lap. She has never once like really climbed on me if I'm laying. So she's still putting a lot of distance between me and her physically outside of pets. She loves pets. She loves laying alongside me or near me, but she hasn't made the like jump to like that like level of hanging out. Like, she's not that, she either just might not be that kind of cat, or she's still just getting comfortable. Remember, she's only been here for literally a week and 2 days. So yeah, she's not like jumping up on, I mean, now she might be doing this stuff when I'm sleeping, by the way. But as of right now, I have never visually once seen her jump up to a table or to a counter that wasn't pretty low to the ground. But my bed is really high up, and she is comfortable jumping up to my bed. So she has the height in her. She's just not comfortable doing that stuff yet. You know what I mean? Like, she's just not. She's just taking her time with all that. Yo, what up, Ryan Perpetrator? She goes wild when you go to sleep. She probably does. If I had to guess, she's popping off during the night. Is this game is what brought me to your channel originally. I wanted to watch Breath of the Wild years ago, and you were streaming the game. Dude, thanks for sticking around all these years. Also, Sister Honey had a question. How do I make different colors of paint with berries and a crush Pokemon? Berries and a crusher Pokemon. Okay, 2 dots here. Berries and a crusher. Crusher and a berry. Yeah, 3 days, 3 weeks, 3 months. And she is following this rule to a T. Within 3 days, she was already pretty comfortable. Now she's going through the process of 3 weeks. And again, she's following it pretty much like to a T. And so now we're bonding a bunch. I bought her a new brush to bond with, and so I can brush her fur and I'm feeding, you know, I feed her treats and I give her all sorts of love. So now we're kind of going through the bonding phase. Yeah, the rule of 3. So with cats, specifically adoptions, not necessarily kittens. Kittens are way different because they acclimate faster and, you know, they're in their imprint phase. So with adult cats or with adoptions in general, even younger cats, they call it the 3-3-3. It's 3 days for a cat to get comfortable in the space. It's 3 weeks for them to get comfortable with you and to start bonding with you. And then it's 3 months for them to get comfortable in your life, in your family, and like to truly be like a part of your family. So to give you an example, my cat didn't even show her face for 3 days. And then I eventually, right around the 3-day mark, she started coming up to me for treats and she started showing herself. Now she's at the point where she's walking into my stream room for the first time today when I'm live, and she has yet to do that. So she's slowly, now we're in that 3-week phase where she is, you know, starting to test her limits, see what she can do, what she can get away with. She's learning about my habits and my routine, you know, and that's important to cats, routine. So she's learning like all of my different quirks and, oh, this human's awake some nights a little later than usual, but most nights he goes to bed at this time. And like, you know, this human can sometimes move abruptly, but most of the time he moves at this pace. So she's like slowly developing a sense of my routine and who I am as a person and like how to interact with me and my house and all that. So we have a couple weeks here that she'll keep getting comfortable, and you can buy colors. So the way that it works is that you take berries to crush Pokemon to get different colors paint. However, you can purchase paint from the PC as you upgrade stuff, but I can tell you 100% that you can in fact get paint, different colors paint, by using berries with crushing Pokemon. So all you have to do is give them the berries. As long as they have the crush ability, they will crush them and they will hand you the paint later. The cherry berry, or not cherry, the Leppa is for red paint, the Pekka for pink, the Rost for blue or cyan, the Lum for green, and the Asper for yellow. And then also every time you get paint created, there's a % chance that you'll get white paint. So when you give her 50 Leppa berries, she'll have a chance to give you white paint, or they will. And then there's also a % chance to get black paint from the same process. So it's weird. Black paint and white paint are technically kind of rare because there's no way to make them directly, but you can purchase them from the PC shop, as you have just discovered, Sister Honey, as you level up Pallet Town. Right. So once you level up Pallet Town, you don't have to think so hard about it. But yeah, as of right now, you might want to check out the Crusher Pokemon if you have the means to do so. And I guess we could just drop this that's almost broken and trade it for a new flame weapon. You only have red and white right now? Yeah, so leveling up Pallet Town isn't too bad, though. It might not be a bad idea to start doing that. Have you had a chance to take off her rescue collar? No, and it's driving me mad. Look, I'm sitting here with scissors. So the next time she comes in for like deep pets, I can't do it from my computer chair because the act of me reaching down makes her jumpy. I need to be laying on the ground or sitting on the ground and then have a pet session. And then I'm going to just sneak in and I'm just going to snip that little thing and get that freaking collar off of her. She's not trying to have me go near her with objects. She's very perceptive when I go near her with objects. So even if she's like looking in the other direction, as soon as I start moving my left hand with like an object, she's like, don't go near me. And I don't want her to abruptly turn her head into the scissors. That's the thing I'm scared of. It's like if she moves super erratically when she gets jumpy. So I'm like super afraid that like yesterday when I was brushing her, she like didn't quite know what was going on for a second. And she like abruptly turned her head into the freaking brush a little bit. And I'm like, oh, baby. I'm like patting her face, making sure she's okay. So like, now imagine that with like some scissors. It's like, dude, like I can't, like I cannot imagine going anywhere near her right now with scissors until she gets a little bit more calm. So it's like, yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. But that's just not that easy with this cat. She is very jumpy, dude. She's not about that life. She's not about that life right now. So the collar stays for now. But don't worry, we'll get her. I have a plan. I already have it all sorted out in my mind. You know what I mean? I'm gonna make a space between her neck and the collar so that it's safe, so that the scissors aren't actually near her. And then I'm going to go in and cut them. But like I said, it's not about that. It's about her erratic movements when she doesn't know what's going on around her. So it's not as easy as it might sound. It's just not. She gets very jumpy and skittish at the drop of any extra sound, any like the creaks in my chair, my computer chair creaks will get her to like jump up and run. Like if my computer chair creaks, she's like, oh, like it's like, let alone like me in my hand. Like if I go to pet her with my left hand and then I go to bring my right hand in, she instantly pulls away. If I go to pet her with my left hand, my right hand, and I'm successful and I go to pull my left hand in, she instantly jumps away. So she doesn't even want like double hand pets, let alone me coming over with some scissors, you know, like. So yeah, I'm trying really hard to find the opportunity. I think I had it last night when she was getting a deep massage from me. I had the opportunity and I didn't have the freaking scissors next to me. So I was like, oh no. So I think she's getting there. I think I'm close. But so now I know. Now I have the scissors near me and I'm like ready to go, dude. I'm not. So I think I had an opportunity and I missed it. I flubbed it. All right, we need to change our outfit apparently. Heat resistant, but I want to keep my Korok mask on. Don't do this to me. All right, do I have food? I need to do some cooking. I don't have heat resistant food. I do have the fireproof elixir. I don't know if that counts though. Oh, here we go. All right, that'll go by fast. That'll go by very fast. So we can switch back over to the sand boots. All right, let's go explore the desert a little bit. See what we missed out here. You need to wait till you can pick her up. Well, I've had that thought as well. Correct. Yeah. You could probably use a nail clipper. Yeah, the nail clipper is a great idea, dude. You can have the vet do it. Right. So I have my vet appointment for the first week of May. So my two plans were, you guys just read my brain. So my two plans were, if I don't have it done by the vet, I'm going to have the vet do it for me during our vet visit or to help me do it. And then otherwise, the other plan I had was once maybe she'll let me actually pick her up at some point. But that is not a thing yet. I know somebody asked that earlier in the chat. They were like, I wonder if she can be picked up. Nah. She's definitely not that cat. She might not ever be that cat. If this was based off of her attitude right now, she would never let me pick her up. But remember the 333s. We're still in the first 3 weeks. So she could very well let me pick her up and throw her over my shoulder for all I know. You know, like who knows, right? Well, we'll get there. Remember, if you do pick her up, do not scoop the booty. Oh man, but I love scooping booty, man. I'm a booty scooper. Cats need their back feet facing down. I see. Some cats don't like being picked up. Yeah, right. Like that exactly. She could just be a cat that doesn't want to be picked up. And we'll figure that out over time for sure. And because I'm getting a cat that I adopted, like, we don't know what her previous owner was like and what the kind of expectations that they set, you know, in this scenario. I wonder if one of these are alive. So, like, for example, her not being willing to jump up the tables and stuff has me suspecting that maybe her previous owner was very anti her being on furniture. Some owners are like that, and there's no problem with that, by the way, but some owners are like, anytime their pet, you know, jumps on a table, they're like, no, get down, no, get down, no, get down, no, 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 no. And after a while, a cat's like, okay, I'm not supposed to be jumping on furniture. I'm not going to do this. I'm going to get yelled at. And even though cats just do whatever the heck they want anyways, you know, but you still do start to build habits within a cat. If they hear you screech every time they jump on a table, they're either going to start doing it to make you screech, or they're going to stop doing it because you screech. I think most cats will just start doing it more because they see a reaction and they think it's funny. That's why, like, I think a lot of owners do the wrong thing. I think if your cat's doing something you don't want them to do, you shouldn't instantly react. Just let them do the thing and then react later. Like, if your cat knocks over a cup of water and spills it, obviously you have to react. But, like, if they knock down a picture off the wall, then just, like, leave it there for a second. Don't, like, instantly react, because I think you might be building up bad, like, they might see you react and be like, if I do that again, I can get them to jump up. You know what I mean? Like you don't want to give them bad ideas and, like, react when they're doing something. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like you have to be careful about that. So anyways, my point is, I'm a new cat owner. What do I know? But my point is that I've noticed that she doesn't like jumping on or near anything. And I'm wondering, like, oh, does this have to do with her previous owners? They very well could have been anti, you know, jumping up on stuff type people. They could have been very anti that, you know? Yo, what's up, Big Smokey? That's how they'll start getting your attention? Right, exactly. So it's interesting, but I'm trying to get her to get more comfortable with jumping up, you know, jumping up on tables and stuff, because I don't mind that stuff. And I make jokes that it's going to be the bane of my existence, because eventually she's going to start jumping on tables and stuff, and I'm going to hate it. The first time she knocks something down, I'm going to be like, why did I get her to do this? But I don't really care that much. Like, it'll be fine. Yeah, some cats are high cats, some cats are low cats, right? I haven't figured it out. When I first met her, I thought she was a high cat, but the more that I get to know her, I actually think she's a low cat. The more I get to know her, I'm like, actually, I think this cat is a low cat. I don't think this cat's a high cat. Bow, 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 bow. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Dude, I love this song. Is there still a secret club here, or is that Tears of the Kingdom only? Aha, secret club. I haven't bought these outfits yet, I don't think. I don't think I've bought, yeah. I don't think I have any of this stuff. Let me check. No, I do have the Radiant outfit. Oh, I do. I bought them both. Okay, cool. Oh, it tells me on the buys page. Thank you. What's up, Twitch Thomas? Just remember you asked for a spicy cat, and we really don't know how spicy she's gonna be. She could be a spicer. No, I've never tried VR for Breath of the Wild. Sounds fun, though. I've never done any VR. Maybe one day. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. I have a sneaking suspicion I got most of the shrines here. The desert shrines are a little bit easier to go through. Let's go to the only tower that we have and take a look. I need to get some climbing stuff for my high cat, but without spending $1,000. I heard of like cat shelves. Cat owners just need to cat proof things. Yeah, exactly. You have to just cat proof stuff. You can't just live your life yelling at your cat. You know what I mean? And that's kind of what I was saying. It's like but obviously not. I don't care how people interact with their pets. That's not my business, you know. But I did make a point that when I got a cat, I told myself that I wouldn't like. I would try not to ever react badly to her interactions. I would try not to ever react badly to any kind of interactions we have. That's just a goal of mine. I'm just gonna try not to like. You know, if she does something that's upsetting, I'm gonna try to just react as kindly as possible and just accept that, like, you know, it is what it is. My cat also took a long time to warm up to men, my husband. Anytime a guy friend visits or a repair guy, he books it for the nearest nook. I have a sneaking suspicion that Midna might be pretty comfortable with me because I'm a male. And it makes me wonder, you know, how she's gonna act maybe around the lady friend or whatever. Yeah, I've had that suspicion for a while that she warmed up to me pretty quick because I think maybe like her previous owner was a guy, you know. But I don't know. Just a theory. Yeah, I don't get the vibes that the previous owner was mean, but I do get the vibes that the previous owner might have been stern. And again, there's nothing wrong with being stern. That's the better way to word it. I don't think the previous owner was mean. I don't get that energy from her. But I do get the energy that maybe the previous owner might have been pretty stern about like what she was or wasn't allowed to do. Boom, 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 boom. Whoa! I wasn't actually expecting this at all. And I think it's one that I've never fought before because it would have a star, wouldn't it? Hi there, dude. I don't even know how to fight you in Breath of the Wild. How do I fight you? I don't have the ability to throw stuff back at you. Boom, 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 boom. Do we have something to just whack this thing with? The Royal Claymore? Sure. Boom, 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 boom. Dude, the rain's not helping me. Spin to win, baby. Spin to win, baby. Nice. All these gems. Beautiful. Yeah, I miss this game all the time as well. This game and Tears of the Kingdom. I think about it all the time. I'm currently concocting my next challenge playthrough for Tears. Yo, Sparkle Jams, I'm just catching up with your message now. You completed all the Great Beast, but stopped playing before the castle. Dude, yeah, that happens to a lot of people. Playing this game, I've noticed that including myself, that it's super easy to stop before you finish Breath of the Wild. It's just one of those massive open world experiences where it's so easy to just stop before the game's finished. And that's why when I played Tears of the Kingdom, I made a point to beat it in 13 episodes. It was 12 episodes because even though those episodes were long, 12-hour days, doesn't matter. 12 sessions because I wanted to make sure that I saw the story and that I beat the game. Because I just knew that, like, it was going to end up like Breath of the Wild, where it took me like 5 years to finally sit down and beat the game. Yeah, I'm already cultivating some ideas for my next challenge run for Tears of the Kingdom. I'm going to be releasing that challenge run, the first one we did on YouTube. That was so much fun. We did the no Hyrule challenge. No touching Hyrule challenge. And then we turned it into a no glider challenge after that. Dude, it was a blast, man. Yo, we'll see you, Blood Raven. Enjoy your lurk. Have you beat the DLC Trial of the Sword? I beat the DLC with Trial of the Sword on normal mode, correct. And then I have yet to do it on master mode because I read about how obnoxious it is on master mode. So while I'm still up to the challenge, I have yet to do it. Now, I have actually tried it. Way in the past, I tried the Trial of the Sword on master mode a little bit. So I do know, like, how obnoxious it is. But I've never, like, really given it a go. And what we did beat the whole Trial of the Sword on normal mode on stream. And it was a lot of fun. It was challenging for sure. If you beat the Giant Monk on Master... Yeah, we beat the Giant Monk on Master mode. Yeah, I can do it. I know I can do it. I'm 100% confident. It's not... Me not doing it has nothing to do with my lack of confidence. It's more that it's something that I don't feel like putting my mind to because... So there's two things. Number one, I'm not really the kind of content creator that likes doing a ton of really hard content on stream. So I've been hesitant to do it because of that. And then number two, because it's something that I know is going to take a bunch of brain power, and I'm just not always willing to give that kind of brain power up, you know? That's just it. Like, I just know that if I want to beat it, it's going to take, like, I'm going to have to dedicate a couple days to grinding it out and finding my perfect way to get through it and dealing with all of the trials, right? And it's like, that's just not something I felt like doing. That's some hardcore gaming, dude. I'm a pretty casual gamer, you know? Like, I game hardcore in the sense that I play a lot of video games and I play video games for long hours. But the truth is that I've never been a quote unquote hardcore gamer, you know, like I've always been a fan of challenging myself and I've always been a fan of playing video games on the hardest difficulty. I will say I love doing that. But even then, most of the time, that was just for
Fury is ready.
That was mostly just for self-gratification. You know what I mean? Like, rarely did I ever do a challenge run in front of people. Like, that was all in my personal life. So now that I'm a streamer, it's like, some people would like me to try, like, more challenges and stuff. And I'm like, it's not quite my vibe, I'll be honest. But I will. Sometimes it's fun. Sometimes it's fun to do super challenging stuff on stream. But as a streamer, I prefer to keep things pretty chill. That's just the vibe that I have decided to hone in on as a creator. Randomizers are so much fun. Yeah, I had to learn that the hard way, reminding you to hydrate. Because I tried to transfer my need to play video games on the hardest difficulty and stuff I tried to transfer that energy into streaming, and unfortunately, and I'm just going to be completely real with y'all, I just turn into a big baby when I get frustrated. That's just the truth, and nobody wants to sit and watch a big baby. Some of you might be laughing to yourself saying, I would, that's hilarious. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Most people aren't here to watch me sitting here like crying about getting pissed off at a game, because I turn into a baby when I get frustrated. I turn into a whiny little rat. I get pissed. My interactions with the chat get rough, and I turn into an asshole because I'm frustrated in the moment. And then somebody in the chat goes, nice try, nerd. And then I get mad. And it's like, I can't do that for my livelihood. I can't talk to people in a rude way. I can't talk down to people. That's not who I am. So whereas some streamers are willing to bite back at somebody talking smack, and they'll tell them, oh, fuck you, you know what I mean? I'm not willing to do that because I am like mean when I'm mean. Like, I can't explain this enough. Like, when I tell someone to fuck off, it's like your mom's telling you it. It's like you just got smacked in the mouth while I told you it. And it hurts. Whereas like when somebody else does it, some people can do it and it's like fun, you know, like I've watched streamers where they're like, you, and then everyone's laughing and it's like, oh, we got him. Ha, ha, ha. But for me, I'm just like mean, and I don't even mean to be. So when I tell someone to fuck off, it's like nasty. And it's like I just punched you in the stomach, and everyone goes quiet in the room and everyone's like, oh my Lord, this dude just chewed him to shreds. Like, so like, that's not a good look for me at all as a creator. So I learned that like super hardcore content is just not my vibe, man. It's not healthy for me as a content creator. Cause if I'm sitting here getting frustrated, I'm going to end up ruining a relationship with someone. I'm going to like talk to someone rudely, or I'm going to get pissed off and kill the vibe in the room, you know? And that's the problem. That's the word that I've been looking for while explaining this. I turn into a vibe killer when I get frustrated playing video games. Anybody else? Anybody else like become a vibe killer when they get frustrated playing video games? I'm sure other people can relate to this. I become a vibe killer. I become visually agitated, and like the energy in the room gets like really weird and quiet, and like it gets frustrating, and everyone's like, oh my gosh, this guy's actually mad. Like I become a vibe killer when I get frustrated at video games. Yeah, and then here's the problem. I don't have the option to walk away though. I'm streaming. That's what I do in my free time, Neon. When I get mad at a game, I take a break. I come back, I walk away. I come back 2-3 hours later, sometimes 2-3 days later. You can't really do that as a streamer. Here you are in front of a couple hundred people, and you have to like, you feel like you need to keep pushing until you finish the goal, right? You want to give everyone that feeling of satisfaction. So you keep pushing, you keep pushing, you keep pushing, you keep pushing. And then you get more frustrated, and it's like you have this weird pressure put on you to succeed, even though you're failing. And it's like, whoa, what's happening? And it gets real weird, right? So I decided real early on, maybe about 3 years into streaming, that I never want to be that streamer, and I'm not going to play really hard video games, and I'm not going to do that to myself. So while I still do every once in a while challenging content, I set the pace, right? And because I'm setting the pace, I can set the pace at whatever level I'm willing to accept for that day, you know? And I can control it. Whereas I'm not sitting here playing like games that are designed to destroy you. And those are the types of games and stuff that I kind of really do feel like I should avoid as a streamer. Now, I will say this, though. As I grow as a streamer, I'm starting to become more stoic, and I'm starting to become better at not being called out by chat, and I'm starting to become better at controlling my emotions. Like, actually, streaming is helping me become a better, more wholesome human. When I go out in the real world, now my interactions with people are better and better because I'm learning how to become more stoic and more healthy, and to not let myself be emotionally driven and let other people frustrate me with comments and words, you know what I mean? So as I learn to do this on stream, I can take it into my real life. 7 years of streaming has made me a stronger person. So I will say that for those that would like to see me play really hard video games, I'm becoming better at more open-minded at trying it. There's a reason why I've been waiting for my Dark Souls era. Because like, I know that I'm getting better at this, and I'm getting more stoic, and I'm getting more emotionally stable in that sense. And I've been going through therapy over these years, and I've gotten a lot healthier and mentally and all sorts of stuff. So I feel like my like Dark Souls era is like right around the corner in a lot of ways, but it could be also a couple years. Who knows? You know what I mean? What up, Team Nintendo? Also, Breezy, thank you for the congratulations on 7 years. 7 years of streaming, y'all. Can you believe it? Yo, what's up, Slippy Slope? 7 years of streaming, y'all. Can you believe it, dude? Yo, welcome to the show, y'all. I know I wanted to finish that yap real quick before I scrolled up in chat. Yeah, thank you, everybody. So you guys can vote on tomorrow's game. Welcome to my 7-year stream anniversary. What are you doing, you little rock boy? Get out of here. So this year, the theme we've been celebrating 7 years. We've been celebrating our stream anniversary every year, and we do different things. And this year, I have decided that we are going to be doing a fun celebration here. And I wanted it to be focused on the viewers. This year, I'm focusing everything on all of you, viewer choice, viewer agency, and games. This year's theme is gaming. It's 7 years of streaming for me feels oddly iconic, and it feels really special to me. And I realized that this year I want to take it easy. So I wanted to do something that was in line with my year of letting go. This year is my year of letting go, and it's a year where I'm really looking at content differently for the first time since I've started streaming, and letting myself truly embrace the fact that I've built this beautiful foundation. And up until this point, I don't think I really was. Up until this year, I was still kind of in the rat race. I was still kind of thinking every day about what I could do to grow every single moment of every day. And I was still afraid to take breaks and to try new content, because I was afraid that it was only a matter of time before somebody, before it was only that my foundation wasn't strong enough to stand on. Well, this year I'm teaching myself that it is, and that what I've created here is awesome, and that I can stand on the foundation, and I can truly embrace what I've created here, and I can start focusing even more on nourishing all of you that call this community home. And I can focus on creating content within the niches I've built, instead of always chasing and racing, right? And as I enter this, I wanted this year's 7-year anniversary to be kind of like this. That energy, the letting go, the let's just have fun. And I thought, well, what's more fun than the games we play? So over the past couple weeks, y'all, I've been using websites that aggregate information to write down a list of every game I've ever played on the channel, the year, the date, everything. And I'm going to use this information to update my game lists eventually. But for now, what I'm doing with this information is I put together a curated list of games for you to all vote. Welcome to the show, 7 days of Hylian stream to celebrate 7 years. Every day, I'm going to have a streamer's choice, and then the chat's going to have the viewer's choice. I'm going to choose a game every day this week. Today, we chose Animal Crossing GameCube, and then the chat's going to vote for the game for the following day. Except for today, where the chat voted for today's game today because it was the first day of the event. So today, chat voted for Zelda, and then they voted again for what Zelda game they wanted, and it was Breath of the Wild. Welcome in here, everybody. We're jamming on Breath of the Wild for the rest of the stream today. We're just going to relax. We might squeeze in some Pokopia way later so I can check out the event. Otherwise, tomorrow, the poll is already up. You can vote on tomorrow's games. And again, the fun part about this is that I curated this list, all right, based off of games that we played throughout the history of our channel. And so some of the lists are eclectic and strange. You might not have been here for the era that I played Skyrim for 4 hours, and you might not have been here for the era where I played Pokemon Sword and Shield. Well, get your vote in, because the viewers are choosing the games. Now, you might be thinking something, so let's talk while I fight this thing here. You might be thinking to yourself, but Hylian, if everybody votes, then everyone's just going to vote for the stuff that's the most popular. And you might be saying, oh, Hylian, but then, you know, that means that you're just going to be playing a bunch of farming sims, right? And a bunch of Zelda, right? Well, that's why throughout the week, polls aren't going to be the only way that chat's going to be deciding what we play. We are going to be running 1 or 2 corrupted polls where you can use your channel points to do additional votes. And it's not going to be the voice of the chat collective on those days. It'll be the voice of who has the most channel points to go in on their favorite game. I also have one day planned where we are going to do marbles, and whoever wins marbles on stream will get to choose one of the 5 games from my curated list. So it's going to be a fun week, and there's going to be a lot of cool ways for y'all to discover the games that we're playing. And again, I get to choose a game every day, and then so does the chat. And that's how it's going to be this week. And then I have some other stuff planned. I'm not telling you all the secrets. You ready? Let's go. After doing the trial, I'm not afraid of Guardians anymore. The trial of the Master Sword made it to where I'm not afraid of Guardians anymore. I used to be deathly afraid of them, but after going to the trial of the Master Sword, I'm actually not afraid of Guardians anymore. It actually cured my fear of them, because it forced me to face them in a small little room, and I had to face them to get through the trial. And I've actually finally shaken my fear of them. I used to legitimately be afraid every time I would see a Guardian on the screen. I swear to you, I would just be, my heart would raise and I would freak out and I would be like, I don't really want to fight these. And I would usually run, and Trial of the Sword just taught me that I just need to figure it out. The poll can be found right here. No, we didn't do it on Master Mode yet. We did Champions Ballad on Master Mode though. That was the trade-off for the chat. I told the chat I would do the DLC for Breath of the Wild. We did Champions Ballad on Master Mode, but we did Master Sword Trial on Normal Mode. And one day I'm going to do Master Mode Trial as well. One day. But that's what actually sparked the conversation that you entered the stream during Breezy. Was I was talking about how I haven't been mentally prepared for Master Mode Trial of the Sword yet, because I know it's going to be a pain in my behind, and I don't do that kind of content too often, so I have to be like mentally prepared. Like, I don't do that kind of difficult stuff often, right? The one-hit blunder is so fun, but the weapon is low-key so dumb. Yo, good to see you in here, Slope. How you been, man? We got to catch up on DM soon. I'll catch up with you. We were just chatting. Somebody was asking earlier, is there any viewers that have been here from day one of your stream? And besides for a couple of people that are still here, Beatles, Slope actually followed my stream before I even did my first stream. Because they like joined the community a couple days before I started my show, like maybe a month. And they followed because I was like, I talked about how I was going to be streaming. So Slope's follow date on his original account is technically, I think, before I started streaming. Or it might have been like the exact day, like my first stream. Surprise! What, we got a fairy here? What the heck? Random fairy came out of the grass? I forgot that could even happen. What you gonna do now, buddy? What you gonna do now, dude? Come here. Come here. Stop it. Let me climb your face. Let me climb your face. Ah. Nice. Chilling with my homies. Relaxing, maxing. Chilling with my homies. Chilling with my homies. I said chilling with my homies. Chilling with my homies. I've done it all in master mode. I did a run with no divine beast and only enough hearts for the master sword. That's sick. I was just telling the chat, I'm developing my next Tears of the Kingdom challenge playthrough right now. I've been thinking about some fun stuff I might do in the game for a playthrough. First subscriber, no one's taking that away from me. What you gonna do? What you gonna do with all that stuff? Boom, baby. Boom, baby. I knew there was a way. I knew there was a way to attack him. Oh, I forgot that I'm on master mode now. They can heal. I knew there was a way to attack him without getting down, but I couldn't remember what it was. Got him. Seven years on the dot. Yeah, look, dude. 7 years on the dot. Well, and that's the thing. Technically, I told the chat my first stream was actually March 25th, but we celebrate the first week of April because it's just more fitting. It just makes more sense. I got my affiliate and it just makes more sense. Okay, we do have 2 fairies. Cool. Oh, this guy's not going to wake up till nighttime, huh? I'd like to fight him though. I wonder how long away we are away from nighttime. Maybe I could just... Dang, of course it started raining as soon as I was about to make a fire. This is my life. So HGG Discord was a thing before the first stream? Yeah, so I started my content creation journey on Tumblr, making pictures and GIFs. And you can still find it. It's Tumblr, highly in descent on Tumblr, but it's pretty outdated. I need to update it. Then I created a Discord and I sat down with a couple buddies and, you know, somebody had started a Discord for a game we were playing. And then I started my own and I got down with like 5 of my buddies and I said, I want to start something here. Do you guys want to be a part of this? And I pulled them into a call and I said, you will be the founders of the Hyrule Gaming Group. And we couldn't figure out a name for the community. I chose Hyrule Gaming Group because it was because of the potential acronym of HGG. And I thought it was cool. So that's why we got the name Hyrule Gaming Group. But there was like, originally the Discord was named Highly in Descent Gaming. Fun fact. And then I made a Discord, it was called Highly in Descent Gaming. And then after a couple weeks, I was like, I want this to actually be something that all of us can enjoy. I don't want it to just be Highly in Descent. So I sat down with a group of 5, my buddies, and I was like, what could we name the group? What could we name it? And we came to the conclusion of Hyrule Gaming Group so that it could be more than just me, because I always wanted it to be more than just me. Oh, I have a shrine. I forgot I can use the shrine Sheikah sensor. I forgot about that. So then that's when the Discord started in 2017, November 2017. I was doing Tumblr content for about 2 years before that. And then I proceeded to do Tumblr content from 2017 to 2019, continued until I started streaming. So yeah, that's how it all started. So the HGG Discord was always meant to be a catalyst for streaming. It always was. But our goal was first to zerg it with gamers. So here's how we built the Discord. And it worked. We played games with each other every day, 24/7. We were just sitting there, always playing games in the Discord. And every time we played games with people, we just invited them to the Discord. Fortnite, yo, here's our Discord link. League of Legends, here's our Discord link. Minecraft, here's our Discord link. And we sat there and we played games with people, and it all started with like just gaming. We just wanted to game with people. And that was the first 2 years. It was just people gaming. And then eventually I started pushing towards the streamer journey. And that's when I got us in a public space. That's when we were found by Molded Sandwich, and we started pushing the idea of doing more than just gaming. And that's when I started my stream. So there you go. There's your lore. I thought Tumblr died. Nah, Tumblr at one point scraped itself from not safe for work content, and then everyone assumed it was dead because the not safe for work content got removed, and everyone was like, well, this platform's dead. Fun fact, Tumblr's still alive and thriving to this day. And I would argue is one of the better platforms to be on, because it's not full of a bunch of trash like Twitter. It's just a bunch of moots, a bunch of mutuals hanging out and just enjoying talking about games. So fun fact, like if you're looking for social media that doesn't blow, try a Tumblr, because it's a lot better than Twitter. Such an authentic start to a community. Yeah, very, very original lore of this community is pretty deep. I need to finish getting 100% in Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, me too. I know, me too. I'm at like 600-700 Koroks on Tears. We're in the final stretch. We're at about 85% or so. Most of them are Koroks, maybe a couple map completion areas. Yeah, we're getting there. We are definitely getting there. Let's head over to the Akala Ancient Tech Lab. I'm restarting both games on Switch 2 from scratch. Are you going to take advantage of the Switch 2 tech, the maps and all that cool stuff?
Hi.
G'day. So what do you need from me? Oh, it's so easy to use. It's so fun. Your son. That's right. I've got one son. His name is Grante. Have you seen him in your travels? I saw him. Oh, well, that's good to hear. Grante is still a work in progress. Once he's done studying armor, I'm hoping to convince him to take over my research. About Robbie. Robbie is a premier researcher of Guardians. He's also my husband. He was engaged in research with Director Pura at Hyrule Castle, but that was over 100 years ago. Who are you? Hey, I'm Jaren. Check it. I'm an amateur scholar of ancient history, and to be honest, I've been focusing a lot of my research on shrines. Oh, that reminds me, Link, there's somewhere I need you to go. The left eye of Skull Lake. I know there's a shrine there, but it's a challenge to get to. Sick. That's our next shrine. Let's go. The Skull's Eye. Let's see if it completes instantly. It completed instantly. We already did it. That's the life of the grinder, I suppose. I never used the map in the Apple Store, but I had a website. IGN, I think, had a map that you could use. It was called an interactive map. There's those things called interactive maps. I used an interactive map before. Yeah, just to help me like plan out. Like at one point I was using an interactive map to track the Koroks that I found. so that I wouldn't step on like toes looking for them later. I stopped doing all of that though because it doesn't matter. Like I'm just playing the game. Yeah, same thing pretty much, right? Bizarre to think that how a 4-year-long Minecraft server is now part of ancient lore. The ancient lore. Oh no, it's a bonehead. Oh no, bonehead. Get the heck out of here, dude. I'm still missing one seed in my Tears of the Kingdom playthrough. No way. You still are? That's so frustrating. What's up, Mini Monsky? Hey, good to see you today, Mini. Yeah, so make sure y'all get your votes in. Exclamation point poll. You can vote for up to 2 games that you would like to see tomorrow. Oh, and I forgot to mention, we're going to be running the polls every day at 12 p.m. So every day at 12 p.m., I will activate the poll, and if it's a straw poll, we'll leave it up until the next day, but there are going to be some cases where it's a Twitch poll, and in that case, you would want to be here, so just a heads up. Oop. Some golden moblins? Yikes. I hate fighting stuff on master mode because it takes 8,000 years. So I try to avoid it where I can. Yeah, Eastern time, my time, correct. So 2 hours ago. He's got a bone to pick with you. I've been sleeping to the relaxing tones of your voice. I think my cat likes the tones of my voice too. My cat's giving me more confidence in everything in life. That's the good part about pets. They make you feel awesome. She sure is a lovely critter, I'll tell you what. It would be nice if we had a horse. Oh, wait, I have the master cycle. I don't need a horse. Yeah, boy. I forgot, dude. This is my first time ever having the master cycle in any game. You got to realize, like, I just got the master cycle for the first time at the end of last year when I did the Ballage challenge for like 12 games of Christmas. So this is the first time I've ever... All right, charge that bad boy up. Fuel it up. Dude, oh, the remake of my character in Grand Bazaar was so much fun. Yeah, Doomslayer, you might see some Elden Ring one day. I almost put Elden Ring on a list for y'all to vote on. It still could show up later this week. Holy, that's a golden Lionel. I mean, we could do this if you want to do this, dude. We can do this if you want to do this, dude. I'm not sure about this, but we can do it if you want to do it. I don't got a lot of shields on me. This could become a problem fast. I suppose we should just go for the no-hit challenge here, because this thing's going to chew me up no matter what happens here, huh? I've only fought a Lionel in Breath of the Wild recently, or in Tears of the Kingdom. I don't know if my fingers are going to know what to do here. I'm very Tears of the Kingdom brain right now, and there is a difference, dude. There is a difference. Okay, I do have DELUXE protection. I do have some stuff to work with here. All right, if only we can see him to not... If we can get him to not pull his bow out. I'd rather start this fight normal. No bow, dude. Yeah, I'm challenging you. If I get too close, he might start fighting me. So there's a secret with Lionels. Lionels won't fight you until you pull your weapon out. And a lot of times you can have a standoff with a Lionel. where they will respect you. They're not respecting me today. All right, dude. Let's go. I hate the bow. Like, put the bow away and fight me like a man. All right, let's go. All right, that's how I parry. Oh, okay. Oh, I can't use key size. Uh-oh. Key eyeballs were like the play, dude, the strategy. I don't got key eyeballs in this game. What is he doing? What? Did I actually hit him with the bow? What? I didn't hear the crit noise. Oh, I missed my parry. Oh, it's been so long. Okay, flurry rush. I was listening to the... Oh, you guys don't believe me? Hold on a second. No. I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to show you guys. No. People need to know that how this works. I'm going to show you guys. No. People don't believe... Oh, I got to show you guys. No, this is one of the coolest things about The Legend of Zelda that nobody knows about. All right, now, this is 100% how it works in Tears of the Kingdom. But Breath of the Wild's a bit of a different game, so I don't remember the details. But so when you approach a Lionel, watch. So a Lionel's going to spot you, and they're going to walk up to where you are. As long as you don't pull your weapon out, they're gonna walk up to where you are and close the gap, and they're going to pause and they're going to wait. Watch. This is what we call the standoff. Bum. So now, as soon as I pull my weapon out, the battle will begin. A lot of people don't know this about Lionels. Lionels are very intelligent in this game. The lore, Lionels are very intelligent, and they're warriors. They're not pussies. They're not punks. They're warriors. So they respect you as a warrior. And as long as I don't pull my weapon out, I could sit right here and just stand here. Now, if I approach him, he'll start fighting. Now, I think at some point he does get pissed off and attack me. He might be attacking me right now. Let's find out. He's flexing. Nope. All right, you ready? Let's go. There, he pulls out the bow. He's ready to fight. So I don't think Tears of the Kingdom, he actually gets mad. I don't think in Tears of the Kingdom, he actually gets mad and starts fighting you. I swear he doesn't. But like I said, different games, I could be wrong about that. All right, let's actually fight. I was losing the first fight. Let's all be real. Let's go for round 2. Let's just call this round 2. I was losing the first fight. Let's be real. All right. Okay, let's go. Ready? Battle time. Let's go, baby. Yeah, I had to show it off. I love it so much. I'm just gonna go ahead and eat that until I get warmed up. I gotta get warmed up, dude. My fingies gotta get warmed up. My fingies gotta get warmed up. Oh, I was trying to jump into I was trying to jump into this. I was trying to jump into the flame, and this game just feels so different than Tears, dude. It's just like a little stiffer for me. I'm not used to controls. I think I can land on his back. Oh, can you get on his back like that? I swear you can get on his back like that. All right, this is a wash. We'll go for round 3. I need to warm up, man. It's been too long, dude. My fingers don't know how to play this game. Got him. So you can jump on his back. Okay. So yeah, I had a feeling fighting a Lino wasn't going to be terribly different from Tears of the Kingdom, but what's throwing me off a little bit is I think my jump button might be reversed because I keep going to press the wrong button to jump, but I'm not going to change it now. I think my jump button might be different in Tears, which why would I do that to myself? I remember when I loaded up Tears, I was like, I'm going to switch jump buttons so it doesn't feel like Breath of the Wild. I remember saying that to myself. All right, here we go. You just made Zelda in the Tamagotchi level. All right, here we go. I think we're warmed up enough to try a no-hit. All right, let's go. Ugh. I'm not warmed up enough. I don't even remember how to do anything. That's how I parry. Okay, let's go. Dude, I hate when he pulls out his bow. It's like, homie, starting with the bow is so weak. Let's go, dude. Fight me. Thank you. Is he going to do his jump attack? Boom. Got him. I'm a little too far away to get to mount, I think. Yep, I was. That's fine. See, I didn't waste my Daruk there, which is what we wanted out of that. Okay. He's healing. It's in master mode, so we have to keep doing chip damage to him. If we don't, he's gonna start healing. So it's important that we do little bits of chip. Got him. All right, so the trick is that once you mount him, you switch to a two-hander because two-handers... So this is how it worked in Tears. I think it's the same. Again, excuse my Tears brain. So the way it works is that once you're on his back, you don't lose durability on your weapon. It's a weird like glitch in the game, basically, where on the back, you don't lose durability. So you want to switch to your hardest hitting weapon when you get to his back, because it doesn't matter what it is. It's not going to lose durability. Boom. Switch back. Oh, I'm just going to block this. I kind of make sure he's not healing. I had to do that. I got to make sure he's not healing. We have to play very efficiently because he can heal after, what is it, 5 seconds of no damage? Got him. Easy. What's up, Rage Gamer? Good to see you, dude. What's up, Tension, by the way? What are you doing, dude? What are you doing? Cut it out with this fireball trash. Got him. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Go, go, go. Again, switch over to our two-hander. All right, switch back to our one-hander. Master Sword's run out of energy, that's fine. And I'm running out of arrows. One arrow. All right, we're gonna switch over to bomb arrows, I guess. Hopefully it doesn't start raining. Oh no! My shield wasn't out! Well, we lost our no-hit run. Let's just keep going. My freaking shield wasn't out because of the bow. I didn't mean to switch to the bow. Oh, my no-hit run. We were doing pretty good, dude. We got him down a quarter. You got to give me some slack here, all right? Got him. Fireballs again? No? He's coming for me. Yo, what up, Silver Fox? Got him again? What you gonna do now? Huh? Fireballs? I don't know what happened there. He faked me out. Let's go. Oh! I blocked it, but I missed the parry. Again, a lot of the arrows are just for chip damage. Because chip damage is necessary or he's going to start healing. Got him. Go, 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 go. I've been saving that. I've been saving that. I've been saving that. All right, switch back. Just came in to say hi and good luck. Thank you. We were going for a no-hit run, but not quite as successful there. I only have 2 handers left, which sucks. What do you want, dude? Honestly, they're so much easier in this game, it feels. I feel like in Tears of the Kingdom, they have a mix-up that they're not doing in this game. All right, shield broke. Anybody else? Am I crazy? Don't they have a mix-up in Tears that feels way different than... Like, I feel like in Tears, there's like another thing that they do that he's not doing here. Feels like it's harder in Tears, dude. Oh, shit. We gotta run. Okay. Oh, I tried the parry. We took our second hit. That's what I get, dude. Listen, I haven't played in a while, man. You can't blame me for missing a parry, dude. I haven't played in a while, dude. Screw you, man. He actually started healing, by the way. Did you guys see that? I failed to stop him from healing the whole time. Ow, he ran over me, dude. Ow, he trampled me. Ah, it's all coming loose by the seams. I've always been that way, though. Like, if I take one hit, I don't care anymore, and I just start playing loosely. That's how I've always been when it comes to these types of challenges. But yeah, usually when I fight Lionels in Master Mode, my goal is to never let them heal. Never let them get the 8 seconds, I think. Nah, screw you. Mine went off first. Sorry. Sucker. Got him, dude. Yeah, you almost, in Master Mode, you almost start to create like a rhythm. You almost start creating like a rhythm in Master Mode where you always naturally start to cycle to your bow from your weapon to your bow, back to your weapon, back to your bow. This is a very natural thing you have to just like learn because of everything's ability to heal, which just sucks. Knowing the range of that attack helps a lot, by the way. I think it's 8 seconds or 10 seconds. Well, that makes up for my missed parry earlier. I feel pretty good about that. See, he's taking too long here to attack. He might heal again. Nope. What's up, buddy? What are you doing? Oh, he's doing this again. Gotta go. Oh!
H-Day Link, Donk H-Day Link, Donk H-Day Link, Donk. Whew.
Now, I did not deliver on the no-hit, but you know, we still shoot them to shreds. Let's be real. We still shoot them to shreds. Yo, thank you, Shepard, for 49, baby. Thank you for the biddies, by the way, Aurora. I appreciate that. And thank you very much for the follows coming in. And Layla Violet, thank you for 9 months. I might have missed that one. Let me send a message to Layla and say thank you real quick. Nice. Not bad, man. We, super sad that I took a hit at all. I'm very confident in my ability to no-hit Lionels because it's all just patterns. And once I'm good at patterns, I'm good in a video game. My Mega Man years taught me well. Like all my years of playing Mega Man, it turned me into a very pattern-heavy gamer. If a boss has a pattern, I will succeed. It's when games don't give bosses patterns and I have to learn to adapt like I would against a human that I will naturally struggle when playing a video game, because like I'm such a pattern-based gamer that when you give me a boss that naturally mixes it up, it can mess me up bad. And you know, like that's like, for example, that's like the Elden Ring games, right? Like Elden Ring's known for that, where like the further you get into the fight, the bosses will start to do like random stuff. Like you won't always be able to tell what they're gonna do. So you have to like adapt and you have to be able to react, right? It's like another thing that Elden Ring does, which I would love to see Zelda actually try, is Elden Ring has this system where depending on your action, the boss will react before you even do the action. What do I mean by that? As soon as you even press the heal button in Elden Ring, the boss is instantly activating a counter ability to that healing item that you're using. So you're not allowed to just heal in Elden Ring and a lot of Dark Souls even. You can't just pop a flask anytime you want, because if you do it at the wrong time, if you don't earn the ability to pop that flask by knocking them into some sort of stun or a dodging an attack first and drinking it at the end of the attack's animation, the enemy will react to you pressing the button on your controller and start initiating a counter before you even go through the motion of healing. And you know, this goes as far back as arcade games. Did y'all know that arcade games were cheaters? Yep. Your gut instinct all those years were not wrong. Those quarter eater machines were cheaters. Mortal Kombat was the most egregious of this. Mortal Kombat used to read your inputs and react at faster frames than you could ever humanly react. So Mortal Kombat would take your input of the A button to attack and give the NPC opponent a faster frame counter to it. So all those times that you missed and whiffed, that was literally coded into the game to frustrate you and to eat your quarters. And this is like, this is an age-old tale in the gaming space. An age-old tale that like games were designed in a way to like read your inputs and react to what you're doing. They're not reacting to what your character's doing. They're reacting to the buttons you're pressing on the controller. Does that make sense? They're not reacting to what your character's doing in the game. They're reacting when you press the button. But I want you guys to think about something. Think about how long it takes before you to press a button and for your animation actually triggers in the game. So in this case, so the microseconds that it takes for this to activate, the game was reading that I pressed the X button and attacking according to where you would be at the, before your character is even moving, they're already moving in position to knock you down. It's like insane. It's actually a something that is now being accepted by video games though. Like I said, Elden Ring does this. If you didn't know, Elden Ring and Dark Souls do this. They both have a system in place where they read your inputs and they stop you from healing. So you're not allowed to heal in those games unless you're like fully equipped to do so. Like unless you basically earn the opportunity. Yeah, it's actually nuts. It's actually so crazy. Is that why button mashing always worked? Yeah, because button mashing, if you don't know what you're doing and the opponent doesn't know what you're doing, then and nobody knows what you're doing, it's just RNG. This is why button mashing is a legitimate strategy. Because if nobody knows what you're doing, if you don't know what you're doing and you're pressing buttons, how can the opponent know what you're doing? Who's your main in Mortal Kombat? Cyrax, Smoke, Sub-Zero, Scorpion, Robot Smoke, Ermac, and Rain. I love Ermac and Rain. Noob Saibot. I like all the ninjas. I'd say Ermac and Rain are probably two of my favorite characters. I like Reptile as well, or whoever the green dude was. I don't remember his name. Reptile, I think. Green dude was cool. I suck at fighting games, though. Smash Brothers is the only fighting game that I'm even remotely okay at. I blow at fighting games, so... All right, let's keep going this way. I mash buttons in chess. I have no idea what I'm doing, and my husband does, and sometimes I win because I play so random. Right, whereas like a chess player is looking to read your moves and trying to play a couple turns ahead and, you know, anticipating what you might be trying to accomplish. But if you're playing completely randomly, only chess masters are going to be able to stop that. Because a chess master plays so many turns ahead that they can deal with a lack of prediction. They can just play something that's going to stop you unless you know how to play against it. So that's the difference between a chess master and somebody that's just good at chess. Is that a chess master is going to be able to just start using moves that you can't do anything about unless you know how to answer to them. Whereas somebody who's just really good at chess might get mixed up by a button masher. It's the same thing with Smash Brothers. A really, really high-end Smash Brothers player will never be defeated by a button masher. Because a really high-end player will just start doing things, forcing you to react. And once you're forced to react, then you are not button mashing anymore. And then they're forcing you into positions to where you are doing something that they want you to do. Right? So like, this is like, I've learned, if you guys don't know this about me, I was considering doing professional Smash Brothers at one point. And during my journey of learning what it would take to become a professional Smash Brother, to smash all the bros professionally, I learned that button mashing is a legitimate strategy in the world of Smash Brothers up until you get to the upper echelon players. Once you get to the top, let's say 8 players out of a tournament of 500 people, you can't button mash anymore. But the fun fact is that you could button mash your way into top 8. You could totally do that depending on who you played against. But once you get into top 8, it's not going to work because those players are likely on the next level and they're going to shut you down. So that's like what I learned from doing research over Smash Brothers and competitive gaming. And I learned a lot about competitive fighting games in general, like old school Street Fighter. And apparently button mashing as a strategy is a thing that's been known for a long time. And I find it hilarious. I'm looking for a rock. I'm getting shot at. I'm looking for a rock for this Korok puzzle. Usually the rock is in the direction... Oh, there it is. The rock is being protected by this base. Oh no. What do I do about this? Oh, no. Oh no. Oh, you can't run with the rock in your hand? That sucks. Oh, no, dude, I'm gonna die. No. Oh, yo, thank you, Ghostface, dude. 7 years of streaming, dude. Oh, dude. All right, I got a strategy. Hold on. Oh, it's raining. Their bombs don't work anymore. Idiots. Oh, saved by the weather. And now they're shooting bomb arrows at me. And I'm going to collect them all. Oh, thank you. I just wasted a bunch. You guys got any more for me? Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, we're about to... Oh, frick. Ow. Okay, gotta go. See ya. Ow. Just put on the monster mask? Oh, I forgot about the monster mask. Thanks for the reminder. The monster mask. I forgot about the Majora's Mask. I think I have it too. Let me check. What up, Kate Nicholas? I'm convinced that people to play Smash Brothers by telling them smash the buttons. The big A one does attacks. The little red one does fun attacks. Everyone else jumps. Shoulders block. There you go. Yeah, you don't really need to know much more about Smash Brothers, to be fair. Takes out a Lionel, no problem. But can't. Because I try to avoid fighting in this game. I'm not going to lie. I specifically hate fighting enemies that get knocked on the ground in the middle of fighting them. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Because on Master Mode, every time you knock an enemy away from you, it's annoying because then I have to chase them down.
Got some stuff going on today, but wanted to pop in and say happy anniversary.
Dude, thank you, Mama Teller. It's so good to see you. I was thinking about you and Sparkle Pants and I was just thinking about you, man. I hope you've been well. I hope life's been treating you all right. It's super good to see you. I hate how long the fights are. Yeah, dude, fighting like a regular moblin, and every time you hit them, you knock them away. Then you have to chase them down, hit them again, you knock them away. Then you chase them down, you hit them again, you have to knock them away. You chase them, then you hit them, and then you knock them away. And this is what you do for literally 10 minutes because they heal, and they have too much HP. It's mad annoying. It's so obnoxious. Let alone mentioning that you break most of your weapons in a fight. You know, you can go through a whole, like, 5 weapons fighting a single white moblin in this game. And it's like, it's just not even worth my time. Like, I'll be real. I just don't like fighting in Master Mode at all. Now, it is fun fighting like a Lionel because that enemy doesn't, it's different. You know what I mean? Like, they don't get knocked away from me. It's not like a weird game of me chasing them down. It's just a battle. Happy anniversary. Thank you, Snazzy. Ooh, another Korok. Don't mind if I do. I'll tell him that you said and that he'll be pumped. Oh, cool. Yeah. I was thinking about y'all. I really do hope that y'all have been well. It's always nice to see y'all pop in. Thank you, Mama Teller, for the biddies. Thank you again, Shepard, for the support today. I didn't know you and Twitch were married. Congrats. We are. Definitely the definition of married to the game. The definition of married to the game. I legit thought that roar was Lugia. Dude, Pokopia Brain is a thing, man. We are out here with Pokopia Brain trying to play other video games like other video games even exist. Yeah, you know, I really appreciate y'all coming in with some support today because I need it, because I am pushing myself out of my comfort zone. I just want to play Pokopia all day, but for all of you, I'm doing a bunch of variety. For all of you, I'm just going to do a bunch of variety, and I don't really even want to, but I'm doing it for you, chat. So support is needed. Thanks.
A baby's gotta do what a baby's gotta do.
Nah. A break from Pokopia will be nice. And we're still gonna, I told everybody, if there's 2 things I can guarantee from this week, is one of them is that we will be playing Pokopia at some point throughout the week. Don't worry too much. If there's one thing I can guarantee, there was another thing I was guaranteeing as well, but I don't remember what it was. So instead, I'm just replacing it with chaos. You can guarantee chaos as well. Ooh, there's a shrine nearby. Imagine having the willpower to take a break from Pocopia. Gamer with Zelda name steps out of comfort zone by playing checks notes Zelda. Leia, shut up. That's very funny. Oh yeah, guaranteed Stardew. Yeah, Stardew Valley is on the schedule later this week. Come on, get in his hand. Come on, you can do it. All right, we'll try again. Let's switch over to a stealth outfit real quick. All right. That was hysterical. Yeah, that was good. Oh, whoop. My mouse is knocking stuff over. All right, can we get in here? All right, I'm going to stop. I'm going to unstealth, but that's going to mess up my vibe here. Oh. He woke up. Nope, not yet. Okay. Usually I can get into his hand. I'm having trouble. I think it's the terrain that's throwing me off. Usually I can sneak in his hand. I don't know why it's not letting me. Why is his hand kind of cute? Yeah, a little bit. He's a big stinker. All right, here we go. Okay, I'm in. All right, now if this works out, he's going to slam me onto his chest. And then I just have to press stealth again before moving. Because sometimes it unstealths you. Alright, just press stealth again. Don't move. Okay, we're good. Alright, and this is how you successfully sneak on the back of a Hydra Yug. And then you could pick all the weapons off his neck and then just leave. There you guys go. You've been schooled. Them TMNT hands. There you go. You guys have been schooled, and that's how you can sneak on top of his on his stomach, and you don't have to ever be found. Ooh, nice, Cozy. Nice, dude. The work paid for it. That's always the best. Gonna catch an early night. Thanks for coming to say hello, Esmugel. Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you again for the congrats. I'll see y'all. We'll be here all week. Get your votes in for tomorrow's game. Exclamation point poll. Chat's voting for games all week. Chat's choice. That's the theme of our 7 year. Chat's choice, baby. Get your votes in. Y'all be voting every day. All right, what do you think? Do you think this guy needs a shave? I think this guy needs a shave. I think this guy needs a nice shave. Let's go, buddy. He doesn't know what to do. All right, so we can have some fun here because look at his leg. So his leg's metal. And if we hit the metal, with lightning, it will shock him. Got him. You see that? So we can play with them a little bit. So we'll actually switch over to a lightning weapon for this fight, and we'll take advantage of that. Right in the crotch. So sometimes they'll have something else on their leg. And it can be fire, and you can burn them. And that's a strategy as well. But that one doesn't last long. That one only lasts for one burning, whereas when he has metal on his ankle, you can just keep stunning him over and over again. And I think we were standing in water, and that was going to work anyways. So in hindsight, that strategy was just looked normal to everybody. But I swear to you, the ankle thing around his leg matters. But we actually just took advantage of the water in general. All right. Do I have a bow I can maybe switch out? Yeah, I do. Get the new bow. And then do we have like a weapon we could switch out? Yeah, we'll drop the Savage Lionel spear. No, never mind. My spear is better than that. Well, then screw that. Screw that other spear. All right, we got a shrine around here. Yeah, vote, poll, whatever command it is. I don't know which one it is. I don't know what's going on around here. I wish I could wear my Korok mask with other outfits, though, and still get outfit bonuses. We've had this talk before on stream. I feel like the Korok mask is a weird design for an item because it doesn't allow you to enjoy wearing your outfits, because at a certain point, you end up just spending your life wearing the Korok mask. And now I do identify that that's a choice that I'm making, you know, but it feels like the right choice because I'm always trying to finish the Korok mission. So even though I put that pressure on myself, it does kind of suck because I feel like it would be so cool if it was just like an accessory or something, dude. And that I wasn't forced to have to wear the Korok mask while not being able to wear other things. I just think it kind of sucks. I just don't think it was well designed. I don't think they were thinking about the players that are going to be playing the game for 500 hours, running around with the Korok mask on only. I just think it was bad design, you know? And I've had this talk before, and people have disagreed with me, and that's totally fine if you disagree. But, like, I find that to be bad design. I think that's stupid. I don't think you should give the players an item that helps them with the longest goal in the game, and then not expect me to wear that item 24/7, but then I can't enjoy the rest of the outfits in the game ever. I think that this was a bad choice of design from the developers. I just think that they would have been better off making it to where it was like a buff you activated, or it was an accessory you put on. Don't force me into wearing this hat all the time, because now I can't enjoy any other outfit in the game. I have no idea if I did that intended method or just cheese this banana in the forest area with the tree that has purple thorns around it. As a fashionista, I agree. Yeah, man, it just sucks because, like, once you get to the end game, what are you thinking about? You're thinking about trying to finish the game. You're thinking about Koroks. You're thinking about, like, I don't know, it's just a weird design decision, you know? I don't criticize game developers too much, but yeah, Korok underwear, exactly. It should have been a part of the Censor Plus, exactly. Like, just something to make it to where I can still wear all my cool outfits in the game, man, because all the outfits are cool. I don't even care about the outfits bonuses. I kind of just like some of the full sets, but the bonuses are really what I'm agitated about. You know, it's like the bonuses are the thing that like really matters, I feel, because that does hurt. It does hurt to not be able to wear certain outfits and get certain bonuses all the time. Oh, there's a Korok here as well. One of these rocks can be picked up, maybe? You know, I saw this thread online where somebody was rage baiting a bunch of Zelda fans. And they were just like full on rage baiting, you know, whatever that means to you, right? But But rage baiting, essentially, for those that don't know exactly what we mean by that, is it's when you purposefully put a comment out there knowing it's gonna piss people off, especially when you are making money off of it. So like on Twitter, you can make money off of doing that. So this person put this comment out. It was commenting on Ocarina of Time remake. And I don't remember the context, but they basically were talking down on on Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, and they were like, they're the worst Zeldas ever made. They're not even Zelda games. They were just sharing some harsh opinions about these games, which a lot of people agree with. A lot of people do not like the direction that they took with these games, which is totally valid. And in the conversation, there was one statement that I kept mulling over in my mind. It was really interesting, but it was this statement about how Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild's music isn't memorable. And I thought about it, and I was like, actually, that they're actually not that wrong about that. Like, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think I'm ever going to be catching myself whistling the tune. Like, I don't know about ever, but let's just say as of right now, I have never once caught myself whistling a tune from Tears of the Kingdom. I have never once caught myself humming a tune from Breath of the Wild. Now, after I've played the game, I'm talking months late after I played the game. I've just personally, you know, obviously when you're playing Zelda, it's on your mind, you're thinking about it. But like, let's say like a year goes by and you haven't touched Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. Do you really have moments where you're sitting there and you're like, do 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 do, you know what I mean? Like, that doesn't happen with these games. Weirdly enough, it isn't as memorable. It's like the music in these games aren't bad, but they're not as memorable. They're almost just more fitting for like in the moment. It's like almost as if the music in these games are like really good for the experience itself, and when you're in the moment and when you're exploring a place and when you're playing the game. But when you leave the game, the music doesn't have that same memorable power on it. Right? Like, it doesn't have that quite the same power, that sticking power that you might get from like a classic Zelda game. Like, I don't know. It was actually a fair point from this rage baiter. It genuinely was. It was like, you're not wrong. Like, if again, word it this way. Don't think about this as they're saying the music's bad. What they're saying is, and I quote, Tears of the Kingdom's music and Breath of the Wild's music isn't as memorable as previous Zelda entries. And when you hear the word memorable, it's actually kind of a fair take. It's weird. It's like, just that specific choice of wording is actually kind of fair. Yeah, it's not the most memorable. Like, it's not. Like, it really isn't. You know, you don't really catch yourself humming along like you do. You know, you don't really catch yourself, like, you don't got that overworld song that slaps. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have that, like, one song that sticks with you for the rest of your life. You know, like, sure, the Stables song might pop into your brain from time to time, which, you know, arguably means it's kind of memorable. And I agree that Rito Village has an amazingly memorable soundtrack. And I personally think that Gerudo Valley's music is very memorable. All those funky, you know, like, but like, I think in like the long term, it's not as memorable. Like, I actually kind of understand what this person's saying, dude. You know, I don't know, man. It doesn't have the same staying power musically. It's weird, man. If somebody randomly put on a Breath of the Wild song, I'd be like, that sounds familiar, but most of it's forgettable. Yeah, it's weird. It's just weird. It was just a super fair take from a rage baiter that I wanted to share with you to just kind of see what y'all thought about it and see if anybody agreed or disagreed. Yo, what up, Nordic Ryan? Yo, thank you, Sunshine Mist, for coming in here with the 10-month resubscription. Thank you. Thank you, Sunshine Mist. Karen Keisha says it's because Link, the player, doesn't have an instrument in this game. What an interesting comment. What an interesting comment. I like that. The music for the Guardians coming up and attacking is almost entirely distinct for Breath of the Wild. Yeah, I can't speak for this person who was clearly being a chode on the internet, but I can say this. There's no way that every song is not memorable. Breath of the Wild has like over 180 songs. And the person's original wording was there's no music in the game. They were being punks, all right? But once somebody said, what do you mean? There's 180 songs in the game. Like, you're obviously being a chode. They replied, but none of the music is memorable. So again, they're being hyperbolic. I think we could all probably pick 1, 2, or 3 songs from this game that you could maybe hum to yourself. Right? So I don't think it's necessarily that, like, not a single song is memorable, but I just think in the grand scale of the amount of hours you put into the game and the amount of soundtrack there really is, it is kind of an interesting conversation to say, yeah, I guess none of the music in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom has that same level of memorabilia, memorable energy that some of the classic Legend of Zelda games have. I think that is a fair thing to say, and it's not talking down on this game at all. I think that if you were to put this game up next to Ocarina of Time, you could easily say that Ocarina of Time had more memorable music, correct? Right? Like, is that not a super, like, fair statement to make? That if I were to take this soundtrack and put it next to Wind Waker's soundtrack, Wind Waker's soundtrack is just more memorable. And if I were to take this game's soundtrack and put it up next to Twilight Princess, those soundtracks are just more memorable. It's not, again, I don't think the conversation is that Breath of the Wild doesn't have memorable music. I just think that when you compare it to older Zelda games, there is something not quite as sticking. It doesn't quite it's not as quite as memorable. It's just not. I do think that this person was kind of correct, dude. Like, I was like, wow, you're kind of right. Like, I don't catch myself. And then that's when I thought to myself, when was the last time that I sat down and hummed a Breath of the Wild song? And then I paused and was like, the last time I did that was the Stable. And that was it. Stable was the only song that came to mind as far as something that I caught myself humming over the past couple years. It was the Stable music. The Stable music was like the one song that I was like, yeah, I do remember humming that. So it's like, it's interesting. Like, and this person was speaking strictly comparatively. And that's what I want you guys to understand. You can't have this conversation any other way, because this conversation isn't about Breath of the Wild's music being bad. It's not even about Breath of the Wild's music not being memorable. It's about comparing it to modern or to the older Zelda games and then pausing and realizing, like, it is a completely different experience. Where the heck is this Korok? Stable's my morning alarm. Yup, though I can't tell you how many times I've turned on Breath of the Wild, jumped on a horse, and rode through Hyrule as a screensaver / music for work. Right. See, and this is where my personal opinion comes in. Because now let me go ahead and share my opinion, not some random person on the internet. You ready? I think this goes along with what 16-Bit Gambit said. Not that I don't disagree, but inversely, if I put on the soundtrack, I get waves of memories that be coming flooding back. Correct, which is why I don't really agree with this troll on the internet that Breath of the Wild's music isn't memorable or that it doesn't have weight to it. Like, are you joking? If you put on the Breath of the Wild album off the Nintendo Switch Online app, I start, all of a sudden, I get flooded with memories. All of a sudden, I'm jamming to every single song. So I think that there's almost different words that need to be used. Right? Like it's one thing if something is memorable, but isn't it another thing if something is only memorable once you hear it? They almost need to be different words, and I don't know which word I need to use. You know what I mean? Like, think about it. Like, something can be memorable when you turn it on and you're like, oh, I remember this song. Oh, yes. And then something can be memorable to the point of you humming it in your free time. How I have Zelda songs from 1990 stuck in my brain that will never leave my brain. And so if you think about it, that is very different. There's like memorable, and then there's like, oh, you throw on the track and you jam. Okay, I remember this song. I remember that city. You build memories with the game. So it's weird. It's a strange conversation, and it's hard to say, right? But it's like, I agree with this troll that I don't know how much music from these games I'm going to be thinking about in 20 years. Unless I load the game up. Unless I throw the CD on. Then I'm going to be like, oh my God, I'm in heaven. You know what I'm like, that's the difference. That's the strange difference is like, yeah, maybe there is a little bit of a change to what this game brought to the table, you know? The conundrum is that people think memorable has to be big, when in reality, memorable is just if it brings warm feelings. Right. I agree with that statement, but in all reality, and I'll say this like one more time just to kind of hit my point home, right? You're not wrong about that, right? But so then can I follow up with what I just read with this statement? Therefore, Breath of the Wild's music isn't as memorable because if you're not thinking of the music outside of the game, then what determines if something is memorable or not? And that's your perspective. You see, this person made me ask myself that question. He made me ask myself, you know, what do I believe memorable to be? And my instinct, my answer to that is like, well, I believe memorable to be something that I'm thinking of outside of the context of the game. And that's what sparked this whole conversation in my heart. Is like, is Breath of the Wild's music actually lacking that memorable energy the way that other Zelda games' music stuck with me my whole life? Right? Like, that's the thing. Like, I'm not sure. I don't have the answer, but all I know is that I have Zelda music in my brain from literally 1992. But I don't really think about Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom's music too often at all. And these games are recent, they're newer, they're fresher on my mind, and I'm still thinking about the other music more. So it sparks this question of like, you know, what, you know, like, just like, what does memorable even mean to you? And like, does that take away from the experience that you could be having in this game? Apparently for this troll online, it took away from the experience. Right? For the troll online, they were like, I don't like this game because the music doesn't feel as nostalgic and memorable. And I liked having overworld themes, and I liked having music playing while running through the world. Those are all fair opinions to have. Whereas like, this game went with this really cinematic approach where it has over 182, I think, songs on the CD for this game. But those songs are used so sparingly that it doesn't lock into your memory as strongly. So I actually came to a conclusion that I wanted to share before I moved on. And the conclusion is, because there's not repeated music in this game, it becomes less memorable. Because this game has so much music going on that they were able to use stuff differently. They didn't have to just play the same song over and over again in the middle of the open world. They had a collection of songs to play in the open world and a collection of songs for you to jam out to. So not one specific song is as memorable as others. And think about it. What's the couple songs that the chat room mentioned that were the most memorable for them? Think about it for a second. The songs that you hear the most: Rito Village, Stable, Goron City. The songs you hear all the time, because when you revisit the city, the music plays. So Guardians, exactly. So if you think about it, I think where this individual on the internet was wrong, and where I think this conversation really ends up dissolving, is that back in 1992, they had 20 songs on the game, and you heard those 20 songs for the whole 50-hour playthrough, and that was it. It's not memorable, it's brainwash. Of course I remember every A Link to the Past song, because there's 20 of them, and I heard them all 10 hours straight in my life. And you just played the game, you jammed. Where it's like, you know, if you're coming into Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom and you're complaining that there isn't music, you're so wrong. Like, you're not appreciating that this game has 180 soundtracks on it. And this game is cinematic, and this game is presenting you more than just a 20 soundtrack cartridge on a Super Nintendo. It's offering you so much more than that, and you're just not appreciating that because you're stuck in the past and you're stuck wanting Ocarina of Time music. Well, that's your problem. Like, you're the one who's not willing to advance to the future and to accept that things are going to be different, you know? So that's, if I had a chance to like actually argue a point or something, that's what I would say, is I would be like, you can't compare Breath of the Wild's music to Ocarina of Time. If anything, we should be comparing Tears of the Kingdom to Breath of the Wild. And we should ask ourselves, which game had more memorable music, Tears or Breath of the Wild? That's your cue, chat, to decide. Pick a team, you have to. Because then you have a real conversation. Then you say, oh, right? Yo, thank you for the 1337 doodle bits. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I like that music. There's so many good songs from both, but hearing Colgera for the first time, dude, Colgera for the first time blew me away. Blew me away. You know, this feels similar precedent to the perception of classical music. It's rich and lavish in its own way, but are harder to stomach because it can be literally over an hour long. Yeah, well said, you know, and I think that's like the whole conversation. But, you know, I like to question, you know, sometimes a troll on the internet can be healthy because it gets you to think about something outside of your own realm of perspective. So even though that person was just trolling on the internet, obviously, I wanted to share these thoughts with you because I wanted to see if any of you would also be sparked with motivation to think to yourself, what makes a game's music memorable? And to really ask yourself, why does some games stick with you and some don't? And like I said, the conclusion that I came to for me personally was that those games back then only played so many songs on loop. Whereas Breath of the Wild was more challenging musically. It didn't want to loop songs. It didn't necessarily feel the need to fill every single gap with sound. It wanted you to enjoy the silence. And because of that, it did change how my brain, you know, consumed the music. You want to hear my favorite song from both games, I think? And I'll never forget hearing this for the first time. And my the song that's tied with my favorite, this one right here, and then so this song right here, what you're hearing, but it's the extended, so it's gonna play through all the different parts of the song. This is the shrine theme. And this theme like speaks to my soul. It's so weird and ethereal. And then even better, shrine battle theme, Tears of the Kingdom. And this song, it's less ethereal and more awesome. Ready? This song makes me so happy. I remember I played it at the beginning of the stream during the Tears original release. I used this as my starting theme for my show once. This song is so sick. Something about this song to me, especially with the combination of the battle music happening when you're like swinging your sword and stuff. I've sat and just listened to this song. I know it pretty well, actually. All right, and then the song just, it's really intricate, actually. It actually keeps going. But then this song right here is the one that I would load up Tears of the Kingdom as a screensaver to this. Because this song, coincidentally, gets hammered into your head as well, because this is the same song that plays for every Sky Island. And like this song gives me shivers and chills. Like I can't not get chills when I hear this song. Like this song, I don't know what it is. It speaks to me on a weird level. It's like you're diving off the very first time again. Oh, it's so special. Your favorite is Daruk's Ballad. I think my only gripe with the music that it's all too soft. I agree with that. I think they went a little too hard into the ambient side of this game, and the music could be a little louder sometimes. I've sat at the campfire at the stables for hours just vibing. Bonus if Cass is there. Subtle but still memorable. Yeah, so there's just a couple themes. I have a handful of favorite tracks. Once they started releasing the music on the Nintendo app, I was able to start getting even more familiar with it. He does technically have one instrument, the Korok leaf, which would be considered a musical instrument for the one shrine quest with the 5 Rito girls. Oh, somebody in chat said, actually, an awesome piece of knowledge. They were like, technically, he does have an instrument, the Korok leaf. Pump it up, brother! By the gods, I love me some muscle. That's right, here is our hardcore training ground, String Bean. This is where we come to get ripped and shredded. It's where Goron boys become Goron men, brother. Oh, please move. I ain't moving a muscle, brother. Not a single well-defined muscle. This is a special platform, sacred even. Only a real Goron men, as decided by us 3 Goron blood brothers, are allowed. Besides, my littlest bro is in the middle of training right now. A brother does not interrupt the brother's training, brother. But I gotta say, you do seem like a real man of action, almost like you have a Goron air about you. I like it. So what are you waiting for, brother? Get training. Yeah, that's it. If you can clear our hardcore training program, I'll move out of your way. Good answer, brother. We're here to shred you to pieces, little man. Prepare your tiny self. Okay, let me explain how this hardcore training works. The rules are dead simple. Simple as a deadlift, brother. Starting from the bottom, you gotta climb back up here within the time limit. But don't fool yourself into thinking it's only a climbing challenge, little man. You gotta pick up rupees as you go. Get up the cliff within the time limit and grab you a passable number of rupees. Do that and you'll pass the test. If you run out of time or decide to give up halfway through your climb, you'll have to return all the rupees you picked up. That's life, brother. We're gonna help you push past your limits, brother. Your physical, mental, and emotional limits. Okay, enough messing around. It's time for the hardest of hardcore feats. Gut check challenge. Oh, almost forgot a tiny detail, tiny man. No train, no gain, and no pay, no stay. So yeah, it's 20 rupees per attempt. If you want some of this, brother, let's do this. You gotta collect 100 rupees as you climb. A hardcore Goron man should be able to handle that no problem. Even if you reach the goal before the time runs out, if you don't grab enough rupees, you fail. Don't fail, brother. Got it? Good. Then it's time for Gut Check Challenge. Go! Do you even lift, brother? Yeah, thanks for partaking and indulging in that conversation, chat. I was just seriously curious what y'all thought about that, because I disagreed with that dude about Breath of the Wild's music and Tears of the Kingdom's music on such a level that I had a visceral reaction to the comment. Like, the rage bait worked. And I was like, dude, you're so wrong. I was like, what are you saying, dude? And I started really thinking about it. And like I said, it was mostly just because I do enjoy getting different perspectives. And I was like, man, like, I wonder if this person's maybe onto something. And I allowed myself to kind of think about it for a couple of days, and I just wanted to see what y'all thought. I'm glad most of y'all are of my mindset, where you're just like, not really. The music is dope. Shut up. All right, I don't know if we're going to make it. I don't even remember this path well. Letting my energy run all the way out is by far the worst decision here. If we can avoid that, we're good, yeah. Do 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 do. Do 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 ba-dum 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 dum 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 bam 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 bam. I just fell off the ledge. I just fell off the ledge. This really sucks. I just walked right off the ledge. I'm just failing everywhere. That's it. I'm just leaving. I hate this. Screw you guys. Screw your gut check challenge. I'm out of here. You suck. Yo, what up, Cryptic Chaos? Wait 1 minute, brother. What are you doing? You're running away from training, from a challenge? Unthinkable, unimaginable, uncool. I'm afraid I'm going to have to disqualify you this time. That means you got to give back the rupees you picked up. But hey, I'll be here waiting if you ever want to try the challenge again. Your little rap was syncing up with the music to Vampire Crawler. What's up? How you doing, Mr. Will? Revali's Gale is back up. There's no way you can just Revali Gale up there. Oh, I could have Revali Galed back up to where I fell. Ah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, because like I think you have to collect the rupees. I don't know. It doesn't matter. We're gonna just try again. What's up, Tonerus? I use a capture card. Then I remembered Gorons canonically don't understand why Hylians love gemstones so much because they practically bathe in them. Yeah, Gorons are super funny creatures. They eat rocks. They're basically the amethyst of the Zelda universe. Sorry, not the amethyst, the the amethyst. Oh my gosh, the Abigail. The link command. That's funny that came up. Congrats again on 7 years. I've been looking for the past few hours. Gonna head to work now. Yo, we'll see you tomorrow. Make sure you get your vote in. Exclamation point poll in the chat. Get your votes in. Bum 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 bum. I don't think it matters. Oh, I'm probably gonna regret missing that green rupee, aren't I? Oh, there's multiple paths you can go. I didn't realize. I thought there was just one path. Do 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 do. Yeah, have a great day, Emmy. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you for the well wishes. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. All right, up to 70 here. I see another red rupee nearby. We're going for it. All right, I'm missing 4. Do 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 do. Okay, there it is. You've been gut checked, bro. Goal! That was glorious. Nice going, brother. Now let's see how many rupees you scored. Looks like you got 106. Unbelievable. You passed our training with the grit of a true Goron, my brother. In fact, you've earned the right to call yourself the 4th Goron blood brother. As promised, you are now allowed to stand on the sacred platform of Goron manliness. A real honor, I know. You're officially one of us now, our true Goron brother. Brother, welcome to the family. Oh, and good news, 4th brother. That means you can do the gut check challenge all you want. As a Goron blood brother, you're ready for the hard stuff. Just let me know when you're pumped enough to try it. Sick. Ready for the hard stuff. You heard him, chat. Ready for the hard stuff. All right, do we have... I was about to say, don't we have a couple of these that we could cook? The booze. As promised, you are allowed to stand. All right, let's grab a couple more. Just make sure we have some food. The booze. And some stamina food wouldn't hurt. I noticed we were out. It's fun. It's fun playing some Breath of the Wild here, hanging out with y'all this week. We're gonna be doing all sorts of fun variety throughout the week here, getting each other, getting the community into voting on games, and should be a blast. What do I need for stamina, huh? I don't have a lot of stamina stuff. Yeah, I just don't. Stamina shrooms, is that it? Stoked for this week, brother. I don't think I could do this freaking shrine because I threw the rock off the top. So there, or not the shrine, the Korok. There was a Korok puzzle here, but I think I can't do it because I threw the rock off. So I just marked off the Korok and I'll come back later. For that guy, for whatever reason, reminded me of Uncle Tito from Rocket Power. I sure do love Uncle Tito. Thank you for the biddies, Cozy, by the way, you hooligan. Yeah, absolute hooligan. We should probably lower the cost of that one so people can use it more often. What do you think? 1337? It was originally going to be a hidden one, but we might be able to lower that one so people can have some more fun with it. 1337 is a lot for Hestu, to be fair. Here, let's play it again. Korok should reappear after you leave the shrine. I think so, right? I think so. The Great Frostblade. My inventory's full. What is this? The inventory woes of Breath of the Wild. The inventory woes. Yo, thank you, Sizzy. All right. That's another heart for us. That's our fourth here. Fill them up. All right, and it sounds like we've earned us a stretch. Let's get it. All right. I'm glad I muted because that stretch made me fart. You guys ever stretch so deep that you fart? And that would have been really embarrassing for you guys to hear that. It would have been real embarrassing, so I'm glad I muted. Preaching to the choir over here. Oh yeah, maybe we can redo this Korok. Let's see. Yeah, I picked up the rock and threw it off the cliff like a jerk. Better in than out, I always say. Miss Beans. Coming from you, that's even funnier. Better in than out, I always say. Ooh. I just hear it in Miss Doubtfire's voice. That's what I hear it in Miss Doubtfire's voice. Thank you, Sim. Oh, hello, dear. Yeah, thank you very much. All right. Sick. Gut check rock. All right, let's head over here. Help is on the way, dear. Random's mad. I hear it in Shrek's voice because of that quote. Oh, true. True, true. You hear it in Michael Myers Shrek voice. I could see that. I can see it and hear it. Don't worry, I haven't forgot about bringing back some Shreky emotes for y'all. Chat's been asking. Don't worry. We'll bring back the roar to tier 1. And we'll rotate. I think H does Shrek is already a follower emote, right? I don't know, maybe not. Lizzie J, no. I told the chat I would. I'm a man of my word. Okay, Hero's Path. This Hero's Path is not even all the way full, which is awesome. So I think I still have some time before this thing fills up. So we could still use this as a guide to like where we haven't been in the game, I think. Which is awesome. Like that's a good option. It up until your Hero's Path fills up and starts overwriting itself, it's a really good guide for like exploration. It's just unfortunate that the Hero's Path stops writing at a certain point and you just have to like figure it out. Is it weird playing this after so much Pokopia? No, not at all. Ugh. I'm a little tired today, but no, stop. I got a case of the yawns today. I don't know why. I need some more coffee, but I don't feel like getting up and getting some. Really, what I think I need is some food. I'm hungry. So when do you start unlocking towers? So the way that I did it is that I won't be able to unlock towers until I completely comb the area for Koroks, and that I'm convinced that I got the majority of the Koroks in that area. And when I say comb, I'm talking like fine tooth combing of an area. And then once I do that, then I say to myself like, okay, now I can unlock the next area. So this is the only area that I, in my mind, fine-tooth combed for Koroks. This is the only zone in the map. I don't know if there's any inside of the Typhlo ruins. I might not have gotten all of those. And maybe if there's some inside of the Great Hyrule Forest I might have missed. But everything out and around it, I'm pretty confident I've got them all. Get a snack or else. All right, we'll get a snack. I always find switching between games after a long obsession with one, like driving a new car. So I've been playing other games in my free time. I know that's a shocker to hear, but I've been playing other games in my free time around Pokopia. A little bit of World of Warcraft. I just set up all my mailboxes so that I could let my sub lapse because I don't want to pay for WoW again. So I was like logging on there for a little bit, picking at the game, letting my sub lapse, and then I've been playing Diablo 2 as well. So yeah, I'm kind of always rotating one or two games, even if I'm completely obsessed on stream. Now, what you said does apply for me if I was not rotating games. I do agree with that feeling wholeheartedly. it's so hard to go from one game to the next if I'm just fully submerged into one game at a time. Yeah, I'm right there with you on that. I was doing some other games in my free time a little bit, just to keep me sane, you know. This is the Switch 2 version of Breath of the Wild, correct? Oh, this is an enemy camp. I thought this was a shrine. No, I haven't played Blueprints, but I've watched a little bit of it. I'd love to play Blueprints one day. I might play that game one day. It would be fun. Seems like the kind of game I would like. It seems like it's along the lines of the Myth games. And the Myth games have been recommended to me for a long time. Oh my gosh, it's another golden lion. Dude, what are you doing down here, homie? And have I fought you? Probably. But let's fast travel here and see if it's going to kill me real quick. I might have to switch armor. Kept the old hand supple, yeah. Now, if you would have asked me for the first 2 weeks of Pokopia, my answer to you would have been, it was tough. But this third week of Pokopia, I have been purposely doing other stuff this third week of Pokopia to kind of loosen up a little bit. Let's go back here. All right, hopefully I don't die here. I'm gonna go and grab some bubble gum and maybe a quick snack. I'll be right back, chat. Thank you for your patience. Oh, let's throw on some Zelda. We got some dope Zelda albums that we haven't listened to a ton in a while. Let's do some Legend of Synthwave here. All right, I'm good to just stand here. Okay, sick. I'll be right back, chat. It won't be long. Not a real break. Just a quick step away. I'll be right back. Okay. Fight it naked for a sub. Fighting a Lino naked. It's basically a one-hit challenge, yeah. I haven't been here in a while. The Breath of the Wild version. It's been a little bit. What'd you get me? Just some gum. I got one more piece left if you guys want some Orbit. Spearmint. That's favorite of chats, I'm sure. I've actually spent so much time on this trail, weirdly enough, so I'm gonna fast travel out of here. Do I have another shrine marked over here? I do. I don't think we've done the Warbler's Nest stuff yet over here either. I feel like I've specifically walked down this path right here a bunch because I was hunting flame. I was hunting flame lizards or something. Doo-dum-dum-dum. It's also crazy to kind of see this place completely covered in lava after playing Tears of the Kingdom. Nice, Aurora. Let's go, baby. Yeah, so this was my off-stream save file from even before I started streaming, and my goal was to only, because since I'm not using any maps or anything for Koroks, my goal was to only unlock a zone once I am confident I got all the Koroks in an area. And I was systematically going from area to area and combing them for Koroks before I would unlock the tower, so that I always have like a permanent save essentially of like my progress in the game, because it's far too hard to like remember what I did the last time I played. So I tried to create a system where I would remember just based off of loading the game up and saying, okay, now I know where I'm going and hunting today. You know what I mean? Yo, what up? How you doing today? Hello from Georgia. Hello from Ohio. What's up, dude? Welcome to my little stream today. We're just jamming. Chat chose some Breath of the Wild, so we're just doing some super casual Breath of the Wild here. And I loaded up my master mode save file. And we're just trying to finish our 100% journey. Some Koroks, some shrines. Yo, we'll see you later, Armazale. My goal right now is to get all of the shrines in the game, because we don't have all the shrines yet. So I put on the shrine tracker and I'm just vibing and looking for shrines that I might have missed, because I don't even know where they are. I've never gotten all the shrines in this game, so I truly have no clue where they all are. And somehow I'm missing 25 of them. Now 24. We just got, sorry, 34. I'm somehow missing a bunch of shrines, so we just got to poke around the world and try to stumble across them. Find some high points to stand at and see if we can spot them from a distance. But most of the real obvious ones have been spotted. Like, ooh, I want to go in there. Let's go. The ones that I've like, the more obvious ones I have definitely found. So now it's like stuff that's like hidden in caves, stuff that's like hidden behind quests. Those are the ones that I'm probably missing. It's like side missions. Because I've gotten a lot of the ones that you can just enter visually. Like you just see them on the map and you enter them. All right, hit him with the attack him. And then just bounce back when they explode. Boom. Oh, I've definitely been in here before, but it's still nice to get some gems. Played Breath of the Wild for the first time yesterday. I still can't quite believe it. It's pure genius. I've only played about 10 hours so far, but it's already become one of my favorite games of all time. That's Breath of the Wild for you, dude. This game changed everything in a lot of ways. It changed everything for Zelda fans. It changed everything for the gaming industry. It changed how developers approach open world games. It's just insane what this game accomplished. It's crazy. No, stop. I wanted you to jump off the wall. Got it. I missed my switch. Yo, what's up, Claude? Ouch. Okay, we're safe. We're good. We made it. Anyone else having connection issues? Everything seems pretty good here. It could be the storm. I had some nasty storms yesterday. Thanks for saying something, though, because you never know. You never know. Could be on Mr. Streamer's end. Could be on Twitch's end. Yo, Wizard Impaler, have a great day today. Good luck at class. Thanks for hanging out for day 1 of our marathon. As we get a little bit silly, and I think we have a fight here. Let's go ahead and fight this thing, even though I don't know if we've already fought it. Let's go. Boom, 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 boom. Speaking of memorable songs, how is this not one of the most memorable songs in gaming, dude? Boom, 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 boom. What? I missed every single swing. What is my problem? I missed every single swing with my ice weapon. I thought that was a rock. It's not a rock, it's a boulder. Wait, it's not a boulder, it's a rock. So I watched this really awesome video last night about the future of the Zelda franchise and open air Zeldas and like what they're gonna do with the next Zelda game. And
81 months, woot woot.
Yo, U23 with the 81. Thank you, dude. Yeah, there's this YouTuber I follow. Yo, thank you so much. Thank you again, Sunshine, as well. There's this YouTuber I follow that they put out this video that was really cool. It was just talking about like where Zelda games are and where Zelda games are going and like where the Nintendo developers want to take them. And like how like Ayanoma is like convinced that the future of Zelda has to include some form of freedom like this game does. And how like they're convinced that like player choice is the answer for future Zelda. They're convinced that players being able to decide what they want to do is the most important part of the Zelda franchise from here on out, is kind of like what a lot of interviews and stuff have said. It's a really interesting conversation because like I do like a linear game every once in a while, but it's hard to deny that Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom is awesome. And like, especially if you have any kind of like self-control to not cheese stuff and to not use the same tactics too much when you're playing the games. And if you really take your time and like appreciate the game, I feel like these games are just like perfect the way they are. But it's when you start to point out the game's flaws that you really start to think about like the future of Zelda. And like one of the bigger flaws that people like to point out is this idea that a lot of stuff is easy to cheese, and how like, you could just ascend your way through dungeons, for example, in like Tears of the Kingdom. And how like Zelda really has come a long way, and the Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild and Echoes of Wisdom are very, very, very different games, dude, than everything else. They really are. Like, they're very different games, dude. And it's like, I believe that the middle ground, it was Echoes of Wisdom, and I believe that the middle ground exists. I believe that like open world can be free and like player agency, but dungeons can be linear and experiences. And that's what I hope happens with the future of Zelda. I hope that the future of Zelda is like super like intricate and interesting dungeons that are kind of linear and that force you to like solve certain puzzles, you know, puzzles a certain way maybe, or maybe they're just like really good, like they provide like key items again, like stuff like that. And then, but when we go out into the open world, we can do whatever we want, wherever we want. We could show up to a dungeon early and the dungeon doesn't really let us complete it because we're there too early. Like, I don't know. I think that they can find the middle ground, and I hope they do. I hope they try to find the middle ground. And that, because as much as I do love these games, I would appreciate some of the older vibes as well. And that's the best way I'll leave it. Just some of the older vibes. Wait, do we finally have our first Pokopia mystery code? Dude, nice. They haven't released any of those yet. Very nice. Yeah, it's weird, man. I do think that I'm excited no matter what for what happens to the Zelda universe. I'm excited no matter what, but I think it would be cool if they try to do a little bit more of the old school while they continue on this journey of the new school. You know, while they continue on this journey of giving players the freedom to do anything they want, that they consider that the game doesn't have to be as like light. Like they can, you know, Tears of the Kingdom was kind of close in a way. Tears also kind of had a couple situations where like you really did want to do things in a certain order, like kind of like you didn't have to, but it would be nice. I've been playing Zelda 1 recently, and it's a lot more open world than one think. Yeah, dude, Zelda 1's awesome. The AC has been put in. My Zelda thought is hookshot or bust. Yeah, I'd like to see what they do, man. I'd like to see what they do in the future with the franchise. I have a lot of faith in the Zelda team. Maybe it's blind faith, but if there's one thing that I'm convinced, though, is while it's not going to be a sequel to these games, it's going to probably be inspired by them. If there's one thing I had to guess. Now, this might not be true because the Zelda franchise has always prided itself on being different for every iteration. But in my opinion, like if there's one thing that I feel pretty confident in, is that while it's not going to be Tears of the Kingdom, it's not going to be Breath of the Wild, it is going to be an open air Zelda, and it is going to be some form of like big freedom player agency, right? Like it doesn't have to be an open world game. I think that's the thing that some people maybe overlook. But what I think Zelda's trying to accomplish is a game where you're always able to solve puzzles using your own mind instead of having to think about the solution the developer wants. That's the new core of Zelda games. The new core of Zelda games is that no longer gone is the era, seemingly, unless they change their mind or they mix it up or they give us something old school just to appeal to the old school fans. But it seems like we are now leaving and we have left the era in which Zelda games have one puzzle, like one or two answers for a puzzle. Like it's over, dude, it's over. I don't think that that's going to be a Zelda thing anymore. I don't think Zelda games are going to ever feel that way anymore. Now, unless they change my mind, you know, maybe like they could maybe put us in dungeons that take away our weapons. Like, you guys remember the Neki shrines in Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild? What if dungeons were Neki shrines? What if like the next Zelda game, every time you walk into a dungeon, They strip everything from your inventory. And they're like, now go through this whole dungeon like linear. No tools. Go into the dungeon. All they leave you with are like maybe your weapons and your armor, but no tools, no magic, right? I'm talking about magic. Like, imagine if you walked into a dungeon in Tears of the Kingdom and you had no ascension, no ultra hand, right? No time rewind, and no of recall or whatever. Just gone. And you had to go through the dungeon like an old school Zelda game. Sword, shield, outfit on your back, done, right? And as you progress through the dungeon, you find an item or something in there to utilize, like a hook shot, to help you get through the dungeon, like a classic Zelda game. And then once you finish the dungeon, you get your abilities back. Imagine if when you entered Breath of the Wild's dungeons, you got stripped of all of your abilities. And all you could do is swing a sword, you know, maybe they let you keep one, maybe they let you keep your bombs, or they let you keep your ice ability, but that's it. And they kind of limit how you approach the dungeon and kind of force you to like play a more linear style experience to really give you that feeling of being in a dungeon, right? That really kind of capture that old school feeling of dungeon crawling, you know? I think to an extent that could be cool. I think that there could be something to that, you know? Not necessarily naked shrines, because I know that that's a little annoying, right? Losing everything and just being buck naked kind of sucks. But I think that there could be something there as far as like stripping us of the abilities. Like, if they're seriously convinced, if Ayanuma and the Zelda team are seriously convinced that the best way for Zelda to go forward is to hand us all of our abilities within the first 10 hours of gameplay, right? That's what they're convinced. They're convinced right now that the best way for a Zelda game to go is for you to get all of your abilities from the beginning of the game, basically. That's what these two games did, and that seems to be their formula, because they want to make sure you have the tools you need for the whole game, and they can't control where you're going, so they have to give you all your tools right at the beginning. So if they're going to do that, then why not give us fun experiences where you strip us of the tools? Like, here's the best example for y'all. And this is a goofy example, but hear me out. Mario Sunshine and the water pack. How freaking fun was it every once in a while to go into a level in Mario Sunshine and you lose your water pack? And you just have to play regular ass Mario for a little bit. Just a little bit. You got to just play some classic Mario. Once you beat it, you go back to the regular world. You got all your abilities. You got all your powers back. But for that little moment, that little dungeon, you just got to play Mario. And that's what I would like to see from the next Zelda game. For that one dungeon, you're just Link, a dude with a sword and a shield, and that's it. But then once you leave the dungeon, you get your abilities back. You're back to doing whatever you want to do. I think this would be a super cool way to approach the game, dude. I think it would give me what I want, it would give you what you want, and it would be the perfect middle ground between freedom, player agency, but also like not making the game feel like there's like there's a phrase I want to use, but it's harsh. But don't overthink it, but like watered down. Because some of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, the sacrifice for open air Zelda was that there's a little bit of a feeling that some stuff is watered down. That's just the feeling I get, right? Like some of the stuff is watered down a little bit. It's like they couldn't make that dungeon as insanely difficult or interesting because they don't know what level you get there. They don't know if you have 3 hearts when you show up to Colgera. They don't know if you have 20 hearts when you show up to Colgera. So Colgera just has to be a 3-heart challenge. Like it has to be accessible for the person at 3 hearts wearing rags and sticks. And it has to be accessible for the guy in 20 hearts at the end of the game with every weapon and every outfit. And I find that that is the most impossible task for a developer to balance around. Like that sounds insanely impossible. Like how would you even balance your game? You can't. You have to water it down. You have to create these more seemingly stale experiences so that the players can show up no matter when they show up. And instead of it being this like moment of progression or like, okay, you couldn't enter this dungeon, but now you have the key. And now the key opens that door and you earn that key. So we know that you earn that key. So we know exactly where you are in the game. So we can appropriately provide a challenge that fits where we believe you should be at this point in the game. You know, like without that sense of control from a developer, which is what they are seeming to give up in the Zelda universe, it seems like Ayanuma and everybody is convinced that it's time to just give up that form of control. It's like, well, then there has to be like a middle ground. You know, like give us a little bit more of a middle ground. I think Tears was touching onto it, the middle ground. And I think Echoes of Wisdom honestly did it almost perfectly. It just so happened to be like a real cute game, you know? Like it ended up being like an interestingly kind of cute game. But I think like if you take Echoes of Wisdom's philosophy, you know what I mean? Like you take the philosophy of Echoes and you have this idea where they kind of control where you go, but at the same time, they let you have freedom. I think that is the philosophy the next Zelda game should focus on. Like, here's 2 dungeons, and the other 2 don't open up until the second half of the game. This way, they can make those first 2 dungeons appropriate for a new player, and they can make the second 2 dungeons appropriate for the later player. Like, a little bit of control, I think, is going to go a super long way to make the games feel more fleshed out, to make the games feel more interesting, you know? Because, like, that just gives them just enough control to be able to say, okay, we can challenge you here. We know what you're capable of here. And Echoes of Wisdom nailed it. It was just enough control to kind of make it feel good, you know? It wasn't too much. It still felt like I made all my own decisions, you know? Should I check my map? Or should I go by my intuition like the original Trailblazers? A troubling dilemma. Yeah, it's Robin Williams. Isn't this the character that's Robin Williams is based off of? Yeah, there's this. I think this is him, Dado. Now that I think about it, this is the Volcanic Road. I better check my map. Yeah, this is the Robin Williams character, dude. Look at him. Aw. Rest in peace to the legend himself. I think I've been too loud for my cat. My cat's awake. I have been a little extra loud today. My cat is just so awake today. She's never this awake. She slept all day yesterday. Why is she awake? I'm so thrown off by her schedule change up today. I'm not mad at her. I'm just thrown off. I'm like, what are you doing? You're never awake at this time. Was that her meow? Yeah, I think you heard her meow in the background. She wants to hang out with you? Yeah, she wants to hang out. She definitely wants to hang out. She loves hanging out with me, and I love hanging out with her. She's fun. She slept too much, yeah. I just think I'm so used to her sleeping for 12 hours a day, like plus, but I'm not realizing that a lot of that was her getting rid of her stress. And now that she's like massively comfortable, I think she's like truly just doing her thing now, you know? I think it's just a testament to her feeling way less stressed. Yeah, I got a cat just last Monday. It's a very new journey, Caitlin. I'm a cat dad. I'm a new cat dad by a week and a half. And yeah, I'm just not used to her being up and about, walking around. It could have been because I was screaming, but I kind of scream all the time. So, I don't know if it's that. I agree. I think Tears was the more polished experience, even if Breath of the Wild's always going to be the one that's like iconic and revolutionary. Oh yeah, I want to buy stuff. Yeah, what are you selling, dude? What are you buying? What are you selling? Baby was catching up on sleep after you saved her from the loud clinic, right? Yeah, she's just doing her thing. She's big living. I would have preferred more RPG elements, especially with weapons and gear. So that's what this guy's video mentioned as well. He mentioned that, you know, this was actually a conversation we had a long time ago. So me and a member of the chat had I'm not going to call him out, but we had a conversation about, I never thought that Zelda games had story. So one day we had this talk where I said out loud that I didn't think Zelda games ever really had a narrative, and that you wouldn't really call them narrative driven. And I was like, yeah, I don't really think so. And then this, I think it was Toad. I will call him out, but I don't know. I think it was, but I don't remember exactly their take. So I didn't want to call them out because I can't speak for them. But let me just try to remember like exactly what the conversation, but I believe they were like, Zelda games always had a story. And I was like, nah, I don't really think you can call Zelda games stories a story. It's not like Baldur's Gate. But, you know, in hindsight, after playing Ocarina of Time again and Ship of Harkinian and stuff, I think in hindsight, like, I was maybe the one with the obtuse opinion there, because I think it's hard to deny that Zelda games have always had some of it. Like, besides for Zelda 1, Zelda 2 even had a bit of a story. There was always something that you were pushing towards. There was always a reason why you were getting up out of bed in the game. There was always this reason why you were doing the thing you were doing. And that reason was pretty fleshed out in a lot of the older Zelda games through the story. Whereas, you know, one of the pain points I think that Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom brings to the table with their open air formula is that there isn't a strong narrative running through the game. It's all broken up in pieces, and you don't really have the same emotional connection to the world that you do in the older Zelda games. You don't. You actually don't. If you really, like, if you think about it, you know, I think you do develop that connection over time once you start to see more of the like the memories and stuff, but the way that they deliver them kind of disjointed. And I do have to agree with this YouTube video is it wasn't like a rage bait video. It was a guy that just loves Zelda chatting about the game. And he brought up that a lot of people complain about the lack of story in these games. And I never really agreed with that. I never really agreed. I was always like, Zelda games were never about the story. So the story that these games have are great for what they are. Like, I love Tears of the Kingdom story. But I do have to agree that the pacing of the story did change things kind of fundamentally for Zelda. You know, think about it. Think about how the pace kind of did get changed. Like, it went from being like you were fed the story throughout the whole game in order so that you could attach to it, so you had a reason to continue fighting on. So like in this game, you kind of get thrown in, and then you're just kind of playing the game, and like really the amount of story you get is based on your playthrough, and the amount of story that you engage with is based on your playthrough. And there's probably plenty of people who have played and beat the whole game without ever seeing a memory. You know, like, think about that. I bet you those people exist. I bet you there are people out there, you know, that have like never really like seen many memories, but they beat like all of Tears of the Kingdom, and they're just like, yeah, whatever. So it's like an interesting thing, you know. It's kind of funny. The HP from the mobs is my champion's tunic. Me? Yeah, so, you know, I think if you really think about it, they did kind of fundamentally change how Zelda stories were delivered in these games. They did. They really did that. The stories are very different. It's not quite the same as it used to be. It's not quite the same style of storytelling, you know? Yeah, I don't remember the conversation we had back on stream, but I thought it was something that was worth talking about today in case Breath of the Wild got chosen, because it was my way to say, you know, I think I was wrong. I think it's pretty brass to say that Zelda games had a story that didn't really matter. Because I think in hindsight, it was the story that drives you through a lot of the older Zelda games, you know? It kind of does. It's kind of like the anchor for you to keep on your quest. It's like the reason why you're doing things. Got it. Ba, 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 ba. Being the black sheep by preferring Breath of the Wild. Nah, Cozyology, our moderator, I think prefers Breath of the Wild. I know a lot of people in this community that do, because Breath of the Wild is kind of a simpler game and it's a little bit cozier because of that. Whereas Tears of the Kingdom takes the cozy factor down and replaces it with like a bunch of content. So nah, you're not alone at all. I know a lot of people with the take that Breath of the Wild's better because it's just there's less going on and that equals better experience because it's not like, here's the thing about Tears of the Kingdom. It has way more combat and way more enemies. Have you all noticed that? There are way more enemies running around that freaking game, dude. There are way more enemies just running around. There's all like, and whereas this game, like the Guardians kind of make up for that. But at the same time, like, I think Tears of the Kingdom has just a lot more combat kind of getting pushed at you. And I think that takes away from that cozy vibe for sure. What's going on with these? What's going on with these seagulls up here or whatever they are, these birds? What do you think that is? What are they hovering over here? Is that a stable? They might be hovering over a stable. Guardians are cute little puppies compared to Gloomhands. I plan to revisit Tears now that there's a Switch 2 upgrade. Oh, you should. You're going to love it, dude. Drizzy Day, oh, you are in for a treat, dude. You are in for a treat. Breath of the Wild's more laid back and the puzzles are a bit easier. I prefer this to Tears of the Kingdom's difficulties, but I get why people like Tears. Oh, it was a shrine we already did. You suck, birds. Yeah, why don't you go fly somewhere where there's a shrine I haven't done? Ah, bonehead. I don't like Gloomhands or Guardians. I run from them both. I watched my sibling play a fair number of Zelda games growing up, but I never actually played one myself. Is there a Zelda game that you or anyone recommends to me? I recommend Breath of the Wild. I recommend Breath of the Wild to everybody who asked that question because Breath of the Wild is a modern Zelda. And while it's not going to teach you about the fundamentals of the original old Zeldas, and maybe you won't understand some of the grit of where the games came from, and maybe you won't understand some of the context of some of the little secrets and, you know, almost inside jokes or inside lore of the community of the franchises. What Breath of the Wild will help you understand and will help you with as a new Zelda fan is to come to terms with this style of gameplay. Breath of the Wild does a really good job teaching you how to appreciate Zelda, the combat, the world, the ideas, solving puzzles. So while Breath of the Wild isn't the best Zelda game to start with because it's not the most Zelda-y Zelda game, it is the best to start with for somebody who has never experienced a Zelda game before. Because in my opinion, if you can start with Breath of the Wild and you can appreciate it and you can enjoy it and you can play it, then you're more likely to go back and enjoy the older games. But it is of my belief that if you try to force yourself to go back and play Ocarina of Time, unless you're playing on the 3DS, good luck. You better really love old video games. And if you try to force someone to go back and play Wind Waker, if it's not the HD edition on Wii U, that game becomes a slog at the end. Good luck. That game's old, even though Wind Waker is lighthearted and cute and the combat's fun. And I do recommend Wind Waker for newer players because it's a newer friendly game, newer player friendly game. You try to send somebody back to playing like Twilight Princess, they're going to struggle. So that's why the answer is Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild feels like the best answer for this question, even if the OG Zelda heads in the room are screaming at me right now. Like, no, you got to go back and play the originals. Like, dude, I get it. Like, and if I knew what Silent Shelf's gaming history was like, I would recommend them an older Zelda. But because I don't know what Silent Shelf is into, I can't. Now, if I found out that through this conversation that Silent Shelf loved the Super Nintendo and loved retro games, the first thing I would say is you need to go play The GOAT, A Link to the Past. Go. It's amazing. You know, if I knew you liked older games, I would recommend Ocarina, even though I think you need a good controller to play it, unless you're playing the 3DS version. So while I would change my recommendation if I knew the person's gaming habits, I don't think it's smart to recommend somebody the grittiest Zelda games. Like, you can't do that, dude. Like, gaming is so different now, man. You know, sometimes you have to remind Zelda fans that before Breath of the Wild, Zelda was a niche thing. I said it. Before Breath of the Wild, Zelda was a niche thing. Now, it wasn't so niche that he didn't get a place in Mario Kart. Like, Samus didn't get a place in Mario Kart. F-Zero didn't get a place in Mario Kart, but Link sure did. It's not that Link was like the most niche character, don't get me wrong. But OG Zelda fans forget. They do, they just forget. They're always so gung-ho that they forget that Zelda was niche, dude. Breath of the Wild broke Zelda out of its shell. It opened up the barriers and the doors for everybody. It changed everything, dude. People seriously don't like to think about that. Some people just don't agree with me, which is fine, you know, let bygones be bygones. This is just an opinion. I don't have like facts to back it up. I'm sure there's facts out there, you know, but yo, what's up, Morg? So you came in here, you snuck in with the chapstick command, then you're gifting subs over to Silent Shelf. What do you think you're doing in here?
Oh, yeah.
Step right up and buy him. Nah, man, you're just a freaking Yiga. You're a Yiga. You don't think I know? I know who you are. You're freaking Yiga. You're Yiga.
Hey.
Son of a B word. He actually is the Yiga. Dang it, dude. No, I don't. No. Listen, here's how it works. I sell you, you buy. Stop holding up the show and do your part. I'll pass.
Huh?
What? Do you hate bananas? For the the balls. Yo, what's up, Raiders? Hey. What's up? What's up? How you doing today, Cozy Rach? What's up, Cozy? What's up, Cozy Rach? What up, Cozy Rach fam? How you doing today, Wapples? What up, Adam? Yo, welcome to the show. We're celebrating 7 years of streaming, and today is day 1 of our little marathon. And chat's choice was Breath of the Wild. I'm letting chat choose my fate all week long. We could be in for a long week. Chat is deciding the games that we play on the channel all week long. Now, I am choosing the games they're voting on, so things aren't going to get too weird. And I do get a streamer's choice game every day. So at least I get to start my mornings with a little bit of stability in my life. But otherwise, chat is choosing my destiny this week. I couldn't think of a better way to celebrate 7 years of streaming than by giving the people that made this possible the power to decide what I play. 7 years, I wouldn't be here without all of them. I wouldn't be here without all of you. I am forever indebted to this community. So while I journey alongside y'all here at Twitch, we are playing some Breath of the Wild today. Chat's choice, which is a pretty dope choice, to be fair. I was here earlier and said hi. How dare you not notice? You were fighting a Lionel. Oh, I did miss you during the Lionel fight. Well, thanks for sticking with us. Thanks for understanding. I do miss stuff. And we're not going to make this. We're about to just drown. Please. Wait, if I switch outfits, do you think I can make it? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the outfit switch was clutch. Also, has anybody else playing Breath of the Wild ever dreamed? Oh, you guys were playing the Wind Waker? Ooh, dude, Wind Waker is like my favorite. Oh, I love that game so much. Nice. So have you guys ever thought to yourself how Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild would be completely different games if you could swim underwater? It makes me think about Pokemon Wind and Waves and how they're giving us access to the underwater for like kind of the first time since like maybe Pokemon Snap. And just how interesting the idea that we're going to be able to go like imagine like these two games if we could go underwater. Like it would be crazy different. Oh, there's some chest in here. We got some swimming boys around here. Are y'all just blue Lizavals? You don't have any big boys around here? Where are the big boys at? Because if they left you in charge, you guys are in trouble. If they left you in charge, Bozo, you are in trouble, dude. That's not good. I was awake enough for the Lionel to know you weren't using the method I use, but not awake enough to recommend the method I use. Well, I appreciate the thought. Sleepy brain is appreciated regardless. Ooh. Also, yes to the swimming. My Twitch bugged and I couldn't see chat. I hate that. That's the absolute worst. Oh yeah, Zelda 1, the manual for Zelda 1 was inside. The manual had the story. I remember that. Uh-oh. I don't want to fight a golden one of these. They're so annoying. I will never fight a golden one of these. Are you kidding me, dude? They are obnoxious. Nope, not happening. See you later. What's up, Olive? Happy 7 years. Thank you, Olive. 7 years ago, we got affiliate this week. We had only been streaming for 7 days, and we got affiliate at the minimum requirement, which was 7 unique stream days. So we're celebrating technically the week after. My first stream was March 25th, but we celebrate in April so that we can just have a whole month of celebrations and fun things happening around the stream. Pretty excited. So yeah, I'm letting chat choose what I'm doing this week, and it's a nice little break because we've been going in on the Pocopia, so it's a nice little break from the Pocopia. Let's be real, it is a nice little break. Not everyone here is a Pokemon fan. Now, those people might not want to reveal themselves because they may be banned from our chat, but you know, not everyone's here is a Pokemon fan. Yes, yes. Poke crack Pia. Uh-oh, white moblin? No thanks, dude. I'm out of here. T. Thank you so much, Cozy Rach. I really appreciate the love coming in here. Hope you enjoyed Wind Waker. Dude, Wind Waker's so good. Did you say it was your favorite Zelda? So my favorite Zelda is complicated. I have 3 favorite Zeldas, and I won't choose one. You can't make me. So my favorite Zelda game is simultaneously The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker, The Legend of Zelda Link to the Past, and The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom.
Now ready to roll.
It's all 3 simultaneously. I'm not choosing one. You cannot make me. But if I had to choose one, even though you can't make me, but if I had to choose, I might choose Wind Waker. I do like it that much. But I don't know, maybe. Valid. I'm not a Pokemon fan. I'm a Pokemaniac. A completely different trainer types. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Wind Waker. I was hoping chat would vote for it today, but I was full on prepared for Breath of the Wild to win because I know my community well enough. And I just knew what was going to happen here. You better believe I knew what was up. I was full on prepared for Breath of the Wild action today. That's why Wind Waker's on the list for voting later this week. Maybe the chat can make Wind Waker happen. Now that I've revealed my bias, somebody's either going to vote against it or for it. I like Twilight Princess. Twilight Princess is a weird one because it totally belongs in that same conversation with the other 3 we just mentioned. But for some reason, it just like doesn't make it because there's just too many great Zelda games. I have such a weird relationship with Twilight Princess. I love it to death. But for some reason, it just doesn't quite slide into my top 3. And like, sometimes it's even hard to put Twilight into my top 5. Which is rude. That game is amazing, but there's just so many good Zeldas, dude. Like, my top 5 probably has to include Minish Cap. Or sorry, Ocarina of Time. So that's already 4 games. And then it's like, what do I put for the 5th? Like, I love the Game Boy ones. I love Link's Awakening. It's tough, man. Yeah, I like Minish Cap as well. I'm a big fan of like the top-down classic Zeldas. So it's important to me that I have at least one classic Zelda in my top 3 or 5, which in this case, you know, A Link to the Past covers that, but it's very important to me because I love classic top-down Zelda. Nostalgia plays a huge part as well. Yeah, I played Twilight Princess on its original release. And I played the GameCube version. I got it the night it came out. It was like one of 2 games that I was a kid that I midnight released. And fun fact, both of those games were Zelda games. I midnight released Wind Waker, and I midnight released Twilight Princess for GameCube. I think Twilight Princess was the last Nintendo official game to release on the GameCube. It was the last Nintendo game to release on the GameCube that wasn't third party. It's really interesting how it was like, it was the bookend for the whole console's life. It was like the bookend. It was weird. Good bookend. That's really far. What? What the hell do you expect me to do?
stream anniversary. Thanks for providing this space. Splash is good.
There's no way, right? Yo, we'll see you, Cozy Rach. Thank you. Seriously, thanks for popping in here. Let me make sure I drop you a follow here. And hopefully we can check you out sometime. Oh, I really appreciate it. Go, we gotta run. Ah, the ticking is murdering me. I hate this. The stress of a clock. Get this out of here. Please. Okay, we're okay. We can breathe. Thanks for the 100 biddies, dude. Yeah, appreciate you, man. Thanks for the support. Thanks for enjoying my island game. Just thanks. Thanks for being here today to help me celebrate. Today's just the start. We're streaming for 7 days in a row. I'm going to choose the game for the morning. The chat votes on the game for the afternoon. The poll's up. Exclamation point poll in the chat. Let's go take a look at the results and see what's going on in here. Oh my gosh. The top game has broken away by 6 votes. So now there's a massive gap between first and third. There's only 6 votes between second place and first. And then there's a ton of votes between third, fourth, and fifth place just don't even got a chance anymore. 2 games, 2 choices are really winning. We'll see what happens overnight. We'll let this one go overnight. We'll see if any last minute stragglers come in. Yeah, we'll see what happens, dude. We'll see what happens. I will tell you guys this, though. Remember, your votes count. Because even if a game doesn't make it to first place, your vote still counts, and we'll just leave it at that. I don't want to spoil too much. Your vote still does count. So it doesn't matter if it wins or not. Just there's still hope. Ooh, I wonder if that's a Korok I need. I hope it is, because that's where I'm going. Woo! This marathon is going to dramatically increase how awesome my next week is. And if there's only one thing I can guarantee at least, it's that you will be getting plenty of Pokopia this week still. Because you would be a fool to think I'm not going to play that game as much as possible, even with a whole week of variety planned. So to go a little bit further into my plans, I haven't talked about it for the afternoon squad. So what we're doing this week is we're celebrating 7 years of streaming with 7 days of streaming in a row. Every day will be about the length of my Pokopia streams. So that is to say, you know, anywhere between 6 and 12 hours, probably closer to 8. It's not going to be like a Hylian-a-thon in that classic sense. You know, I'm not doing every waking hour like we did in the past for our 4-year celebration. I'm just going to be here a lot playing a bunch of games. And the theme for this year is games, and the theme for this year is the community. Chat's choice, giving you agency over what we play as a way for me to kind of celebrate all of you in my own way. And you know, what I did over the past couple weeks is I went and I found every single game that I've ever played on the channel, and I wrote it down along with dates and years. Every game I've ever played on the channel for 7 years, I have all wrote down on a list. And then I broke down that to 20 options, and then I took those 20 options and I boiled it down to 5. And that's what you're voting on. So every day is actually a representation of the year that we streamed. And today is 2019. Animal Crossing GameCube, balloons in the Twitch chat, and Breath of the Wild. You see, that's 2019. And you guys saw the polls earlier. Just for those that missed the polls this morning, I want to say this. So here were the choices that chat voted on today. You guys ready? This is what chat had to vote between for my 2019 lineup. And I want to be clear, I didn't play a lot of games in 2019, and I started streaming in March. The chat had to vote between Zelda, Sonic Adventure, all of the Katamari games back to back on Switch. I would have played them all. Pokemon Sword and Shield, and I was going to play the DLC, which now reveals what I'll do if you vote for it tomorrow. And then Kirby's Adventure for the NES. Such an eclectic choice of games. Chat chose Zelda, and then they proceeded to do a second vote between Wind Waker HD, Breath of the Wild, A Link to the Past, and Minish Cap. And Breath of the Wild won by a hair over Wind Waker. Mostly because my community knows I love Wind Waker, and they're all a bunch of buttoms who totally would love to watch me play a game that I'm just obsessed with. But we ended up getting Breath of the Wild, which is totally rad, right? Totally rad decision. So otherwise, tomorrow will be a representation of 2020. And I feel like that says a lot already for what you can expect for tomorrow. Hold on, where's my zoom in at? Don't I have a zoom in? So, you know, we'll just leave it at that. Love this time of day. Bolden. You know, it is. What did we do in 2020, chat? You know, what did we do for almost 12 hours a day for the first 6 months of its release, chat? You know, I almost thought about leaving it up for a vote to see if chat would troll. I almost thought of making it an option for chat's choice. And I wasn't going to make it the streamer's choice. And I was going to be like, you guys have to vote if you want to see me play the game. Because I'm curious, like, would it have won by default? Or would have y'all, you know what I mean? Or like, would have y'all like actually voted for something else? Because the rest of the games on the list are not as strong. Because I only pretty much played New Horizons. So the reason I ended up choosing it as my streamer's choice game is because I didn't think it stood a chance against anything else on the list, or other way around. I didn't think anything else on the list stood a chance. I was like, this is gonna just end weirdly. I was like, I'm just gonna choose it myself, and then chat can vote on the second game for the day. And the poll is up, ! Poll. You're currently voting between Skyrim, Story of Seasons, Friends of Mineral Town, Pokemon Sword and Shield, Zelda, and what else? What else is on the poll? Paper Mario Origami King, which was a 2020 classic for us. Yeah, so get your votes on, dude. It's a pretty close race right now. So yeah, tomorrow I think was obvious, but I didn't really tell everyone like how I was exactly structuring everything. So like, I think that once you know my structure, then it's obvious what tomorrow's streamer's choice game would be. Again, unless I had you all vote for it, but I wasn't going to do that. I figure we'll start the stream tomorrow with a classic, and we'll start the stream tomorrow with something that I know that y'all would love. And then you guys can vote on what we play tomorrow afternoon. I'm really excited to see what wins. Because I'm excited to see what y'all choose. We could end up playing 2 days of Zelda. And if you guys choose Zelda, it's going to be either Link's Awakening Remake, Wind Waker HD, or A Link to the Past. And we could end up doing 2 days in a row of Zelda. I wasn't sure if I wanted to have it as an option 2 days in a row, but I figured why not? Zelda's a big part of our journey. And I told y'all I have a little bit of a chip on my shoulder coming into this event this week. And that chip is the fact that a couple weeks ago, I made a comment talking to the chat. And I talked about how the reality is that if I were to, let's say, quit playing every other game and I were to play Zelda for full time, that I wouldn't be able to afford my living and I would have to go back to a regular job. And the conversation wasn't negative, but I was trying to drive a point home that Zelda's always been niche, and no matter who I am as a creator, it would be hard for me to be like a full-time Zelda creator. It would be like I would need to stick to my niche. I think I've built my audience based on a lot of cozier games, and I think it would be hard for me to like jump ship. So as much as I love Zelda, I can't make like a career off of playing it unless I were to like want to almost hit the reset button a little bit. And the chat kind of disagreed. A lot of the chat was like, nah, man, we love Zelda here. And I was like, all right, you know, thank you for supporting me. But like, I just don't know if as many people would show up for Zelda as they do for other games I play. So this week, Zelda kind of appears in the chat's choice option kind of a lot. Kind of like I don't know for sure because not everything is set in stone for a couple. I'm waiting to see how things pan out. But like 1, 2, 3, potentially 4, maybe even 5 of the 7 days might have Zelda as an option. And so I said earlier today to the chat room, like, if there's any opportunity for the chat to speak as one unit and to prove me wrong about Zelda content on my channel, this is the opportunity. And like, you know, maybe I'll be surprised. Maybe I'll be surprised what it can, you know, what it can beat, what it can accomplish. I don't know, man. I've never felt that. I've never felt like bad or anything about my Zelda audience. I have a great audience of Zelda fans, but it'll be kind of interesting to see what happens. Especially when Zelda's up against like Titans. You know, like, I'm curious what people are going to vote for when it's like Zelda versus blank. And it's like, oh man, I really want to see Hylian play this. But we also could watch him play some more Zelda. What if this ends up just being another Zelda week, but with a different name? I didn't think about that as an outcome, but what if this just ends up being another Zelda week? I wouldn't be mad, I suppose. I am highly in descent after all. Zelda all day. So Skyrim is winning? I don't know. What if Zelda meets Zorda in another dimension? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no, the blood moon. Oh no. No. Ah! Paper Mario believers.
The blood moon rises once again.
The blood moon rises once again. The blood moon.
What if Link meets Lonk? You're basically asking, what if Superman meets Bizarro Superman? And all I have to say to that is, they did that episode. We already know what happens when Bizarro Superman meets regular Superman. We already seen that. So we don't really need to go and experiment with Link and Lonk or Zelda and Zorda. We already know. My favorite is when you hear somebody call it Zelder. Anybody else really appreciate that? I love me some Zelder. I really appreciate when somebody calls it Zelder. I think it's very charming. This homie doesn't even see me yet. You don't call it the Zelders? Paper Mario gang? Zelda in his green hat. Oh my lord. Homie doesn't see me. He's gonna see me in a second. Nice. I knew there would be a Korok or something up here. The Legend of Zuma. Man, I'm excited for the chance, for the potential. I'm excited for the potential Ocarina of Time remake. And I can't help but wonder, are they going to make it into Breath of the Wild? Are we going to get an open world map that is Ocarina? Like, are we going to get Ocarina of Time's map, but just completely open world for us to explore? Or are they going to do a fully faithful remake that's like a 1-for-1 remake, but just with way better graphics? Like, what are they going to do? Right? Are we going to just get a faithful remake just with way better graphics and cooler visuals? Or are we going to get basically a whole new game, but just in the Ocarina of Time universe following the same story? Do you kind of get the difference? You get, see what I'm saying? Like, are they going to, basically what I'm saying is, are they going to stay faithful to the original material or not? Do we think Nintendo's going to stay faithful to the original material, or are they going to deviate a bit and make it a brand new experience? Like, again, maybe something like these games, but also like in that world or in that time and in that era. You know, it's like, it's hard to say. I feel like it would be ridiculous of them not to stay faithful, because I feel like Zelda fans would cry and moan, and they have to know that. Like when they remade Mario RPG, they were super faithful. And I know that Mario has nothing to do with Zelda, but I don't know. I feel like Nintendo knows not to toy with the GOAT. You know what I mean? Like, I think they know that you don't toy with the GOAT the same way that they knew that with Mario RPG, you don't really toy with the GOAT. You just make it the same game, basically, but just better. Just clean it up, you know? And I'm wondering, like, what are they going to do, right? I think here's the big one. The controls are obviously going to have to change. The controls and the way that you move around the game are going to have to change, right? Jinx, right? You have to change that, because you cannot have the same controls. Like, that's just not gonna work. You can't do that. You totally cannot do that, right? Like, you have to have a completely different control scheme, which is totally fine. Like, I don't think anybody cares about that. I know I don't. Ooh, Korok. But outside of the controls, that's when we start having that conversation of, you know, okay, so then, but will they change anything outside of that, you know? Isn't Yoshi coming out this month, y'all? Is it Yoshi this month or Tamagotchi? It's Tamagotchi this month, right? Yoshi next month? I keep mixing them up. If it was the 3DS remake, like, okay, but not a remake for the Switch. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Right. At that point, we're almost just in port territory, because I would argue that even though the remake for 3DS was pretty different, it was kind of just a port. Whereas it sounds like we're getting a remake. Yeah. Yoshi. Yeah, when's I keep mixing up the release dates for Tama and for Yoshi. What do y'all know off the top of your head? Which game is coming first? I think it's Tamagotchi. I think it comes here this month. I'd for sure like to see new secrets for OG players to find. Oh man, I just thought about it. They would be bringing back the golden Skulltulas. What if they make it open world and then they bump it up to 1,000 Skulltulas? I laugh because that sounds like torture. Also, Howard the horse is over here. Let's go visit him. A 1,000 golden skulltulas. Cries and Korok turds. I imagine if I had to guess, the game is going to be very 1-for-1 with Ocarina. If I had to guess what we're getting, and this is just a blind guess, it's going to be a 1-for-1 game with Ocarina with new controls, new graphics, Switch 2 fidelity. It's going to be a gorgeous game to play, but like combat is going to be Ocarina of Time. Classic lock-on system, you know, classic spinning in a circle around each other. And if I had to guess, the puzzles and the dungeons would all be laid out exactly the same. This is my prediction. My prediction is that we are going to see a faithful remake. Whereas like I'm going to be able to use my prior Ocarina of Time knowledge. That's how close I think it's going to be. I think like my knowledge of where gold skulltulas are is going to apply to the new game. That's what I think might be going on. And like, it'll be like very faithful. Like where the great fairies are, boom, where, you know, where all that stuff is going to be faithful. I think I have a sneaking suspicion that they're not going to break too far off the beaten path with the core of the game, the dungeons, the layout, the world. And then the only thing about that feels a little bit wrong is, would you guys agree with this? Wouldn't Ocarina of Time feel kind of small if they remade it without making the map bigger? Right? I just played Ocarina like not too long ago. Like, I feel like it would be kind of small. It would feel kind of small, wouldn't it? Especially after playing Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. Like, how are they going to manage player expectations? Think about all the players that are brand new to Zelda that never played Ocarina. If they make Ocarina of Time remake kind of small, those players are going to be put off. Yeah, I also can't imagine them adding to it either, right? Right, Toad? Like, it's like, how do they add to it? But then at the same time, how do they not add to it? You know, like they got to do something. Like, you can't just release the same world. It's got to be a little bigger. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. And it's like, dude, it's got to be a little bigger. You can't just release the exact same world. Like, I don't know if that would work. I feel like gamers nowadays would frown to that. They would be like, girl. But I mean, Ocarina of Time's the GOAT for a reason. And like, the pacing of the game is really good. And the game makes the world feel bigger than it is by having time travel and stuff like that. So I guess in hindsight, after I've said that and thought about it for a couple seconds, I guess like in hindsight, Ocarina of Time's world's not necessarily that small. It just feels smaller compared to an open world. But in our reality, like, because the game is the game is linear, it's not like you can just go anywhere and explore everything right out the gate. And that's the thing I got to remember. That's the thing I got to remember. It's a linear game. It's going to tell you when you can go from point A to point B to point C. So it's not like you're just able to run around the game and see everything right away. Like, you know, you start off the game and you're stuck in that first area for a little while. Then slowly the game opens up to you, you know? So it'd be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how they approach. Going to be interesting to see how they approach that. I feel like that's a problem. I think that's a dilemma that they have to solve, is what I'm going to call that. That's a dilemma that they have to solve. They have to solve somehow making the game faithful, but allowing it to appeal to modern gamers. And again, maybe I am undervaluing how good Ocarina of Time is. And maybe they don't need to touch the game at all. And as long as they clean it up, and as long as they add modern controls, maybe that's all the game needs. You know what I mean? Like, maybe I'm undervaluing just how much of the GOAT the game really is. Because it is really good. Oh, sorry, buddy. I did not mean to smash that Korok's head. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. You would hunt those down. You like the idea of golden Skulltulas? 1,000 of them? I would also hunt them down. You better believe it. Pokemon Champions releases next week as well. I'm hip. I'm hip to the Champions release. Tamagotchi is going to be the one that releases next month because Yoshi releases May. Thank you, chat room. All right. We somehow only managed to stumble across one shrine today. One unfinished shrine. I know there's a couple that involve a handful of quests. That's what I really need to do, is I need to go around and look for side quests. Like, that lead to shrines. Because I think I have a couple that are hidden.
Yep.
Right, because like right now, I for sure have 4, 8. How many bars of stamina can you get? 2? And how many upgrades does it take? I'm trying to count how many upgrades we have left. What is it, like 5 per ring plus the 8 for the hearts I have left because I have 4 in my inventory? Yeah, we got like, according to the game, there's 120 shrines and we're at like 96 or something. So we have about 30 shrines left to go. Oh, I went to jump in this well, but wrong game. Whoops. Wrong game. Korok? Happy 7 years. Thank you, Maddie. Good to see you, buddy. Stop it. I'm trying to figure out how to switch my powers. There we go. Doop doop doop. Doop doop doop. Doop doop doop. Doop doop doop. Where the heck is this Korok at? Oh, I see. Something with this? Do I need to have my horse jump over these 3 things? Is this like a horse-related Korok? Do I have to have my horse jump over these 3 fences? I don't have a horse. I've never seen a Korok that requires a horse, dude. Can my bike jump? You're buying a Switch 2 today? I can do wheelies. Oh, that one's big. That one's hard to get over. I got it. It worked. Shut the fuck up. game registered it, dude, as the horse, dude. What? The game counted it, dude. Sick, dude. That's so rad. I love this game so much. This is my first time really ever using this bike. Even when we earned it on stream, I barely used it. And this is the first time I've ever earned it in Breath of the Wild history for myself. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty fun, actually. Korok leaf. Are they saying I might need this for some reason? Oh, there's a whole enemy camp here. And their scout is relaxing. Yo, wake up, mother truckers! Woo-wee! Nice. Horse who? What do you call the ketchup that you always rather wish you bought? Hindsight ketchup. Get out of here, Heinz. Oh, sorry, goat. My bad. Get out of here. Whoa, Korok. Hey. Yeah, we're on master mode. Which is why I'm not fighting anything. I am not gonna make it. Okay, let's try that again. Yeah, Champion's Ballad should be fun. I've already reinstalled Pokemon Home, and I'm gonna start the process of transferring my Pokemon over to Home so that I can be prepared and I can start building teams and stuff. And I already have a couple competitive teams, so I can even just throw together one of my Charger Bug teams and just have fun. Nice, we got about 10-15 Koroks today. Just the unfortunate lack of shrines somehow. I have no idea how I have so many shrines that are not... I don't know how I have like 35 shrines not finished, but my sensor hasn't gone off more than once throughout the whole stream. It's just a reminder that of how massive this game is. It's like, oh. Yeah, like my sensor's only gone off once all day. Like, oh man, I guess I just have some really well hidden shrines left to do. And like I said, I did for sure like do any of the real obvious, like visually obvious shrines. So the stuff that should be left is probably quest. It's probably stuff that's like unlocked via doing things. I do have the Switch 2 edition. Yeah, I'm just not using the map. That's right. I do have the Switch 2 edition of the game, and I am hip to the map. It's awesome. Have you tried using it? It's so freaking cool, dude. It is so cool. I love the interactive map. Now, for this game, I'm being a little bit stubborn for my master mode playthrough. I'm not allowing myself to use any maps or anything. So this playthrough is my personal save file from before I started streaming. And I told myself when I started this save file way back in 2019 that I would not use any maps or outside sources to help me. Oh, thank you for the clip. Clips are always appreciated. Thank you so much. So while we will be using the app for some Zelda memories and stuff. Ow. I won't be using it for anything else. I'm being a boob about it. Stop it. You asked for it, dude. I didn't want to have to do that to you. Oh, thank you. My Korok mask is not back on. Thank you. We just had this talk about the Korok mask. Thank you. I was wondering, I'm like, why are no Koroks popping up in this area? I bet you there's some in this area. It's because I didn't have it on. Thank you. So we might have missed some floating over this area. Oh, there is one here already that I didn't do in the past. I don't mind. Let's keep going. The old village ruins. This is an old save. Yeah, this is my save file from 2019 before I even streamed. This is my master mode 100% playthrough. I've just been picking at this save file for 7 years, 6 years. I load it up and I just pick at it a little bit. But after Tears of the Kingdom came out, I'll be real. I don't actually have any intentions of finishing this game the way that I originally planned. Because Tears was so unexpectedly awesome that, like, once they announced it, I was just like, you know, one day I'll probably get to this game and 100% it when I'm like 100 years old. But Tears of the Kingdom's the game that I want to focus on. So I haven't been putting as much effort into this game now that Tears is out. Now I'm kind of like a little bit more interested in getting that game cooking first. And we're actually like so much further along in that game. Weirdly enough. Like weirdly enough, we kind of are. Like I'm pretty sure I'm at more Koroks and everything in that game. It just goes to show how much streaming motivates me to do fun stuff in a video game. Whereas, like, in my free time, I'm kind of lazy about it, you know? Oh, another Korok down here. I mean, you could tell how many Koroks I don't have because look how many I'm getting. Have I ever walked through the game ever? Like, have I ever just took a couple...
Here's to the next 7 years, Comrade Spud.
Dude, thank you, man. Thank you so much. From the perpetrators coming in with some love. Love in the chat for a $7.77 donation from the perpetrators. Thank you, dude. I got Breath of the Wild so close to 100%. So I'm prepared to get all the shrines at some Koroks. Here, let's fast travel and see. Let's see what we're at. Let's see our numbers real quick. We have to be quick because the Switch 2 edition, the loading screens are really fast. I'm at 300 Koroks. I told you like nothing. I'm at double that in Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, like weirdly enough, I've managed to already close the gap and get further along in Tears. Because that game is just, I fell in love with it. I've been playing it on stream. $96. Yeah, we're cooking. We're cooking, dude. We're cooking. All right. All righty then. Let's go ahead and we'll go ahead and we'll call it here. I'll get my Pseudo Widow off stream today. I'm tempted to go check my legendary for the day, but I know if I log into Pocopia, I'm not gonna end the stream today. And I have a long week ahead of me. So let's start off this one nice and humble. Thank you for coming out, everybody, today. And we're going to get out of here for day one of our marathon. We are wrapping it up here. Thank you for spending your day with me and helping me celebrate a 7-year journey here. And it's about all of you this week. It's about all of you. Get your vote in for a nice humble poll here. And I'm going to tell y'all, it is, oh my gosh, the gap is widening between vote number 1 and vote number 2. The gap is widening. We'll have to see what y'all end up choosing here. So we'll do the second vote tomorrow. If it ends up being a Zelda game, somebody asked that question earlier, and I'm sorry I didn't make that clear. That's the only thing that I was worried about. It's like, I never made that clear. We'll do the second vote tomorrow. If a Zelda game wins, it looks like right now it's a toss-up between 3 games. I'm not going to say which 3 it is, but it is a toss-up between 3 games. You can probably guess what 1 or 2 of them might be, but I don't know. I'm excited to be here tomorrow. We'll be showing up for the Streamer's Choice game tomorrow morning. So come on by if you want to see what it is, if you haven't already sussed it out. You know, let's just say tomorrow is 2020 day, and we try to experience games that we played around 2020. Yo, no worries, Delore. Thanks for popping in. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow here. Thank you for coming through and hanging out. And thanks for voting for Breath of the Wild, man. We got to play 5 hours of Breath of the Wild today, baby. Ooh, freaking wee, dude. That was nice. We had some Animal Crossing GameCube this morning. Thank you, everybody, man. I love this game so much.
HD cheers.
I love this game so much, dude. Just fade over here. Just look at this. This game is just so special, man. Holy heck, dude. What a beautiful game. This is Highly in Descent signing off from another wonderful Pyro Gaming Group production. If I don't see y'all here tomorrow for day 2 of our 7-year celebration marathon, come on by. We have some fun stuff planned for this week. I don't want to oversell. I don't want to undersell. We might have some fun little shenanigans planned, though. I might have some stuff to celebrate and maybe get y'all some goodies. So just come on by. It should be a fun week. It's going to be casual. It's going to be chill. It's my year of letting go. But we're going to be celebrating 7 years regardless. Let's go ahead and drop some love off to another streamer today, all right? We're going to go visit the lovely Dragon Tamer Mum, who's playing some Paleo. All right, let's go see what they're about. On that note, this is Highly in Descent signing off. One more time. If I don't see you tomorrow, I'll see you when I see you, fam. Don't forget to game on. And of course, as always, peace. Wrap it up and on to the next episode. Peace. All right, we got a raid locked in. Grab yourself a raid message, and thank you everyone for being here. After 7 years, we ain't forgetting the game on, but a reminder is always appreciated. That's what I like to hear, baby. Thank you. Thank you, Perpetrator. Thank you, community. Forever indebted to this community. This week is about all of you. This week is about some agency from the viewers. You get to decide how this week goes, and we'll have some fun shenanigans planned as well. Enjoy Dragon Tamer's stream. I love y'all and appreciate y'all. Honored to be a part of your daily routine for 7 freaking years. And I'm certainly honored to have you as a part of mine. But until next time, this is Highly in Descent signing off. Peace, y'all. And hit them cat jams. Peace.